cool the jet. Let's go promote Cole Keith of AAA before you worry about him getting up here. Colt Keith, not Cole. I currently offer more to the Tigers organization than Baez. I own my own transportation company, and I'm a wizard on the grill. So if the Tigers need someone for transportation needs or to cook lunch or dinner, I got you covered. Can we say the same about Baez? Guy's a bum. Well, I have no idea if he can drive. I know he doesn't own his own transportation company. And I have no idea how good he is on the grill.
Yeah.
I mean, he is really going to be up there in worst free agent signings ever, isn't he?
Yeah.
Detroit.
Yeah. He's going to have to make a remarkable recovery to not be.
Is Brandon Inge busy?
I mean, that's the thing. Inge did better than most of these guys.
Yes, he did.
It's a rough go.
He's only just put his face in.
Well, and so the last 6 games, right? And yeah, they had a 6-run game against the Rangers, but we know that the Rangers are off. They're scoring runs. That's what they do. So they lost 10-6, but they had a game where they scored nothing. The 6-run performance and a loss, 2-0-1-2. I mean, that's your offensive production over the past 6 games.
Yeah.
And there's no relief in sight because Riley Green, as much as we hope for a quick recovery, it's not going to be in the next 2 weeks.
It's just sad because there really doesn't appear to be some answer.
Yeah. Well, the good news is they don't need a lot of offense tonight because the stellar Joey Wentz is on the mound. All right.
In a hitter-friendly ballpark.
Yes, exactly. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Hell, maybe the Tigers could just, call up or trade for the Fanatic and let him bat.
It's tough.
Bill in Gibraltar, help us.
Hey, real quick, the other thing that's not even being talked about, Baez absolutely sucks at throwing the ball. You know how many times Torkelson bails him out in a game? If you watch how many balls are left, right, in the dirt, he can't even make a damn throw.
But you know what, Bill? He's the best at baseball at the tag play.
That freaking mudhead sack because it's better off to go down there and watch.
I mean, we're losing.
Yes.
Torkelson has not exactly been a fielding whiz this weekend either. He let a couple of balls go under his glove. But
generally he's pretty good in the field, though.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. But we will get a chance to see Olsen again on Wednesday night and see if he can have a repeat performance of what we saw Friday night.
Absolutely. 248-539-9797. The Tigers at the plate. They're basically fishing. Hey, John did that. And we'll have his report coming up next. 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by CGC Water Treatment. Only 3 total runs in 3 games for the Tigers in Chicago. Also 3 losses as they were knocked out by the Sox with a final grand slam yesterday to lose 6-2. Their record now falls to 26-31. They've lost 5 of their last 6 and are now tied for second in the division with Cleveland and 3.5 back of the Twins. NBA Finals Game 2. The fourth quarter belonged to the Heat, but the game itself came down to a final possession by Denver. As heard on ESPN, Miami survives 111-108. They'll take a 1-1 series tie back to Florida on Wednesday. A Honda wins the Detroit Grand Prix in Detroit. Alex Palou ends up in victory lane after a very bumpy run with several cautions and nearly 200 passes for the entire race. Claressa Shields successfully defending her title over the weekend at Little Caesars Arena, the Flint native winning a unanimous decision in the main event of the LCA's first boxing card. And only a couple of Americans are left at the French Open, including 19-year-old Coco Gauff, who will play her 4th round match later this morning at about 9:30. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. I was blessed to get pictures of a couple of really cool things over the weekend. One of my friends from college was in New York City, and he sent me a package of a brand of gummies. It's called Stony.
Oh.
The highest standard, 250 milligrams, the gummies, 25 milligrams per gummy. Berry Blast.
Is that a lot?
Yeah. I mean, when I do them, I can only do 5. If I do 10, I completely lose it. 5 is. I'm good. I'm good in small doses. You give me a lot. You give me more. You don't want me.
We do.
No, you don't. And the other thing I got a picture got on the text. Actually, I got another one like that. Superman ice cream cannabis.
Oh yeah,
from one John Jansen. Obviously, he was sampling.
No, it's not. A buddy of mine.
Superman ice cream premium cannabis flower.
Is that just for kids too?
Yes, just for the grown-up kids like Stony.
But
yes, buddy of mine sent that to me, which I forwarded to you.
Yes.
He listens every day, and we had the Superman ice cream conversation, so we thought that would be appropriate.
But you also sent pictures of you and your family.
Yeah.
After catching some fish.
A bunch of walleye.
Mm-hmm.
And we had a chance on Saturday morning to go out on Lake Erie. We went out of Sterling State Park, and it was, as everybody knows, over the weekend, it was a beautiful weekend. The wind was perfect. The fishing was terrific. We were out there literally for about just shy of 2 hours because we didn't get out there till a little bit late. And I know all the diehard walleye guys are going to say, why would you go out and not be there at sunset? Well, the kids, I wanted them to go with me, didn't want to go by myself. So we went out, and with Lake Erie, it's actually, you're going catching, not just fishing.
Oh.
It is crazy good down in Lake Erie right now, out of whether it's Bulls Harbor or it's Sterling State Park, you can catch a lot of fish. And we were out there for about 2 hours, and it literally was fish after fish after fish. I usually set out 6 lines. You could have 9 because of the kids, but I set out 6, and it was constantly catching fish and putting them back. We also caught catfish. We also caught white bass. It was the kids had a great time. I did as well. But in the state of Michigan, there are so many different activities in the summer. We love our summer, and there's great activities in the summer. I love ice fishing, but when you're on the boat and you're doing something like that, it's, hey, you're on the water, you're fishing, you're enjoying family time. What is your favorite Michigan summer activity? And it doesn't have to be exclusive to Michigan.
No.
Obviously, you can go fishing anywhere in this world, but we're blessed, whether it's Saginaw Bay, it's some of the lakes up in northern Michigan. Some of the lakes down here are really good fishing. Lake Erie is one of them. It was a great day. What is your favorite summer activity in the state of Michigan?
Obviously, I love the golf.
Yeah. I got to imagine for a lot of people it's going to be golf.
Especially we have such a short season here.
Right. Which makes all those summer activities so unique, and you cherish them a little bit more because it's a shorter season.
Right. Also, speaking of short seasons, just hanging out, lounging, and being in a pool.
Poolside?
Yes, poolside. Have a few cocktails.
Speedo.
Talking to people. No Speedo.
Okay.
And the other thing is when I do go up north, the kayaking. I like kayaking.
Oh, you do?
Yes.
You like to kayak?
Yeah.
I did not know that about you.
Believe me, not long trips, like a half hour, basically, 15 minutes.
Sure.
Go out and then come back.
Wow.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
Mm-hmm.
Are you a sit-on-top kayak or a sit-in?
Sit-in.
Okay.
Sit-in.
Have you ever flipped it?
Oh, yeah. I've been getting me in the kayak and
that's what I was getting at. There's some adventures there, I'm sure.
Yes, exactly. My family just loves.
Who helps get you out? Getting in is not really that big of a deal. Getting in and not flipping it can be, but getting out can be kind of an issue.
I can get out usually.
Yeah.
By myself, usually.
Oh, okay.
The problem is because it's not like complete sand, it's like rocks, so you don't want to just completely just.
You don't want to dump it at that point.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because then I'll hurt my feet.
Oh, you don't. Yeah, you don't want to get
legs.
impaled.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. Don't want to get impaled by a rock, by a Petoskey stone.
Yes.
Now, Stoney didn't say boating. You guys used to have a boat. Do you miss it?
No, it was fine to like just lay out on while the girls were tubing and stuff. But other than that,
I think just spending a day on a lake's great.
Oh, yeah.
You're away from everything for the most part.
It's one of those things where you could be like, we like to go up to Cass Lake. I know that's where Gator has his pontoon, and you could be on there, and it could be busy as hell. But when you're, and especially if you're, have your kids with you, you get them locked into the boat, and they can get out and swim, and they can tube and do all that stuff. But it's that opportunity where they're locked into spending time with you. They can't just say, I'm going to go up and watch, or I'm going to spend some time up in my room, or I'm going to go out and do this with my friends. They are locked in with you. That's part of what makes being on the boat so special.
How about this one? And I haven't gone in a long, long time, but I think a concert at Pine Knob is a great summer thing to do. I think sitting out there in the evening with the sun setting on a nice summer night.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Daughters did that on Friday night, one of the concerts at Pine Knob. So she wasn't able to go fishing on Saturday morning because she was out too late. But it was, I'm trying to remember who it was, but she went with her cousin, and it was a perfect night, she said. One of the most fun nights that she's had because it was beautiful weather.
Oh, at that, especially if you can bring a chair in, if you have lawn seats.
Yeah.
It's great. After sitting on the lawn at my age, it hurts the back. I'm a
Sitting
pavilion,
on the ground.
I'm a pavilion guy, obviously.
Sure,
but
I get that.
It's Pine Knob's wonderful. Getting out of there is a pain in the ass, but whatever.
Can be, yes.
Yes. Yes, if you stay to the end, like most people should.
You should, yeah. Yeah, getting out is a tough one.
Yes. 248-539-9797. Bob in Ortonville, you're 97 on the ticket.
Morning, fellas. Hey, so besides golf and fishing, my favorite summertime activity is mowing my lawn. I absolutely love just getting on the John Deere with a couple sodas and just taking my time, 2 hours out on the yard. I love it.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. It is. How big a lawn you got to mow?
We got 2 acres.
Okay. Yeah, so it takes you a little time.
It does, and it's everything about it. Just the sun, the smell of the grass. It's fantastic.
And it looks awesome when it's done too, doesn't it?
Absolutely. I stand, and my wife laughs at me. I just stand there with my hands on my hips and just admire all the greatness I just did.
And then have a nice cold one
nice
to celebrate.
Cold beverage. Yep.
Yep, couple sodas. Yep.
That's absolutely. Thanks for the call. 248-539-9797.
Heather, what is your favorite summer activity?
This is so hard because everything that's already been mentioned, I totally agree with. But for me, I think it's something super basic, like family barbecues, bonfire with s'mores later on. Like, I like being outside with the family, and we don't do that in the winter. I mean, you can get together, but it's just different being outdoors. So I would say that is probably up there as my number one.
Yeah, grilling
But
and campfire. There's
so
nothing
many-
better than
Yeah.
the smell of a campfire.
Yeah.
And the grill,
Yes.
the smoker, whatever
Yeah,
your
sure.
choice is. It could be the barbecue, the charcoal. It creates the great environment.
And we have the little campfire going on the beach when we're up north, and
Yeah.
Yeah, I like
and
that.
it doesn't start till 10 o'clock at night because it stays
It doesn't
bright.
get dark until
Yeah.
10:30 or
And
11.
It's great. You're sitting there.
It's amazing. I was trying to find out who your daughter saw on Friday night.
Oh, yeah.
And then
I
trying
know
to
who they
find this
saw.
on Dirks Bentley. Is that how you say it?
Yeah.
Dirks or
No,
Dirks?
Dirks Bentley.
Dirk Bentley.
Oh, was it Dirks Bentley
Andy
on
Dirks
Friday night?
Bentley?
Yeah, I sat in traffic for about an hour trying to get home. So
He was
I
there.
knew
Special
precisely
guest
who
Jordan
she saw.
Davis.
Wow, he's getting ready for training camp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's
say
a
he's
country
got
music
OTAs?
fan.
They say he's going to have a pretty good season. He's ready.
Mm-hmm.
Let's read some ticket texts here. Fly fishing during the Hex Hatch on an up north river. Go blue.
Yeah.
What's the
When
hex? What's the Hex Hatch?
It's when the bugs hatch and the fish are feeding.
Oh.
Michigan moments on the beach in South Haven. Mine is farming. Love the smell of dirt being turned over. That's Bob in Newport.
It is unique.
Living up north, fishing is number one. It is pure Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
Camping for sure. Michigan up north has the best campgrounds with so much to do around them, like visiting the shoreline. Kids leave the electronics alone, hop on the bikes, and go till sundown.
That is one thing that we miss. Now the kids are so busy in their sports, we don't get to camp as much, but we've camped on the shore of Lake Superior. And it is. When the kids are there, the phones are away. And there are some places where you go camping too, where the phones don't even work.
Right.
Like they're paperweight at that point, which is great because the kids are forced to go out.
That's why you
and
can't
do things.
FaceTime Aaron Rodgers.
That's right. Yes.
Out of range. I'm a pretty simple guy. I live in a really rural area, but simply taking an evening sunset drive through the country with the windows down and Dan Dickerson on the radio is like heaven to me. That's from it.
Sounds of summer.
I'm driving back from Wolverine, I assume Wolverine Lake, right now. Favorite summer activity is sipping beers and floating down the Sturgeon River in a tube up in Wolverine.
Oh, yeah. Sturgeon River can be cold now, though. That's a spring fed right there. That could be some cold water.
Let's say good morning to Adam in West Bloomfield. You're a 97 on the ticket.
Good morning. I heard your story about cutting the grass, and it reminded me of what a genius my father was. We had a huge property in Russell Woods in Canada, and we had a riding lawnmower, and somehow we figured out it was like a go-kart. And we begged our dad to let us cut it. And he said, no, only when you're over 10 can you cut it. And it would take all weekend to cut it. And so finally he let us cut it, and we were ecstatic cutting that grass for 8 hours in the hot summer sun while he was in the go-kart. It didn't register on me till years later that he was a genius tricking us into doing something that was really miserable work and making us think that it was fun.
Yeah.
Like Huck Finn painting the fence and all that stuff.
Did you pass that trade on to your children?
No, I don't have a property that big. I wish. We sold the property years and years ago. Actually now I cut it because I don't mind the exercise. But back then when I was 8 or 10, thinking that, oh boy, maybe next year I can ride that lawnmower. Boy, it'll be fun because it's just like a go-kart. And of course, it was nothing like a go-kart. But no, I actually enjoy cutting the lawn now, so maybe it means I'm old.
Right.
Yeah, kudos to your dad for making it unique and special. Nope, you can't do it till you're after 10.
Look, I've told you the story. I couldn't wait to mow the lawn. And we had an old-time electric mower.
You plugged her in, yeah?
And he plugged it in and he goes, go, and I went right over that big yellow cord and broke the cord. It's the last time he ever let me cut the grass.
Think about the effect that had on his life.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's why Cindy does everything.
Because I'm such a klutz. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, when I've got questions about my finances, I turn to my bank, and that's First Merchants Bank. I know that their attentive local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and helping me find the answers that I need. First Merchants doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They take the time to learn about my life, my personal and financial goals, and they work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. That's because First Merchants really cares about you. They see you as a person, not just as a number. And there's nothing better than sitting down and having somebody ask questions about your life, your goals, where you want to go, what you want your kids to be able to do. And they're going to do all they can to help their customers and communities succeed. You can count on that since First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the needs of their local community. They know it's their community as well, and we all have to work together to help it prosper. Get started on your personalized financial solution today. You can visit them at firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com, member FDIC.
248-539-9797. We have some ticket texts. My favorite outdoor activity of the summer is cooking in my new outdoor kitchen. I have a smoker, gas grill, charcoal grill, wood-fired pizza oven, and a 4-burner Blackstone. I can stay out there all day. A cold one and some music, nothing better. My sanctuary. That's from Jeff.
Jeff, why would you ever come inside? You cook every meal, and you could live out there all summer long.
Yeah, he just needs something that more and more people are getting, the outdoor television. And we have our neighbors that have one, and you just sit outside. Yeah. They got the fire pit and just watch games outside.
If you had that set up with a TV.
Yeah. Currently listening on Odyssey from beautiful Lewiston, Michigan.
All right.
Hello, Lewiston. We pull our boat side by side up here. Spend the day on the Twin Lakes and then come back to the cabin and hit the trail systems on the side-by-sides after. Such an amazing time.
Yeah, 2-tracking and the trail system that is in northern Michigan is a lot of fun on the side-by-side.
I'm a freak. I cut my hair. Use that as a drop. I'm a freak.
Tony says, yes. I'm a freak. Yes. You're the seventh caller.
I cut my grass 2 to 3 times a week. I edge it, trim it every time. The word is manicure. Love it. Rich and Livonia.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Quotations around man.
Yes.
John, have you ever used scissors on the lawn?
Scissors?
Yes.
No.
There are people that do that.
Well, clippers more than.
Well, whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
No, I mean on the hedge, sure, but not on the grass. No. And in fact, I use the mower and basically just go over the edge right near where we've got the mulched area, because I don't even want to take the time to get the weed whip out and whip the edges. That we don't have a big lawn to have to mow anyway. Mm-hmm. So
the whole weed whipping thing, I I don't mind it sometimes, but sometimes it can be very just time-consuming.
I love it when you're like actually clearing land. When I lived up north, there was a wetlands in between us and the lake, and these box alders would grow up, and they would be, they're a woody plant, and I would go in there once a year with the blade on the end of the weed whip and just whack it all down, and it's very gratifying to look back and see the work that you've done.
I don't want to see pictures of you whacking it down. Hey guys, my favorite summer activity is our annual golf trip. We have 25 guys and are playing treetops this year. Also love a good patio beer.
Okay.
From Ben and St. Clair Shores.
Yeah, the golf getaways are huge with the guys.
Yep.
Evan does one.
Yes, he does. One of my favorite things to do in the summer is get out my Harley and just go riding upwards towards the Brooklyn area through the Irish Hills to Hell, Michigan are some of the best times to ride.
Yeah, there's nothing like whipping out the hog.
Okay. Whatever you say. Our pardon me now, whip this out. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. I do want to mention that...
You ever whipped out the hog and came home and weed whacked?
No. If I have a chance to whip out the hog, that's all I'm doing the rest of the day.
Wow.
We need help.
Isn't that the transition we have to news?
Yes, yes, we do. So, John, you know what? Since it was you that did the wonderful visual,
it's not a visual. I was just we had somebody talk about riding their Harley, and I complimented them on the fact that I love whipping out the hog the same as they did. So now let's go to Heather with the news.
All right, boys. All right. Okay, so there's a Sonic.
It's getting pretty bizarre when I'm the most mature one of the three.
Heather.
Well, yeah, I'm here. Okay, so there's a Sonic employee in New Mexico that was just arrested after he lost a bag of cocaine, and it somehow ended up on a customer's hot dog.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
So the employee is now facing a felony charge of possession of a controlled substance. So it turns out this customer called police after she bit into her Coney dog, only to discover that she had bitten into a plastic bag. So it sounds like she didn't actually consume any of the cocaine, which is the good news. But during an investigation, they looked at surveillance footage, and you could see this employee, doing his job. He was preparing the order, and then all of a sudden he's searching around the area, looks very stressed out, looks like he has lost something, and that something turns out to be a baggie of cocaine. So he did later admit to employees that he purchased it earlier in the day from somebody in the parking lot. So,
Stoney, what do they call that? Is that a dime bag?
That's probably no, it's not a dime bag. No, more than that. But it's also a new type of, shall we say, meal. It's called the Stony Coney.
Stony Coney.
According to Forbes, the Cowboys are the most profitable team in the world. Forbes released its list of the 25 most profitable sports organizations over the past 3 years, and the Cowboys lead the way with a $1.17 billion total operating income. And they're the only sports franchise to even surpass $700 million. So there you have it. They're number one. When you look at the list, the NFL really ruled the list. The league had 13 teams in the top 25. The NBA had 7, and then the European Soccer League had 5 teams to round out the list. There were no NHL teams that were profitable enough to even make the list. And then when it comes to MLB teams, they didn't make the list because it was over the past 3 years and they were hit so hard by COVID. So none of them made the list.
It's amazing. The Cowboys, all that money and, with no titles in 28 years.
I know. It breaks your heart, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Money can't buy titles.
Very upset.
A motorcyclist died and a triathlete was really severely injured on Sunday in this collision that took place during an Ironman race in Germany. So this rider was actually carrying a camera operator and crashed head on with a cyclist at like this really narrow part of the race because they were both using lanes that were either the competitors or these motorcyclists that were carrying camera operators. The 70-year-old rider died at the scene, and the 26-year-old triathlete suffered severe injuries. They do say the camera operator wasn't really injured, did go to the hospital for treatment, but just really shaken up over the whole incident. The race, of course, was kind of interrupted with that scene because it happened during a live coverage. Thankfully, there was a broadcaster that kind of interrupted everything. The race did resume later that day. I found this article, and this is quite interesting. Sweden just became the first country to register sex as a sport. And later this week, they're going to host the first ever European Sex Championship.
Oh, wow. How do they, what's their grading scale? Or
I'll get into that.
Okay.
So the championship is being organized by the Swedish Sex Federation. It's open to anybody from any European country. They have already chosen the 20 representatives that are going to compete. And they say the championship will last a few weeks with the daily competitions lasting for 6 hours.
Wow.
And you asked, well, how are you graded? How are you getting judged? How are you getting points? How does it work? It says participants will be judged on creativity, strong emotions, imagination, physical fitness, endurance, and workability. And there's a panel of judges as well as an audience that gets to vote on the winner.
Oh boy.
And there's like 16 different challenges. Some are probably inappropriate for me to talk about on the radio, but some are like seduction, massage, pose performance is one. Creativity and position challenge is one. There's all sorts of things they're being graded on.
Well, and you said it happens over a couple of weeks, correct?
Yes.
There's got to be
weeks.
some recovery time, I would think.
That's
built into the competition.
You would think so.
Yeah, especially
so these are going to be
6
held
hours.
These are going to be held in Sweden.
I believe so. Yeah, it's held by the Swedish Sex Federation. Yes, in Sweden. So I don't know how you sign up to be an audience member, but if that floats your boat, maybe you could figure that out.
Watch out for that Russian judge. Don't want to give him a 6.9 on the judging scale.
Yep.
They should actually have it in Amsterdam, is where the Sex Olympics should be.
Well, yeah. I wonder if it'll be a moving championships.
Yeah, maybe next year.
Game.
We can bid on it. Come to Detroit. We can't get the Big Ten championship. Let's get the Sex championship.
Yes, but they wouldn't have it here because you have to be European, right? That's one of the
Right now, yes, it's
right
only
now, but
European,
eventually,
yes,
we'll get the worldwides, baby.
Oh yeah, yes.
Yeah, it's a competition where you don't want to be too fast. That's for damn sure. Speed is not the issue.
No. Endurance, as it's clarified, endurance is a key component.
That's exactly
it is.
Correct. All right. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. If you want to ticket text some events that we could say on the radio, we'll read some of them. We'll only read them if they're appropriate. 97.1 the ticket. Well, maybe that says something for how bad the White Sox are, that they needed 2 walk-offs against a team that only had 13 hits all week.
Well, you're not talking about 2 great teams.
No, I know.
The roster should be better, as we say every year for the Sox, but
yeah,
we're not talking about a great matchup there in Major League Baseball this year.
No.
4 teams in the AL Central are like bottom 6 or 7 in OPS.
Yeah.
In all of baseball.
And it's
That's
not,
incredible.
and it's not just because they're facing great pitching either. By the way, I didn't even realize this, and I know Lions minicamp starts tomorrow. The Buffalo Bills had a busy weekend. They signed Ed Oliver to a big extension.
Yep.
And they just signed Leonard Floyd.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I did not see that. That just happened?
Yeah, earlier this morning.
Oh, okay. All right.
And then they're rumored with Dalvin Cook, right? A little bit, although
Little bit.
Miami is too.
Yeah.
So they're
in a
rumored
trade.
with Hopkins too. I mean, who knows? And they just
Money
announced.
tree.
They just announced that the new stadium that'll start 2026 is going to be called, I think, Highmark Stadium, whatever the hell that is.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. They're at that Rams, Stafford trade position where they want to go all in. At some point they're going to have to hit the reset button. They're still going to have Josh Allen for a long time. He's still very young, but the ability to continue to acquire talent that's high price talent. They've only got another year or 2 of that before they're going to have to make some tough choices in terms of salary cap. So if this is the year where they're going all in, they're obviously they're putting their foot down, pedal to the metal.
Frederick in Rochester, you're 97 on the ticket. Freddie! Hey, buddy. Freddie, bad phone there.
Yes, it's just a bit windy.
Yeah,
Maybe he was on the boat.
Yeah, he wanted to talk about sailing.
Oh, well, he could have been sailing.
Do you like sailing?
I enjoy it, yeah. Anytime you could be on the water.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be my first choice.
No.
I like power, more power, but there's something very unique about being on a sailboat and manning the lines.
Using knots and things.
Oh,
like
yeah,
that.
love knots. Yes.
I'd love to watch you try to sail.
Oh my goodness.
It's bad enough trying to
I would
watch me
like to watch him
paddleboard.
try and sail from the boat next to him.
Yeah. You don't sail. You're the captain. You got the eye patch.
Damn right.
You let the crew do it.
Captain Bly. Absolutely. You are so correct. The Detroit Tigers over the weekend scored 3 runs. They accumulated 13 total hits. They are now tied for second place, though. Just 3.5 games out. Their offense, it's laughable, and it's disgusting and laughable at the same time, which makes it awful for us because we were hoping, and look, we knew what they were. They were a mirage of a good team because of their offensive impotence. And when you are impotent offensively and you lose the power of your main weapon, which would be Riley Green,
yes,
you're going to be really impotent. And it is disgusting.
Well, it's terrible. And since they lost him, since they lost Erod, they're 1-5. And they were 1 game below 500. Now they're 5 games below 500. And they're, technically in third place with 0.02 of a percentage point behind the Guardians, who same number of wins, I believe, but it works out that they're in second and the Tigers are now in third.
Yeah. So, look, well, there's nothing more you can say. It's just so obvious. They stink offensively. Their starting pitching has been pretty good. Their bullpen has been, obviously, most of the season been pretty good. But as much as, pitching wins and defense wins championships and all that, if you can't score runs, you can't win. And when you can't score runs, it makes it difficult to watch and enjoy your favorite team.
It does. Now, if you were in the stands for one of these games, would you FaceTime your buddies just to show them the environment?
Probably not, unless had to pause with me or somebody. I no. The answer is no.
Unless you had a a unique moment that you wanted to share with a buddy or buddies.
Yes, exactly. And the reason John asked this is because one of our favorites, Charles Barkley, had a major declaration that he made, and it was backed up by somebody else who we'll hear from as well. But here's Charles Barkley on NBA TV after Game 1. So
that was Shaq there. All right, Chuck.
Yeah. Dudes don't FaceTime each other. And I was thinking about this. Do guys FaceTime each other? And the only time I've ever FaceTime like a friend was when I or they were with another friend that we haven't seen in a long time.
It was kind of more of a group thing.
Yeah, kind of a surprise. Or if there's something really crazy going on. But no, I'll FaceTime, my relatives who I don't get to see much every once in a while.
Right, because you want to see family. Yes.
Yes. FaceTime, without being sexist, is more for the other gender, so to speak. Correct?
Yes.
And Charles Barkley.
No, we always want to have the ability to back up our opinions with others that obviously hold the same opinion. And this was a discussion that Shannon Sharpe was having about Aaron Rodgers. And we know that story where, he couldn't get calls inside his house, his mansion, and couldn't get FaceTime. So here's what Shannon Sharpe had to say about FaceTime and dudes. I don't want to see your big old face. It's like if my phone rang and it was one Michael Steven Stone that the ID said that wanted to FaceTime me, I wouldn't answer. And I would text you and be like, dude, what do you want? And if it was you and somebody else, like you mentioned, it was a group.
Yeah, but you wouldn't know until you texted back, and by that time it would
maybe the moment would be past. Yeah, that's okay. I'm okay to ruin a moment. Me and my buddies, we are almost exclusively texters.
Yeah,
I don't even call a lot of them. It would be mainly texting back and forth, and certainly wouldn't be FaceTime.
I speak to a couple of them a lot. A lot of time, only in the car, driving around.
Yeah, and it's not the time to FaceTime either.
No, absolutely not. But then the problem with like texting and like texting group texts and things like that is, and I usually don't do this, believe it or not, but like during the game last night, the NBA game, one of my friends just constantly
texting you
during the game, the group
during
the game and like making comparisons. Like, really, let's just watch the game.
Yeah, but you could put it on, do not disturb.
I know, but I don't.
But you could. I mean, that's how you handle that situation.
What I do is I put it on silent so I don't hear that thing.
Yeah, but then you look at your phone and you got 25 text messages.
I know.
Find out they're all from the same guy.
I get it. I don't think I've ever done a do not disturb.
Oh, really?
No.
Oh, I've done it.
Oh, yeah.
Turn down the silence, too.
Oh, yeah.
There's been times like where I've seen like the 20-plus text messages, and I just decide to delete.
Yeah. So the question is, do you have? I would delete too. There's nothing that I missed. Do you have a friend that constantly FaceTimes you, one-on-one? This is not a group situation, right? You're not missing out on a party.
Basically, the answer to Barkley and Shannon Sharpe's theory.
Yeah.
Do dudes FaceTime other dudes? 97 won the ticket.
Detroit, Carter's Plumbing needs your help this June. Carter's has teamed up with House of Hope and Kensington Church here in Clarkston for a food drive to support those in need this summer. Carter's is offering 10% off services to any customer that donates a non-perishable food item. And if you're not in need of their services, but you'd still like to donate, you can bring food directly to the White Lake office on Highland Road, just west of Tegardine. So do what I did and go to callcartersplumbing.com today to not only take care of your needs, but also work with the community to take care of others' needs as well. Visit callcartersplumbing.com today.
(248-539-9797). Say good morning to Mark and Warren here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Good morning,
guys,
Mark.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. So, I work on I'm local. I work on a help desk, but the hospital system that I work for is not local. And what happens is people will call in with an issue, and I will say, okay, fine, can I remote into your computer? And, trying not to be a robot, I'll just kind of joke around and say, well, boy, you look familiar. And people freak out. And the ones that are the most fun are the ones that are working from home. And so you're talking about the FaceTime and everything just kind of reminded me of that.
Okay, so people are calling in and they're looking for help, something from the help desk, and you end up, in essence, FaceTiming them or Zooming them?
No, remoting. I can remote into their computer.
Oh.
To help.
Oh.
And most computers have cameras, and I will tell them that, hey, you look familiar.
Oh, so they think that you're staring at them.
Yeah, but I can't.
Well done, Mark.
Yeah.
Well done.
I can't, but it is kind of fun. It just breaks.
Yes.
When they call, they usually call the help desk because they're upset about something, and it kind of relaxes the situation.
Eases it a little bit. Well done.
It's a nice prank.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. I'm a man and I don't FaceTime my male friends. I don't even like it when my wife or kids try to FaceTime me. I just hang up and call them. Randy?
I do that if I'm out of town and do it with Kelly and the kids.
Yeah.
But I don't really like it. I mean, I like seeing them, but I mean, beyond, I just don't like holding up the phone and having to be in the middle of it.
Dave texts in.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get it.
Too lazy.
I don't think I've ever FaceTime a dude friend unless my young kids were somehow involved wanting to show them something, but never would I FaceTime another guy just to chat. Never. Mike in Clinton Township. The only time I FaceTime a guy is when I need to fix something or have them fix something to help point out what they need to do with like a snowblower or a lawnmower.
Sure. Yeah, but then the focus is the camera's turned around. It's on the on the piece of equipment. Snowblower.
Yeah, dudes FaceTime other dudes. You sound like old timers back in my day. Dudes don't FaceTime. Okay, boomers. I've never FaceTime any guy. Kevin from Ann Arbor. 15 years ago, so many dudes said texting was for girls. FaceTime is for girls. It's such a lame take.
I don't know. It would be if I FaceTimed one of my former teammates, they would probably think that there was something gravely wrong with me.
Well, that's what you're 46 years old. I'm 64. So the consensus from the younger texters is we're just old farts who don't need to keep up with
it just would be
trend.
Awkward. Hey, how's it going? Mm-hmm. Hey, look good.
You should FaceTime Tom. You think he'd answer?
No.
No.
Has he stopped taking your calls?
No. No.
Stoney just found out why nobody responds to his text. Okay. I don't FaceTime anyone. I don't think it's gender-based, though. It's generational, and I'm not young. That's TCB in Royal Oak.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't FaceTime my wife unless I was, unless she was back in California for a length of time.
Right.
I would call her.
Yeah.
And after a few days, hey, love to see her. And so it does provide that opportunity.
I do know this. Dogs have no clue what FaceTime is.
Oh, I know.
You've probably, with Sadie, like when I've been out of town and try to get Sadie involved. No idea.
Right. You sit there. Believe me, my daughters.
I know your dog can't hear.
No, I know. But the girls or somebody else say, let me see Rosie or let me see Sammy.
Yeah.
So you put it, it's like, Rosie, look at the. She's got no clue what the hell you're doing.
No, but so it's kind of the same with infants. Like I'll FaceTime Lisa with Teddy, and Teddy thinks that he doesn't have the concept that I'm only on the phone.
Yeah.
So he'll try and give the phone a hug or a kiss, and then it hangs up.
It's more of a generational thing than a gender thing. I FaceTime with my friends down in Florida all the time.
Okay.
See, we're learning something.
Sure.
You even said you do that, don't you?
Yeah, but if it's a group thing, not
if it's a group thing, yes,
not a
but
one-on-one.
usually not individual.
Yeah.
Usually, every once in a while.
It just would. For me, it would feel awkward. Now, I didn't grow up, obviously, with FaceTime. Didn't grow up with Zoom or any of that stuff. So,
right. Now, during COVID, and I wish we actually would do more of it, we used to have a little group Zoom, like once a week and once every 2 weeks with all the college guys. That was fun. And I'm part of a group that every Friday they have, it's like the old Washington bar people. They have one every Friday for happy hour.
It's group.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
One question, too, about Zooming. I'm not the biggest fan of that either, to be honest with you. Like, I like conference calls. Why do I have to see you? Why can't you just be on I've been on calls where they're very productive and you don't see the person?
I usually, if I'm on those, I won't turn my camera on.
Oh, those I understand.
That's another good thing,
but if you have Zoom group things with your friends, you kind of want to see.
Oh yeah,
that.
Sure, that's what I'm saying. When it comes to work, it's
Yes. All right, Doug, do you ever FaceTime other guys? Because Charles Barkley and
one-on-one.
I probably have, but I can't think of the reason why. It would only be, I don't FaceTime anyone unless I have something to show them.
No.
If there's a reason they need to see me, hey, look at this.
I would prefer to see the selfies that you take.
People make fun of my selfies. Apparently,
I
I'm
don't
not
know
good
why.
at it.
Dude, I disagree. Your selfie game, I've told you this before, is strong to quite strong.
We were at Northwestern for a game, and I went for a run on their campus. It was the day of the Chad Tuff run, and we ran virtually.
Yes.
So I ran through their campus, and I took a selfie. And Keg said, "This is the worst selfie I've ever seen. Most people will filter their selfies and send the good ones. You just send anything.
Sure,
you just post anything." And I'm like, well,
take wonder. It's a click and send.
Yeah, click and send. Yeah, but
so in all your years of doing this, have you ever co-hosted a show with a Super Bowl champion before?
Let's see. Spindler.
No.
Yeah. Lotush.
Oh.
I worked with Lotush back in the day.
Oh.
Yeah. So
he did win one, right? I know he was in a lot of them.
Yeah, he won 2, I think, with Denver. Didn't he have 4?
Yes.
He was 4 at Buffalo and 2 with Denver.
Yeah.
And he won the 2 with Denver.
But he was never a major star in a big motion picture, though.
I don't believe so.
No. But
TJ's playing the role of Gator today.
Yes.
I'm excited.
Yes.
I'm
Is TJ going to sing for us? I mean, he's got that in his repertoire.
Does he?
I know.
Oh yeah. You haven't seen the movie? No, never mind. That's a stupid question. Yes. I asked a stupid question.
What else do you have besides TJ?
Champ and Chump. We do it every Monday. We'll have ours at 10:35.
Have a great day, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow. 97.1 The Ticket.
Gators out today. TJ is in. And there's some early observations. First of all, those headphones blow your ears out?
They did. Stoney, I think he needs to get his ears checked. Those things were turned up as loud as they could get. That'll wake you up on a Monday.
Well, good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
TJ Lang in. And I mean, I just want to get right into something that happened on your ride into work.
Yeah, talk about another rough start to the morning. I don't know what's going on out there. We all drive, obviously, but like people, it's getting a lot more hostile on the roads these days.
Yes, a lot of hostility.
I was enjoying the Monday. I was, driving in, listening to John and Stoney, and I decided, hey, person in front of me is going a little slow. I'm going to go around, switched lanes, didn't cut anybody off. Guy pulls up behind me, starts swerving, honking, pulls up next to me and gives me just the double bird salute. Just what a great start to a Monday morning. Right?
Good morning. Good to see you, friend.
I didn't realize I had taken over his personal private lane, so I apologize for that.
Yeah.
About 5 seconds later, though, we both got stopped at the light, and I pull up next to him, and I kind of gave him the old, hey, pull over. You want to go?
You want to talk?
Let's go pull over.
Would you?
He didn't even look at me. He didn't even look at me. He didn't give me the time of day. He didn't look. But as he drove off, I could tell he peeled off after that and kind of gave me a wave. And look, I'm not looking to fight up, but be careful out there. People are getting hostile these days.
Well, and you never know. I mean, my feeling is you never know what the person in the other car or the guy in the bar that bumps into you and maybe spills a little of your beer. You never know what is going on in their life and how close to triggered that person might actually be, right? You don't know.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
So you have to make I mean, I'm not your size, okay? And I'm not an intimidating figure. But you took a risk with the old. Do you want to pull over and talk about this?
I did, and I've had issues where I'm trying to work on the anger a little bit.
Oh,
I've gotten better.
Okay.
No. But it's hard to let that go sometimes. You're like, hey, all right, let's just mess around. You're right, though, Doug. The bigger person would have just let it go and walked away and just kind of held my space. But no, I feel like you get slapped in the face, like.
You were looking for some
not
resolution.
Literally, but yeah, you gotta stick up for yourself a little bit. But nothing happened. But it was an entertaining start to the week.
And your sin was that you were passing a woman that was driving too slow, but you weren't passing fast enough.
Apparently.
Okay.
Yeah. Or this guy just felt like he owned the left lane and he did not want anybody in front of him.
So yeah, I have a problem with the cruisers in the left lane that are going that can get back over that don't. Especially when they clog up the freeway. It's one of my pet peeves. But I'm realizing my list of pet peeves is getting longer and longer and longer. And I think is this the beginning of being a grumpy old man?
It sounds like it.
Yeah, it might be.
Are you picky about kids playing on your grass yet?
No.
Okay, so you're not full old.
It was
man
a great.
yet.
I think it was. I can't remember who it was. I think it was 50 Cent who said his mom was complaining because the boys were tearing up the grass when they were young.
Mm-hmm.
And the dad said, we're not raising grass. We're raising boys.
It's perfect.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so I was like, yeah, that's true.
I think it just comes with age, though. Because I'm getting there, too.
You start worrying about your
I'm just
your
getting
lawn.
a little bit more
I think you're right.
grumpy and angry at stupid things.
I think a telltale sign.
What am I doing?
I'm pretty sure a telltale sign that you're aging is when you're getting angry about your lawn.
Everything.
So other than getting the bird, nothing driving to work. Did you have a good weekend?
Double bird. Yeah, it was a fantastic weekend.
Was it?
Yeah, just the weather, obviously. Saturday, phenomenal.
Mm-hmm.
We put a pool in at the house a couple years ago, and kids have enjoyed that. So that was a good day. Yesterday spent most of the day out on the lake, and it was just a fantastic weekend.
Yeah.
The weather the last couple weeks has just been incredible. I know I heard the morning guys talking about it, and what do you love doing, outdoor Michigan summer. I mean, it's just these last 2 weeks have just been incredible.
Yep.
Right? Maybe a little bit too hot if I'm trying to be nitpicky.
Yep.
90 for me, a little bit too hot. But, yesterday I thought was absolutely perfect, 80 degrees. Tigers kind of ruined the weekend a little bit. But other than that, being outdoors, whether you were golfing, whether you were in the pool, whether on the lake somewhere fishing, you just couldn't beat what great weather we've had, not only past weekend, but the last week and a half.
Well, it was good.
2 weeks.
And I haven't looked. It's supposed to cool off. Somebody said it's supposed to cool off now a little bit, which is fine. I mean,
that's how hot it's been when 75 is cooling off in Michigan.
I got a golf trip coming up. I got to check the weather for that because that's key.
Could use some rain, though. We could use a little rain if we're being nitpicky.
Well, you know why? You know why? You know why we need the rain? Because I need my lawn.
For the grass. Need that grass to be green.
So big event over the weekend was a Detroit Grand Prix. Now, I was hoping to make it down there, and we couldn't, and I was irritated, but it didn't happen for a variety of scheduling purposes. And I couldn't, the schedule got in the way. I actually DVR'd it, believe it or not, stayed in the bubble and watched it later, the entire race. And on television, I would call this thing a wild success. Now, how it played on TV as opposed to how it plays in person can be very different. But there was a lot to like about it. I am not a hardcore race fan. And TJ, you're kind of a fringe race fan at best.
Fall into the same boat, I would say.
Okay. Yeah. Here's something that to me stood out, and maybe the race fan can tell me that this isn't true, but what made this race to me damn exciting is something happened in open wheel racing, which I don't remember ever seeing. And that is, it was like a NASCAR Rubbins racing kind of race. Typically with open wheel cars, when you touch, it's over. If you don't bump in open wheel racing. This track and this race, and because the speeds at times got so low to get around some of these corners, especially that hairpin. I think it was technically turn 3, but that hairpin at the end of Jefferson, it seemed like every restart, the old Rubbins racing adage was true. And that's a NASCAR thing. That's not an IndyCar thing. That's not a Formula One thing. And it made it damn exciting. Now, unfortunately, at the end of the race, it felt like there were too many yellows. Like the race got shut down because people started pushing it, and it's a hard track to get around and navigate without getting into the wall, especially if you're, really pushing. But on TV, it played great, and it was exciting, and I am dying to hear from people who were there. You took in some of it and got a chance to see our city showcased in that way. What'd you think?
I thought visually it looked like a home run.
Yeah.
I thought just being downtown, being in the streets surrounded by buildings and like you said, all the different weaves and turns and the pit stop, and then, you see them going 180 miles an hour, and then all of a sudden they're down to 30.
Yeah.
That was exciting. The one thing I will say, it's always different. I was at the Grand Prix maybe 5 years ago in Belle Isle. It is so different watching in person and watching on TV. Obviously, right, you're stuck in one spot at the race. Depending on where you're at, some of the turns you can see a little bit more clear, guys turning. You can see the cars, but if you're on a run straightway, you can't. You don't know who's who. You don't know what. You're watching kind of the leaderboard. So I'm like you. I think it would be awesome to be there.
Yep.
Like that just seemed like a very cool atmosphere. Everything we saw on TV, the aerial shots, it looked like a home run. And I want to hear from people that were actually there, because did it seem as good as it looked on the TV? Did it seem as good as watching even the 20-minute clip this morning of, kind of the highlights and the turns and the twist and the bumps, like you said? It looked to me like it was a great success.
I always recognize too that there is the hardcore racing fan, which doesn't make up a huge percentage of our population, but that hardcore racing fan, do they look at that race and see as exciting as I did as a fringe racing fan, a guy who pays attention a little bit? Because I thought, again, maybe a few too many yellows at the end. There's nothing you can do about that. Guys are pushing and they get into the wall. And,
when you have that many turns, it's going to happen.
Yep.
Right?
But man, it played well on TV. And am I more interested in IndyCar racing because of that race? The answer is yes.
Yeah.
I mean, it had me, okay, Road America next week or Wisconsin, whatever it is next week. I'm like, maybe I'll check that out too. But which makes it healthy, I assume, for the sport. Like, we always hear about the sports that we're all into, football, basketball, baseball. Like, oh, you got to get the fringe fan. I think we qualify as the fringe fan when it comes to racing.
Absolutely.
And so that race made me more interested. But I'm intrigued. 248-539-9797. Hey, If you're a hardcore race fan, you watch them all, what did you think? B, if you were there, what did you think? On TV, I thought it played great. It's Carson Anderson. TJ's in for Gator. We'll have Champ and Chump today at 10:35. We'll get to phone calls and feedback next. 97.1. I got to tell you, that long straightaway took like 10 seconds to fly down Jefferson, and then hard brake, hairpin turn, 37 miles an hour to go from 180 to 37. Cars trying to do it too wide. It was exciting, and there was a lot more bumping than I'm used to. There was a lot more bumping on the track because it's not a racing surface, but a lot more rubbing that I'm used to with open wheel cars. But I'm not a hardcore guy, so I'm open to hearing from the hardcore fans. TJ, you watched some of it and had many of the same thoughts. Detroit looked great. It was really, really cool to see cars zipping through downtown and along the riverfront. And you've been in a pace car before.
Frightening, by the way. 2017, I had the chance to go down there, Belle Isle, obviously, and I did the pace car before, and it wasn't an Indy car. I think it was a Camaro.
Yeah.
Souped up, obviously, but we were flying, and we even hit some of those 90-degree turns probably at 50 miles an hour, and I was gripping the side of the car, and it felt like it was going to roll, and I kept looking over, and the guy's looking at me, and he's like, we can't slow down. We can't. If we slow down, it's going to throw off every single racer.
So this was the official pace car lap.
There was one car. We were the one car in front of the, I think, official pace car.
Okay.
But it was basically like, we can't go slow. Like, we can't do it. We got to get these guys revved up. It's a practice lap for them. And then at the last minute, we kind of peeled off into the pit. I mean, I was full blown sweating. I was about to have a heart attack. It was absolutely frightening. It is scary to watch in person how fast these cars go. That on TV, I don't know if you really get the whole dynamic of just the zing, 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 right? But when you're watching in person, it is like, oh my goodness, like that is absolutely frightening. It was great to have the experience to do it, but I never want to do it again. It was like, okay, thank you, that was fun. Somebody else's turn.
Well, if you slow down too, Graham Rahal or somebody might pull up next to you and give you the double bird.
Good point.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Tristan. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Tristan.
Hey, how you doing, guys? Thanks for having me on.
Our pleasure.
So I just wanted to call in. I was at the race all weekend. My girlfriend's cousin, Felix Rosenqvist, was actually racing. He finished third, so he made the podium, which was real cool.
Wow.
But yeah, downtown was it was popping off this weekend. Like, I've never really seen it like that. Since our sports have been pretty good. But even then, downtown wasn't as what it was. So, but yeah, it was amazing. I hope they continue to keep it downtown. And, I went to Indy 500 last weekend, and I think it was just as fun. Obviously, the racing's a little different, but the event as a whole was outstanding.
So a couple things about this. I would imagine you said it's your girlfriend's cousin?
Yep.
Because of that, did you have like awesome seats or a suite or pit access or something?
Yeah, I was on pit road the whole race. I was right behind his pit. So, and his pit was Arrow McLaren, right between the finish line and pit row is where I was standing. So I had a pretty good view. And it's intense on pit row. I mean, those guys are doing everything they can to get the cars going.
Hey, Tristan, let me ask you a question. You sound like you're more of a fan than Doug and I. When you watch you were just at, what'd you say, the Indy 500?
Yep.
So what is a more exciting race for diehard fans? Is it the Indy 500 where they're just flying for however many laps? Or do you guys still enjoy and appreciate all these tight kind of road races where there might be 20, 30 turns? Doug and I like the turns. We like a little bit more action. But for the diehard fans, what is the better race for you guys?
I mean, honestly, it's tough because, some people do like that road course and those turns, like you said, it just gets so tight. But I think the Indy 500 is almost unmatched. They're pushing 240 miles per hour and, just like every other race at the end, there's going to be a lot of yellow flags and people are really pushing. So it just depends on how you look at it. If you love speed, then Indy 500 is definitely what you're going to want to watch. But if you like watching the strategy and the turns and obviously still some speed, then I think the road course is great. And especially Detroit, you saw that straightaway into kind of turn 3, turn 4, and then so on. It's just kind of wild to see how those cars really move.
So what did Felix or his team say about it? They love Detroit, or are they like, this thing needs work?
So yeah, he told me it was a really fun course to drive. He said it was obviously bumpy, But it's not just Detroit. It's when they do, St. Petersburg and Toronto downtown and stuff. They're street roads, they're not going to be perfect, but I think they had a lot of fun with it. He told me Detroit's the second big one, behind Indy, and that's kind of why they want to carry that momentum from Indy into Detroit, because it's still a big race with Chevy being a part of it too.
Hey, thanks, Tristan. Appreciate the insight. His girlfriend's cousin is Felix Rosenqvist. So a little insight there. 248-539-9797. What are you laughing about?
It just sounds like the diehard fans. They just love the speed.
Yeah.
Just speed. Just give me speed.
Well,
give me 250 mile an hour, just speed all day.
It doesn't translate on TV, the appreciation for how incredibly fast they are. And anybody that saw it in person this weekend can probably attest to that. Again, I feel like we're sounding like probably goofballs to the hardcore race fan, but you have to understand probably more people are like us that are just parachuting in.
Right, yeah.
And I don't know. I was proud of Detroit. I thought it looked really, really cool racing through the buildings. 248-539-9797. We do have feedback coming in regarding the Detroit Grand Prix over the weekend. And I've lost it here. Give me a second. Computer issues. All right. Unnamed texter, Formula One is way more exciting than Indy cars. So I watched Drive to Survive. Do you ever watch that on Netflix?
No.
Okay.
Not yet.
I have watched Drive to Survive every season and just about every episode. I very rarely watch Formula One races, which is weird. Yeah. In fact, I tried to pull something off that was a couple of seasons ago. I tried to not see who won every race in Formula One. So when I watched Drive to Survive, it would all be new to me, which is really taking the bubble to the next level because it doesn't come out till like 4 or 5 months after the season's done. But I think you can get away with not knowing who won a Formula One race in America. But I don't love the races because there's not a lot of passing.
So this might be a silly question, but what's the difference between an Indy car and a Formula One car?
I can't tell you. Technically,
they look
I think
the same, don't they?
They look very similar. The Indy cars have more of a cockpit look. Formula One cars are faster, and I think they're more technologically advanced.
And is Formula One more? It's like all street racing, pretty much. I don't know.
They don't do ovals. Everything's a road course, just
right.
about. And there's a couple street races.
Like they do a big one in like Monaco or in
yes, Monaco's
France
a big
somewhere.
one, and they're coming to Vegas. They're racing on the streets of Vegas.
Okay, so I'll tune in.
Yeah.
I enjoyed watching the Grand Prix yesterday, so I'll tune in. But
more feedback coming in. People telling their experiences at the Detroit Grand Prix. We'll have our Champ and Chump nominations at 10:35. We'll start knocking down yours. Carson Anderson, TJ's in for Scott, 97.1. It's our cars. TJ Lang in for Scott Anderson, 248-539-9797. Talking a lot about the Detroit Grand Prix and people who were there and people who are hardcore racing fans. What did you make of it? I'm resetting the expectation for us as a talk show. Neither of us are hardcore racing fans. However, we both enjoyed it. And I thought it was more like a NASCAR race than an open wheel race with how much they actually touched. Because typically, my recollection of open wheel racing is that doesn't happen nearly as much. But 248-539-9797. Let's get to our Champ and Chump nomination. My champ of the weekend is Riley Green's left fibula, which isn't as bad as originally thought, which is good news for the Detroit Tigers. And I think we see, TJ, that they need him.
I would absolutely agree. Yeah. Him and a couple other guys.
3 runs in 3 games. So my champ is Riley Green's fibula for not being bad as originally thought. Your champ?
My champ is going to be Aiden Hill, goaltender for the Las Vegas Knights. I don't know if you saw that save he made Saturday night early in the game, reached back with the paddle and kept that puck out of the net. He's their 4th goalie that they've had. He's never had playoff experience before this year, and he's come in and done an incredible job, and he really was the reason why they took game 1 out there in Vegas. Good job, Aiden Hill.
My chump of the weekend is Riley Green's left fibula for getting hurt in the first place. They have no margin for error, and losing Riley Green isn't helping.
My chump, I'm not going to individualize anybody or anybody's body part, but I'm just going to say the Detroit Tigers in general, right? Yeah. You had a chance there over the weekend to kind of get back close to 500 against a weaker Chicago team. You score 3 runs. You batted, 135 on the weekend in total. Look, they're still better than I think we all expected them to be at this point, but that was a big weekend for them to get at least back in the race, sneaking up on this halfway point, and it was just it was a total dud, in my opinion. So the Detroit Tigers as a whole are going to be my chump.
All right, get your champ and chump votes in, 248-539-9797. We tally up the votes and post on our website tomorrow who the people select as champ and chump of the weekend. Okay, here we go. Feedback coming in regarding the Detroit Grand Prix. An experience for myself and my son, A+. We had a great view on the 8th turn. We had no problem getting parking. We had no problem getting around. We got the people mover back to our parking place afterwards with no problem. Everything worked perfectly. The race was a great race. It was exciting. It's from an unnamed texter. Duffy writes in, I don't need to care about what's going on in someone's life. Doug, when I constantly see these jerk kids speeding on Hall Road or M59, I constantly have to call 911 to keep the riffraff off the streets. It's gratifying knowing I've helped keep some reckless drivers removed from our communities. Spoiled kids and muscle cars isn't going to be tolerated by hardworking middle-aged society contributors like myself. That's from Duffy. That's in regards to you getting the double bird driving.
I'm going to go ahead and say Duffy is fully grouchy old man mode that we discussed earlier. But thank you for your vigilanteism, I guess, out there keeping us all safe, Duffy. We appreciate you.
E writes in, Doug, there's a ton of passing during a Formula One race. Monaco is the hardest track to pass on. The rest of the schedule's plenty of passing. Next one was at the race yesterday. There was a good amount of action at turn 3 where I sat, so that was fun. My man Grosjean crashing out with less than 30 laps left was not fun. So, yeah, he's the one that almost died in an F1 race, somehow escaped that fire. That looked like it was going to be tragic, and now running Indy cars. Another one here. The last caller is crazy. IndyCar racing is way closer racing than F1, and F1 drivers are all sissy boys. Well, F1, I mean, based upon Drive to Survive, I would say that they are highly aggressive. No, they're highly passive aggressive. That's how I would describe F1 drivers. But
I don't think I would call somebody that drives 200 miles an hour a sissy boy. I'm not going to call them athletes at the same time, but I'm not going to go as far as to call them sissy boys either.
Right. Steve at Madison Heights said, I enjoyed watching the Grand Prix on TV, and like many of the drivers mentioned, that course was short. I'd like to see them add an extra mile in there somewhere with another long straightaway somehow. I think it would be more enjoyable. I was reading something, I think it was on WDIV's website, that they really can't make it that long, can't make it any longer. I'll see if I can find that quote, but it kind of is what it is moving forward. I'll see if I can find it during a commercial break. Unnamed text. I'm sorry. This is Mike and Chelsea. The whole event was fantastic. Having the availability to walk all the paddocks was insane. Trans Am teams were allowing fans to take broken parts. My buddy and I snagged a bumper. Really?
What's the plan with that?
Yeah. Put it in your man cave?
I guess, yeah. I don't think you can utilize a IndyCar bumper for everyday purpose.
But he said it was the Trans Am. He got a Trans Am bumper.
All right.
Who was the guy?
They're probably pretty lightweight, but you'd feel a little awkward walking down Woodward with a bumper over your shoulder.
You might. How do you get that thing home, right? It doesn't fit in the back seat of a car, probably.
I don't think so.
Okay, so on when they first went green in the Detroit Grand Prix, and they had that wreck in the first turn, which is technically turn 3, I believe, and Kyle Kirkwood's rear wing got damaged, and they had to replace it. The pink car, they had for people who watch the race, they pulled in the pits and they replaced the entire rear wing. Did a fan get to take the rear wing that was damaged home? This is Kyle Kirkwood's rear wing?
I mean, imagine they're pretty lightweight, but if you were down there, Doug, and they offered it to you, would you take it?
I think I'd have to say yes, but I don't know what I'd do with it.
I don't know if
now
sounds like it becomes almost a hazard walking around with that thing.
Right, and you have to get it home.
That's the other part too. Where are you going to put it?
There's things I've learned in my life, like when I was in my teenage years, and we thought like getting a stop sign would be the coolest thing ever. To get the stop sign, which was dangerous and ridiculous. We had a detour sign. That's the one that we got. And you try to put it in a car, those things are huge.
And they're heavy too.
They're heavy and huge.
I think they're
bulky.
That way on purpose, so people can't take them. One thing about the Grand Prix, I was wondering, and maybe they talked about this last year when they were kind of going into, is there any way they could utilize Woodward a little bit more? Or just because the way that Campus Martius is, where it,
I don't know,
kind of turns into a square there.
I mean, it'd be kind of fun to loop around that. Could you make the right, start down Jefferson, make the right, head up to Campus Martius, loop around, come back
head
down.
up to Midtown and then come all the way back down?
I don't know.
Would be, just because looking at the course, I mean, it doesn't look, like one of the texters said, it doesn't look that long. And like you even said, the longest straightaway, what was that, only 10 seconds? I mean, so that's
pretty long.
I guess. Yeah, well, I guess in a race, but just trying to think, is there a way they could, obviously Woodward is the big road right there, right? Is there a way they could utilize that a little bit more? Maybe not, just because it does get a little tight down there at some of those intersections.
The whole event was fantastic. Oh, that's the one. Sorry. First time at the Detroit Grand Prix. Didn't understand much of the race, but the atmosphere was awesome. I was on a garage rooftop along the river with the city in the backdrop. Definitely going back. Plus Flavor Flav was there. Was hoping he would have a big Shinola clock on. Well, that would have been classic. It was funny because my son was watching the race with me, and I'm like, do you know who Flavor Flav is? And he's like, yeah, he's a rapper, isn't he? I said, yeah, do you know anything about him? He's like, nope. I'm like, Public Enemy. Will Power, though. Will Power apparently grew up in Australia singing Public Enemy songs. So
he was pumped then. Yeah. Steve Aoki was there too, I think, the really famous DJ.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, he did a show Saturday night. It looked pretty cool. I was wondering where, I want a little bit more clarity on where people were, because you couldn't really see from the TV. But where were people? Did they have like grandstands set up at some point, whether the finish line, that big straightaway?
They did.
Were people just kind of scattered outside the fence? It was hard to see if there was a big spot where people, like this is where we're at, or turn 3, was there some sort of grandstand where people could actually fill in and make it look a little bit more, filled out?
It looked on television like there were just grandstands, temporary stands set up.
Just kind of
in
scattered.
various places around the course.
Yeah, I guess when you're talking about all those buildings down there,
it's
you're going to have
hard, yeah. You're spot on, Doug. At the corner speed where they were rubbing, it's going to happen on those hairpin turns. It's not enough speed to send cars airborne. Although Will Power got airborne once up on 2 wheels in that turn 3. Another one. I thought the track was slightly embarrassing. Short and very tight, even by street course standards. That's the best we can do. This person who sent this in, I'd like to know how into racing they are, because I thought it looked really cool, but I'm not a hardcore racing guy, so.
Well, you can't really widen the streets, can you?
You can't. No, you really can't.
Right.
But you can you choose another layout, I guess.
Yeah. Well, and also they need so much room for all those barriers now and the safety walls that come with it. So
Formula One is way more exciting than Indy cars. That's from an unnamed texter. All right, 248-539-9797. Get your Champ and Chump votes in. Were you there? We talked about the Tigers a little bit. We will sum up their weekend, which will probably be pretty quick, but they're in a dangerous place right now, and this could be the end of the fairy tale. We'll get to that today at 10:48. Carson Anderson, TJ in for Scott, 97.1. Doug Karsch, TJ Lang in for Gator today, 248-539-9797. So, yeah, the Detroit Grand Prix over the weekend, I think it was pretty much a success. They did say they're going to make some changes and some areas of the track that were a little too tight, and I'm not quite sure what they can do, but they talked about it later and after the race, and it's fun to watch on TV. But if you were there, we'd love to get your firsthand account. And if you're a hardcore racing fan, did it pass your standards so that the casual fans like myself, TJ here, did it check the box for you as well? 248-539-9797. Regarding some of the stuff we've been talking about, bumper, hell yeah, a rear wing would be a great table for a man cave. I'd have to go back and look at the video and see what you could do with that to make the rear wing of Kyle Kirkwood's car into a coffee table. The one listener saying that you could take parts off the Trans Am cars, broken parts. And then it just got me thinking, because Kirkwood had his entire rear wing. It was damaged. And I don't think you can say no. If somebody says, hey, do you want the rear wing of an Indy car? You have to say yes, right? And then deal with how to get the damn thing home. If you got a truck, I guess you'd throw it in the back of the truck.
I don't think I would.
You would say no?
I think I would, yeah. It seems cool, like, in the moment. It'd be hard to turn down, but...
I'm not saying it's a great decision. I think you're probably right that it becomes a nuisance and you end up throwing it in a dumpster.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Imagine your wife walking through the door and you're carrying a bumper.
Well, I'm carrying a rear wing of an Indy car.
Or a wing. What's your wife going to say to you, Doug?
What the hell are we going to do with that?
What are you going to do with that thing?
I'm going to say exactly what I believe. I don't know. But you can't say no. You can't say no to a rear wing.
Doesn't move the needle for me.
Doesn't it?
You go for it. You go get you a
Well,
wing.
can you do me a favor? If you're ever offered the rear wing of an Indy car, could you grab it for me?
I'll give it for you. I'll bring it into the station. We'll put it right here.
248-539-9797. Champ and Chump, get those votes in. Let's go to Michael. You're next here on 97.1. Hi, Michael.
Good morning, boys.
Morning.
What's up, Mike?
I was at the race yesterday, and I was privileged to be in the 3D club on the 3D turn and fourth row grandstand. It was just top shelf. The parking, we had a 6-minute walk to the ticket, 6-minute walk to our seats, 2-minute walk to the venue. Everybody was polite, pleasant. I didn't see anybody get out of line. It's just a great secondary stepping stone to making Detroit, a better spot. Awesome day. Awesome.
And you enjoyed the race?
It was excellent. That first crash in the first turn, it was just a little rear end job, but they get the cars out of there 6 minutes, a couple more laps yellow, and then they go white again, and it was great. Everybody, I'll tell you, I'm in the bar industry, and that Andiamo, that Joe, man, he had the whole concession, the privateer booth. Excellent service, excellent venue. Food was great. It was awesome.
So
absolutely awesome.
Thumbs up all around, huh?
3 thumbs up.
Well,
great day.
Great, Michael. Thank you for sharing. 248-539-9797. I want a part off an IndyCar. Feedback from Scott Champ, the Detroit Grand Prix workers and volunteers, world class on the first try. Chump Duffy. Was Duffy the guy that?
Duffy was the self-policing guy on the Hall Road that calls
911 when people are driving too fast. Yeah, that.
Which, hey, if they're being extremely dangerous.
Yeah,
I think Duffy was. I think Duffy sits out on Hall Road though with his phone ready. Be careful on Hall Road out there, people.
Yeah. Be careful everywhere.
It's Duffy's road.
Yeah, but Duffy's on it.
Duffy don't play no games.
No, you're not get away with it with Duffy on the case. All right, so Tigers. So last week they lose Riley Green, they lose Eduardo Rodriguez, they lose Matt Vierling, and it feels like our worst fears realized in that a team with very little margin for error then goes to Chicago and scores 3 runs in 3 games. and this is a perilous time. Their next 3 series, all against National League teams, 2 of them are first-place teams. They start with Philly, then they got Arizona and Atlanta. And with the injuries they have and the way that they've been playing, this feels like a very perilous time for our Tigers. Like, this could be where the fairy tale ends.
Yeah. And that's why this weekend was so disappointing, because you knew what was coming up next. Right? I don't think any of us really genuinely believed that this was going to be a Cinderella team. Now, maybe they still, baseball's a long season, right?
And
maybe
this division's so bad.
Right. Maybe they get hot again, but when you're looking at the schedule coming up, you're saying, man, these 3 games against Chicago, that could put us in a good spot to where we can weather some bad games against some of these better teams. But to go out there and just lay a stinker all weekend, and I think it was one of 22 hitting with scores or runners in scoring position. Game 2 Saturday, right? The 2 runs that Chicago scored were both on wild pitches. Even yesterday, Alex Lange, who has been phenomenal all season, right, comes in a tie game and lets up a grand slam. It's just like it's just so disappointing, because you figure, man, we know they're having some tough games, but even if they win a couple, we don't need them to win every single series, but they're still going to be right there, 2 games back, 3 games back. This seems like, though, now, Roy, where we're at now, in a week from now, in a week and a half or 2 weeks from now, that 3.5 games back could look like 9, could look like 10. And that's where you start to say, man, we could have gotten a couple in Chicago, right? You feel like it's going to start a little bit of a free fall. Yep. And look, I don't know if I can necessarily say that I'm mad or I'm disappointed, right? Because they're still 3.5 games out at this point of the season. Nobody expected this. Nobody expected them to be, even in a bad division, you didn't expect them to be a second-place team at this point of the year. So I still think they have overachieved a little bit, but they're just one of those teams that it's just frustrating because you don't see the consistency.
Yeah, and when you're not scoring, it's just pretty much boring.
Scoring, but barely even hitting.
Yeah.
I mean, barely even getting on base.
I mean, Torque hit a bomb yesterday, which accounted for all their offense. And with the guys out, we always talk about players that can give you more, and he's one of them. But they're pretty desperate. They desperately need him to step up. And Javi Baez has obviously reverted back to being a disappointment here. And I was holding out hope that they could make it to the middle of this month, and they got 7 games in 10 days against the Twins. And it felt like if they were still within striking distance, we could have a little fun with being in a division hunt. But you're right. This 3.5 game deficit feels like it could become 9 with the series in Philly and then 2 first-place teams coming in Arizona and Atlanta. And then they're taking on the Twins where they need to win every game. Now, will Riley Green be back? Doesn't sound like Eduardo Rodriguez will be close. So,
yeah.
I mean, you start thinking in the next 9 days, do they actually go call up Justin Henry Malloy, who hit a home run on Saturday? Do they Kerry Carpenter's off to a slow start on his return from injury. He's 4 for 27 in his rehab stint down in Toledo. Colt Keith had a decent weekend again with Erie. He seems to be their most potent hitter, but it's at the AA level. I mean, those moves are kind of emergency break glass, even though I think most fans would rather see all 3 of them than see Jonathan Schoop paraded out there, or Nick Maton, who's went 1 for 10, I think, in the 3 games this weekend. So I get it, but those are moves that are probably more steeped in desperation, because organizations, they don't like to call guys up before they're ready.
Right.
I just don't know where the offense is going to come from. The idea of treading water until Riley Green and Eduardo Rodriguez back, not even gain, but can they just stay where they are? 3.5 games back going into that Minnesota series on June 15th would be a huge success. Considering in context.
Yeah, right.
In context.
But that's the problem, is that we don't see a path, right? Because it's just, like you mentioned, the injuries already. You mentioned guys that are getting into slumps again, Javi Baez, right?
Yep.
You don't really see a path to what they did, a month ago when they swept the Mets and when they took 3 out of 4 from St. Louis, or 2 out of 3 from St. Louis. you don't see really a path to them doing that again because they're missing some of their best players right now. And we don't know when they're going to be back. So unfortunately, we're probably going to be in a couple of weeks where it's like, all right, bring the young bucks up, right? Tarek Skubal, I know he's going through his stint down there in, I think, single A, and saw he pitched really well this weekend. Is he a guy that they can hope for, another young guy that showed a lot of promise that this team might need? I just don't know, but I also don't want to get my hopes up. I don't want to get my hopes up because every time you get your hopes up, this happens. This weekend happens.
Think about what they've lost, too. Riley Green, when he got hurt, was the best hitter I think it was in the American League. I don't think it was all baseball. He was the best hitter in the American League for the month of May. Eduardo Rodriguez spent 6 or 7 starts being the best starter in Major League Baseball, which is, probably not, I think it's a highly unsustainable pace for Rodriguez, but Riley Green might be coming into his own, and you lose a great starting arm, a guy who'd been acting like a great starting arm, and a guy who'd been acting like one of the best young hitters in the league. That's a lot, man. That's a lot to try and absorb. And we're not surprised that they couldn't over the weekend, but yeah, this is a treacherous time. Treacherous time. Okay. TJ, I have a recurring dream. It's a nightmare.
Uh-oh.
And it kind of played itself out this weekend.
Oh, boy.
Yep. We'll get to that today at 11:04. It's Carson Anderson. TJ's in for Anderson. 97.1 The Ticket. Gators out. Some late-breaking news here with Stephen Silas, the former coach of the Houston Rockets, has been named to Monty Williams' staff as his lead assistant. So that's just from Adrian Wojnarowski of ESPN, just breaking at this hour. So Stephen Silas, a little bit of experience coming to the Pistons bench. And look, I love the hire. I love the hire of Monty Williams. So I'm optimistic.
Let's keep the positive momentum rolling, huh?
Yep. And
big news.
We got a clean bill of health from Cade. Hope things go well in the draft coming up here. Could be a trade, but we shall see. All right, so my recurring nightmare. I've gone through periods in my life, TJ, where I've had weird recurring nightmares.
Okay.
When I was a kid, my recurring nightmare was I was running down the street being chased by a street sweeper.
Oh.
You know the big thing, when the leaves,
Yeah.
so in the fall, they go around, they pick up all the leaves and clean the streets.
Yeah.
I was being chased by a street sweeper, and it was the same dream over and over. I was running down from my house, down Mixedwood in Ann Arbor, and made a left on Red Oak and ran up into the woods, and the street sweeper stopped on the street and would ask a pedestrian, have you seen a kid? Like, basically.
He was looking for you.
Yeah, it was coming after me.
Was it a frustrating dream? Because you normally run a lot slower.
Oh, yeah.
Were you like, why am I not running faster?
Yeah, always. Yes.
Yeah.
It was frustrating and it was scary.
Street sweepers aren't very fast.
No, they aren't. But in a dream, neither am I. Then my recurring dream changed to, and this one was terrifying. I haven't had this one in a long time, but it was, I'm in an elevator and it's falling.
Ooh, yeah.
So, and I had that one quite a bit. And then in the last probably decade, the recurring nightmare that I have is that I'm late for a Michigan game. I'm supposed to be on the air, and I'm late for the game. And I have a part of the dream that I remember, and dreams can be weird, is I am in Toledo trying to get to Columbus. And it's like 8 a.m, and I have to be on the air at 10. And with traffic and everything, I'm like panicked. How am I going to get to the stadium? How am I going to make this trip? And like I have that all the time, that I'm late. And then the borderline real life scenario played itself out this weekend. So good friends of ours, their son was getting married in Holly. And it was about a month and a half ago that we decided that we would be able to go to this wedding. We were in a college visit to the University of Washington with my daughter when we put in our calendars that the wedding started at 3:00. So Saturday, my son had a baseball game. But I woke up Saturday morning and looked at my phone. I said, oh, the wedding starts at 6. Because I'd entered it into the calendar when we were in Seattle as a 3 p.m. wedding.
Yep, that'll get you.
So I went to my son's baseball game, came home. Now, here's the kicker too. It wasn't just the wedding, wasn't just the reception. Because of what I do, I was asked to introduce the bridal party at the reception. So I actually had a role in the wedding.
So this wasn't like an unimportant wedding. You could afford to
to come rolling in late.
Door.
I was supposed to introduce the bridal party at the reception, and I realized, did I say 53 or 58-minute drive, whatever it was. I realized at 4:05, I looked at my phone again just to make sure. So I was saying, do I know when the reception actually starts? And I noticed that on my calendar, it said 6 p.m. and underneath it said 3 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. And I'm like, oh, God. And then I went to the website and I'm like, this wedding is over. It's 4:05. I'm supposed to introduce the bridal party at the reception, and it's about an hour away. I'd just gotten back from my son's baseball game. I was in shorts and a T-shirt. I was all kinds of sweaty. My wife wasn't feeling well. She had laid down to take a nap. And I went upstairs and I woke her and I said, the wedding's over. It was at 3:00. I took a 2-minute shower. I basically was putting my suit on, running out the door.
Oh, that's the worst.
Grabbing the script because I had 2 pages to announce the bridal party. And I called up the mother of the bride and I said, hey, here's a question. About what time approximately do you need me? And she said 5:00.
Oh,
it was like 4:12, 4:13. I had no deodorant on, no belt.
It's a good thing you don't have hair.
No, I didn't have
You don't got to worry about that.
And I had to take off and make this drive to Holly. And my arrival time on my GPS, you've got it tells you what time you're going to arrive, went from 5:14 to 5:09 to 5:03.
Ooh.
Our guy Duffy.
If
Duffy would have seen this guy. I said, okay, here's what happened. And I explained.
Just totally, it's understandable.
Okay,
right?
It is. But you know what the last thing the family that is throwing the wedding needs is more external stress. And here I am providing it. And so I was like, look, I'm going to come flying in on 2 wheels here. What's the, what are the odds that it won't be starting right at 5? And she said, it's quite possible. The bridal party's taking pictures.
Yeah.
So,
get a couple more drinks in.
Yeah.
It'll be all right.
But it was one of those things where I pulled the car in, parked illegally, got out of the car, walked straight through the reception hall with my script up next to the DJ, and it was go time. And introduced the bridal party.
Out of breath.
Kind of, it was one.
Struggling your way through the names.
Yeah. Meanwhile, pouring sweat with no deodorant on. But we got it done. And I apologize for giving them more stress. But that was the real life, just like my recurring nightmare, that I'm late for something. I have a responsibility to others. And the realization at 4:05 that the wedding was already over and that I wasn't anywhere close to being ready to go. I panicked, man. I panicked.
Yeah, that's good cause for panic. Yep. I picture The Hangover where they're just getting dressed in the car on the way to the
right,
just throwing tuxedos on and getting,
Yeah, I don't even want to talk about trying to tie a tie while driving.
Not a good idea.
Not good at all.
Not a good idea. But you made it.
I did make it.
And
the tie was the longest tie.
Oh.
I decided, I was like, I'm going to leave this tie all night long. It was so long. But it wasn't like I was going to redo it. I could have, I guess, after. I mean, the first thing I did was say hi, and then everybody please turn your attention to the back of the room. Translation, don't look at me.
Yeah. See, but I feel like that's one of those things, a wedding reception could be pretty easily moved back a couple minutes.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I can.
I mean, normally when you have the venue, wherever it was in Holly, you have it for the night.
Yep.
That usually gives the bridal party, hey, everybody go back on the bus. We're going to take a couple more pictures.
Right.
Everybody have
stall.
one more cheers.
You can stall.
You can usually stall that a little bit. But do you want me to run your dream through like this Dream Analyzer website?
There's a Dream Analyzer.
Oh, you've never had those?
No. So
every time I have like a really recurring dream, which is probably the worst advice ever, to type it into Google because it's going to spit you out probably 1,000 things that you don't want to hear.
Yeah,
and there's something wrong with your life. And
psychoanalysis.
It means a million different things.
So what can you type in? What are you typing in?
I already did. I typed in recurring dream of being late.
All right. I want to hear the answer to this, and we will get to that today at 11:16. 248-539-9797. Also come up at 11:30. Is this position group a strength for the Lions? One insider says yes. I was a little taken aback, surprised. But we'll get to that today at 11:30. Here on Carson Anderson, TJ's in for Gator, 97.1 The Ticket. Tim with a text. Champ, the Pistons for getting their new leader, Chump Chris Ilitch. The lack of depth and talent on this MLB roster is disappointing. Yeah, I'm blaming previous general manager, but whatever. Chris Ilitch got the vote for that, and yeah, Pistons getting Monty Williams was a great hire. So get your Champ and Chump votes in. We do it every Monday. Champ and Chump on a weekend. Who should be singled out for having a great weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? We post on our website on Tuesday who the people select as Champ and Chump on a weekend. Doug Karsh alongside TJ Lang today with Gator Out. All right, so I told about my nightmare scenario of finding out that I had to introduce a bridal party at 5 o'clock, thinking I thought the wedding started at 6. Turns out it started at 3. I realized that at 4:05. I had a 53-minute drive to the reception. And I had to shower. I had to grab the script. I had to put on the suit, the tie, the whole thing, and get up there to introduce the wedding party. And I made it. They were a little delayed, but basically came off without a hitch. But I mentioned my recurring nightmare, TJ, is that I am late for a Michigan game. I'm supposed to be on the air, and I'm not there, and I'm like trying to fight crowds and get there, and speeding and running through parking lots, et cetera, et cetera. You have a dream analyzer online that you go to when you have?
Yeah. Well, it's Google, but yeah.
Okay. So what did you?
I've compiled kind of a list. I've read through probably the last 10 things that popped up.
Of
I'll
what,
give you the most popular opinions.
What a dream that I'm late.
Yep.
Or something.
Yeah.
What it means.
Man, and I'm not going to lie to you. Some of them are kind of dark. Just prepare yourself.
Let's go.
All right.
Bring
you
it
might
on.
find out some hard truth according to Google here. Number 1, being late in a dream is a symbol of needing change in your life or hoping for a change in your life. Give you something to think about there.
Yeah, right.
Told you there could be a little dark going on. Being late in a dream is as an image of finding it difficult living up to your own demands or demands of others, which leads us to the third thing, a little bit of positivity here, that you are an overly prepared person.
Well, I'd be interested.
Which is positive compared to the last two, at least. The first two, I should say.
Okay.
Do you fit any of those? We don't have to get too personal. I know. A sports dog show.
Well, let me start with this. I am not currently aware of needing or wanting any major changes in my life.
Okay.
But is there something in my subconscious? Like, do I need to?
Well, right, because you don't control your
switch
dreams,
careers.
So.
Do I? It's time to sell the house. Like, I don't know what that really means, but difficult living up to our own expectations or expectations of others. Without question, I check that box.
So you have high expectations, which is a good thing. Which is
I
put high expectations on yourself.
I will drive home every day and think of the parts of the show that I completely screwed up. The worst is when a caller calls up and says something, and I realize driving home I had the perfect response 2.5 hours later. Like I completely dropped the ball in the moment. And I'm like, damn it. So that probably happens 2 or 3 times a week. Overly prepared. I don't know that I'm overly prepared. I'm prepared. I'd like to think. But you know who would be great with that? Would be Gator and Kang. Ask them to if they think,
preparation.
If that's true.
I could see that one being true.
It might be.
Not to a point where you are anal, so to speak, but
I think I am.
Just
dotting
every I, crossing every T, reading notes 20 times over and over again. I could see you being that type of guy, which is a good quality.
I think I don't want to. I mean, anal implies a very negative thing, but I think I probably am, and I think I'm a challenge to work with at times. What is your recurring dream?
You know what? I haven't had a recurring one for a long time now. I used to get dreams about falling. Like,
really?
You mentioned the elevator.
Yeah.
I've had those. I've had falling from, just the sky out of nowhere, and I always seem to wake up on impact.
Yeah.
Which
that's no fun.
Scary as hell.
That's no fun.
Which is scary as hell. I remember one as a kid. You talked about the street sweeper. I used to have I would be running through a park being chased by, I think it was like dinosaurs.
Really?
And it was scary as hell.
Yeah.
I didn't really analyze those ones. But the falling one is, it's frightening. Like I wake up, kind of one of those jolts, and it's like, oh my good. And it's like you land, but you don't land.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And
then you pop up, and that scares the hell out of me.
Here's another one I have is I'm playing golf, and I suddenly can't hit the ball. Like I'm swinging, but I'm swinging and missing.
Got the yips?
Yeah.
That's the most frightening one I've heard so far.
Yeah, that one sucks.
That would suck.
All right, tons of feedback coming in on a variety of things, including the Detroit Grand Prix over the weekend. Dom in Whitmore Lake writes us, I went to free day on Friday for the Grand Prix. I've been going for a couple years now and thought the layout of the race course and fan experience at Belle Isle was better than being downtown. But no, economy-wise, it's better to be downtown and easier to get to as well. It's from Dom.
All right.
Unnamed texter. I thought it was cool that it was in the city and the start-finish line had the Renaissance Center in the background, but you don't really see the city while they were racing. A couple of parking garages in that new building along 375. He writes, meh. I actually think it is cooler than on Belle Isle. I actually think it is cooler on Belle Isle. Doug and TJ, I am a car racing fan, and I find myself torn about how to watch the events. As you said, TV doesn't capture the speed, the noise, and scope of the race very well. Being there is the only way to experience that. But TV does capture the competition between drivers better. When you are there in person, you only see a small portion of the course, but TV enables the fan to see every corner and every wheel-to-wheel jousting, plus the critical pit action. It's true.
Fair.
That's one of the great things about MIS is that if you have a seat up high at MIS, you can see the entire track. Like you can see the racing all the way around. Whereas on a road course in a downtown, you are confined to the one area. I remember that when I went to the F1 race back in the day, I saw one turn and they'd zip in front of you. It was really cool. But then you just chill for a while, and then here they come again. And, and then there they go. And eventually they get so spaced out that you're seeing cars constantly. But it's even hard to keep track of who's leading.
At what point does it become boring?
It's a good question.
Out of 200 laps, and is it like lap 50? You're kind of like, okay.
You'd have
I've seen this a lot.
We both watched on TV. But I would imagine that there comes a time where it can probably get a little bit boring seeing this thing. Now, it depends where you are. Like, I think the end of that long straightaway and into that turn, if you could see the long straightaway and into that turn, I don't know that it would ever get boring. I think it's technically turn 3, right after the green flag, which was weird because the green flag was on that long straightaway, but the checkered flag was by the pits. We were at the Grand Prix, main turn after the finish line. In the Rocket Mortgage 313 area. It was a ton of fun, easily walkable, and a lot more exciting than a NASCAR race. Patrick and Novi said, would love to see them race down Woodward and have to navigate around the queue line while in operation the entire race. I did hear something. During the broadcast, they said they had to weld 250 manhole covers. They had to weld them shut.
Oh, right. So they're not popping up and hitting the cars. Yeah, that sounds pretty obvious.
Yeah.
Going around the queue line, though, I mean, why don't you just put spectators out there and make it just even more
dodging
interesting?
Traffic, jaywalkers.
Dodging people crossing the street.
Yeah. It's one of the unique features here in Detroit is fans get smoked during the race. Right. Dean out of Cell, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Dean.
How's it going, guys? I have to agree 100% about the races downtown. So growing up, my dad, like I was saying to the screener, my dad used to watch races all the time, and I thought it was the most boring thing in the world. And then probably about 5-6 years ago, I got free tickets to the Indy, and I got a pit pass because the company that I worked for had a car. And the vibrations of the cars going by, the sound when they go by, and how fast they are, they don't even come remotely close to catching that on TV.
Nope.
Not even a little bit. It's hands down one of the most interesting events that I've ever been to. Especially if you're a people watcher, that's a good time too.
So, yeah, I've told the story on the air a number of times about how my first experience at MIS blew my mind because I'm like, oh my God, speed is so different in real life. But
different.
It is harder to kind of follow the race.
I mean, the easiest way for me to explain it is hockey, because hockey's so incredibly fast-paced.
Yep.
Watching it live is different than it is on TV. So if it's that minuscule of a difference in hockey, imagine what it is with a car going 230 miles an hour.
Yep. No, you're right. You're right, Dean. Hey, thanks for sharing. 248-539-9797. Get to more of your phone calls and feedback. Hey, is this a secret Lions strength? We'll get to that today at 11:32. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, TJ Lang in for Gator on this Monday. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to John in Burton. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, John.
Hello, Doug and TJ.
What's up?
What's up? The dreams. You brought up the golf one, which triggered one in my mind. My dream was I could never get the ball teed up on a good spot level. You know, I'm just all over the tee box trying to tee my ball up somewhere and couldn't find this spot. I've had 3 or 4 of those.
So,
TJ, I need that to be analyzed because I know what it means. It means I suck at golf. But,
so
that's the one that triggered my.
The challenge is just getting the ball on the tee?
Yeah, just tee it up. You know, I'm trying to stick the tee in the ground, and I'm just all over the place. You know, it's not level. There's a hole or something in my feet somewhere. It was crazy. I've had 3 or 4 of those.
That's no good. Wow.
No, that's no good.
Yeah.
So
you can't even get to the swing.
You
can't even swing the ball. Can't even swing the club. Can't even get the ball down.
Yeah, it's saving me from a worse dream of doing whiffs like Doug's.
Yeah, that's right. John, let me ask you this. Does this lead to anxiety in the tee box when you are actually teeing up in the real world?
No, not really. I forget my dreams. You know, I don't analyze them that much, but I have gone to tee up, and the dream has come into my mind. It's like, all right. But then again, I've played on some bad golf courses, some, you know, public courses where it is hard to find a nice spot to tee up. But, you know, I try to keep anxiety out of my life. But
well, good luck with that.
Yeah, yeah, I know, really.
Sure. Thank you for the phone call. 248-539-9797. Ron is next here on 97.1. Hi, Ron.
Hi, how you doing, guys?
Okay.
What's up, Ron?
Hey, I just wanted to give you an opinion of my experience downtown. It was very nice. The people were great. Signage was not good.
Signage? Is that what you said?
Yeah, there was like no signs of telling you which way to go for what.
I don't know if we can do this with your phone. I'm not sure what's going on, but you're breaking up pretty bad. You're saying there weren't enough signs. Is that correct?
Yeah, no signs on which way to go for what, you know. I was in Grandstand 9, and the view from Grandstand 9, you had a building on the right side of you, so you got to see about 2 seconds of the race before they made the turn, and it was just not a good situation. People that were on top of the garages, now they had a great view of seeing the race. So it just wasn't a good experience for me.
I would say for the first time, though, there's probably a lot of people in the same boat as you. It's the first time they did it in that specific area, at least in a long time, right?
Yep.
So, good news is when you go back next year, you're going to say, hey, let's not sit there again.
Yeah, you
right?
know where not to go.
Yeah,
I mean,
we know where to go.
He said Grandstand 9, correct? Yeah, you know, if that's a legitimate complaint, the race organizer will probably hear about a few things. 1, Grandstand 9 is not a great ticket. 2, they need more signage.
Yeah. But you expect everything to go, you know, extremely smooth the first operation?
You hope.
Right?
You hope.
Which, if that's the biggest concern is, hey, we can throw a couple more signs up, I still think you're doing something pretty right.
Okay. I want to get to this because we said we would. Detroit Lions. Article by Colton Pouncey in The Athletic. Classifying Lions position groups. Did you see this by chance, TJ?
I did not.
Okay, good. Team strength, coming along, or need to see more. So you take every room and say, all right, this would be a strength. They're coming along, or they need to do more, show more, whether it's personnel or whatever. What do you think is the biggest strength of this football team?
I would say offensive line.
That is the first thing listed under team strength. I will tell you that punter is also listed under team strength.
Okay.
There are 2 other position groups listed under team strength. What 2 position groups do you think those are?
Can I say secondary as a whole, or is it split up between safety, corner?
It's split up between safety and corner.
Okay. I would say corner is up there.
Okay.
I would also maybe say I would probably say running back.
Okay.
Dave Montgomery, Jahmyr Gibbs.
Okay. Well, say that you got one of them.
Okay.
You got running back.
Running back. All right.
Here's what they say. Doing a bit of projecting, the Lions feel like they've improved at this position. David Montgomery was productive in Chicago, and there's a reason to believe he hasn't played his best football yet. In this offense, he's the Jamal Williams replacement and projects as a more complete back. You'd feel comfortable handling the workload for a full season. Jahmyr Gibbs was selected 12th and has already impressed during OTAs. He has elite short area quickness and excellent vision, which could make him a favorite of the offensive line room. When you hear offensive coordinator Ben Johnson talk about explosiveness in the run game, both Gibbs and Montgomery are capable of providing them. So, I mean, I don't know if that sums it up for you.
I would say fair.
Okay.
I would agree with most of those points.
The other one you said was corner. Corner falls into the coming along category.
Okay.
Cam Sutton's a proven commodity in the NFL, which is why the Lions signed him to a 3 or $33 million contract. He'll likely enter the year's CB1. Emmanuel Mosley was well on his way to proving himself prior to a torn ACL, et cetera, et cetera. So, cornerback in the coming along group. Here's what I want to do. I want to take texts from the listeners.
Okay.
First 10 texts at 248-539-9797 about what is the other position group that you think is a strength for this team. Well, people are sending those in, the first 10 texts. What do you think is on the list of need to see more? These are groups that need some work.
Well, if we're throwing specialist in there, I know you mentioned punter.
Yep.
I know there's a kicking competition going on between Riley Patterson, who they just traded for, and Badgley.
Yep. That is on the list.
Okay.
You nailed that.
All right. I'm glad we threw the specialists in because I wouldn't have thought of kicker, punter. They're not real players. Real positions, I would say, still needs improvement. And look, we were all excited about Jack Campbell, but I think the linebacker group still has a lot to show.
That is also on the list.
Okay.
Well done.
All right.
Of linebackers. Hey, the Lions are betting on some of their own this year at linebacker. Veteran Alex Anzalone was brought back on a 3-year deal rather than the team adding an outsider in free agency. Iowa rookie Jack Campbell enters the mix with high expectations after the Lions drafted him 18th, and he looks like the Mike linebacker of the future, but it'll be his first year in the NFL. Derek Barnes and Malcolm Rodriguez are young pieces who won't go down without a fight. Rodriguez started last year, and Barnes earned first-team reps and OTAs. It'll be an interesting room, especially if things start to click for Barnes, but you still have some more to see. Okay, so Campbell, I have a question for you about Campbell.
Okay.
I was a giant Jack Campbell fan going into this draft and endorsed early them taking him at 19 and was very pleased when they did. That almost never happens. No matter how talented he is, how tough is it to actually have a positive impact as a rookie, in your opinion?
It really depends on how much improvement the defensive line makes. I don't care who you've got back there. If offensive linemen are freely climbing up to the second level, you're not going to have many mismatches with an offensive lineman on a linebacker. Offensive linemen are going to win most of those battles. If the defensive line continues to improve and Aleem McNeil can continue to eat up double teams, and now you can utilize the speed of some of these guys like Jack Campbell and Anzalone, that's only going to improve their statistics and improve their play. Rookie linebackers, I don't think it is. I would say for all of the positions, probably just on defense, I would say it's probably I'm not saying it's easy,
right,
but the easiest, I think, to transition,
relatively speaking,
into the NFL. I think when you talk about defensive line, when you talk about corners, secondary, it is a huge gap. It is a huge jump from college to pro. As far as the linebacker position, it's going to be a big jump, don't get me wrong, but it's more of a physicality thing than it is a mental block that some of these guys face.
Right.
So I think he has a really good chance to make an impact. I don't expect him to. I don't like putting high expectations on rookies to say, man, if they don't have 140 tackles and 8 sacks and 2 interceptions. I don't like going down that path, but I do expect him to have a big impact on this team.
I'm fighting the urge to not get carried away with my love for Jeff.
You're pushing the boundaries a little
I am
bit?
pushing the boundaries.
That's okay.
The term that we use here is leg hump. I get carried away.
We learned that through your dreams. You have very, very high expectations.
Yeah, that's true. All right, so we'll take 10 texts. I'm sure we've got them already. 248-539-9797. This is a position group that is considered a strength. I was a little surprised. TJ got one of the – we all know offensive line's a strength. TJ added running back. I told you about punter. There's one other position group that's considered a strength, according to this Lions Insider. We'll read your texts and guesses on that. Phone calls and feedback coming up. It's 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, discover how good your water can be like we did with a new Kinetico system that removes up to 99% of contaminants. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. Get clean, purified water and reduce plastic bottle waste. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cdcwater.com. This month, get 50% off a Kinetico K5 drinking water system with a purchase of a Kinetico Premier Softener. Financing options available with approved credit. CDC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Kinetico dealer. All right, here's some feedback coming in. People trying to guess what that other position group listed in the Athletic as a strength. We had offensive line, running back, and punter. Brandon Flint writes in defensive line is a strength. Mickey in Garden City says defensive ends, strength. Unnamed texter says tight end. Another unnamed texter, it's got to be the safety group as a strength. JB says tight end as a strength. Here's an interesting one, TJ. Somebody says quarterback.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That was on my mind.
Yeah. Somebody writes that the defensive line is coming along, which is the second of the three categories. Jamie says offensive line. We mentioned that. Tim in a truck says kicker. That was one of the weaknesses, or that needs to show more, as you said and got. Gary in South Carolina says safety. The correct answer. Do you care to guess again?
I think I would go quarterback.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, Colton Pouncey says edge rusher.
Okay.
Yep. Aiden Hutchinson might be the only player with star potential in this group, but the depth at edge is what really puts things over the top. Detroit was able to retain both Romeo Okwara and Charles Harris, who will rotate among a unit that also features Hutchinson, John Kaminsky, Josh Pascal, James Houston, and Julian Okwara. New defensive line coach John Scott Jr. have his hands full figuring out a rotation, mixing and matching based on personnel because everyone listed is talented enough to contribute. As such, there's a lot of versatility. What do you make of all that?
I would bump edge rusher probably down into the second category, which was getting there type of
coming along.
Coming along.
Yeah.
Yes, I would. And look, we all liked what we saw last year from Hutch and from James Houston.
Mm-hmm.
But those guys still need to make even bigger improvements going into year two. I don't think anybody looked at the edge rush last year and said, "Oh my goodness, we're good there. We're set. We don't need another piece."
Mm-hmm.
Right? We are good. I still think that they certainly have the talent to do it, but I certainly wouldn't necessarily call that a strength as of yet.
What's interesting is they acted like a team that thinks they're set. I mean, you always got to remember, you want to fill the holes that you have on your roster, but every offseason you can't fill every hole. So sometimes you take a gamble. Like, obviously, Colton Pouncey believes in the list of players. And I agree with him. At any point, any given time, you'd think Romeo Okwara, Charles Harris, John Kaminsky, James Houston. You'd think that some of those
Solid
guys
group.
are going to be
right.
That guy could be a real find. That guy could be a starter and a good one in this league. And then there's others like Pascal, Julian Okwara, where you see that there's ability and you read and people like him, but they didn't really add any outsiders to that group.
No.
So they're acting like a team that either thinks it's a risk worth taking. Hey, let's fill other holes and hope that group develops. I mean, because is Houston a one-move guy? Is James Houston going to get exposed as a guy that just tries to get upfield and turn the corner?
I wouldn't say a one-move guy, but I would certainly butcher that one. Categorize him as a pass rush specialist type of player.
Yeah.
I don't think he's a one-move guy. We saw it last year. We saw a dip rip. We saw inside moves. We saw spins. My concern with him is, can he hold up first and second down, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the good part is he's going to bring a ton of value if he can continue to get home on third down.
If that's all he does, and does it
Take
as
a
well
long
as he
career
did.
for yourself. Yeah, hell of a player doing that.
248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. Jeff, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Jeff.
Hello.
Hey.
For the strength, am I allowed to say assistant coach?
Sure.
I think the assistant coaches are a strength for the Lions. Not seeing good coaching for them forever, and it's encouraging. Really,
Credit,
that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, credit Dan Campbell for that, right? For building the staff. I mean, at the beginning, I think the feeling was, boy, this is a really former player-heavy staff, and recent. It felt like recent former players, you know, and yet it's been an impressive group. I mean, Ben Johnson might be the hottest assistant in the NFL right now, the offensive coordinator. I love listening to Aaron Glenn talk. His defense last year wasn't the greatest, but it doesn't feel like there's a lot of I don't think Detroit fans are really skeptical or bringing the heat on Aaron Glenn, their defensive coordinator. But, you know, the Trey Bly, recent player. Mark Brunell, recent player. Antoine Randall, recent player. So
yeah, it's good, and even the holes that they filled, because we know that they lost Deuce Staley, right? But even bringing in Scotty Montgomery, a guy who's had a ton of success, and coached Jonathan Taylor, who's been a really, really good back in this league throughout his first couple years in the NFL. So if you feel like losing Deuce, losing a guy like Todd Wash, who was the defensive line coach, the guys that you brought in are equally capable of getting the same sort of production from these players.
When you think back to the coaches you played for, the position coaches, in your view, what makes one a good one? By that, is it all technique? Is it motivation? Is it, what? Because I would think with the assistant coaches, it's almost all technique, right?
Most of it is, and most of it is just repetition, right? I think you get to a certain point where you know the technique. You're not going to go into a season and it's, oh my gosh, guys, we're going to start using this brand new technique that we just invented. You've been doing the same stuff for a long time. I think the good thing, qualities that make assistant coaches good is, I think the details. You get coaches that are just on every single detail, whether it's in the meeting room, watching film, out at practice, taking time to explain things, and also just consistency. Right? You play for a lot of coaches that you don't know what kind of mood they're going to be in each day, right? Maybe I did this yesterday and you told me great job, and then I did the same thing today, and all of a sudden it's horrible, right? Like you need some consistency there. And I will say the biggest thing too that I think a lot of coaches in general struggle with is they try to make every single player a cookie cutter version of what he wants, right? And I learned this, probably year 4 or year 5. I'm not like the other guard, right? I don't have the same type of flexibility. I don't have the same type of speed or footwork or necessarily strength. So I have to find ways to alter my technique a little bit. And the thing that makes really good coaches is that they give you the freedom to do that. They allow you to do that. They don't tell you, hey, it was a great block, but your footwork stunk and, I'm giving you a minus on it. The good coaches, it's like, hey, you win the play. That's the most important thing. We'll correct a few things here and there, a couple minor things, but never lose sight of what the goal is, and that's to do your job.
Okay, so circling back, so the bad assistant coaches try to make you into a
robot, to so to speak.
Okay,
right,
and they give you inconsistent messaging.
100%.
Okay,
yeah.
How many of those guys did you play for in your career?
One glaring one.
Yeah.
I'll tell you after the break, but. Only one. I think most guys, when you get to the NFL, you're there for a reason.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I have been a part of a couple that, not
some
not
are
many
better than
positive
others.
reviews.
And how much interaction have you had with this group of coaches, the Lions coaches, currently?
Not much. I mean, I go down and not really. I don't spend much time down there right now in the off season,
Right.
but I will go down in training camp a couple days and watch practice. And I enjoy talking to these guys because, like you said, they're all former players. They all remember what it's like to be a former player. Sometimes you get a former player coach, and you would never know. You're like, dude, like, don't you remember this? Don't you remember how hard? Like, we need a break once in a while, right? Like, you went through this. You understand. You were in our shoes. But talking, I think the biggest thing when I watch this group of coaches is not only how they challenge the players, to just be consistent and to go out there and try to be perfect, but they challenge each other. And I think the one thing, just even watching a practice down there, is this is probably the most animated group of coaches I have ever been around in the NFL. Every single thing is a competition. Probably when they're getting coffee in the morning is a competition between these guys. And I think that rubs off. I think that's contagious for the rest of the locker room, and they see that. And those are the type of guys that players want to play for because you see the passion day in, day out.
I will say the one thing about this staff, and I mostly credit Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes, is in covering this organization for the better part of the last, 20 to 30 years, it seems like one constant is nonsense. There's always some sort of distraction or nonsense. So far, it's been limited. Now, we've had a little bit creep in with this gambling thing.
Yeah.
But, they've been more rare. We're not talking about taking the wind in overtime or not knowing the rule and throwing the challenge flag or players, with one exception. And again, there hasn't been much, but, it seemed like there was always Eric Ebron something on social media, and it
Yeah,
was
always
all of it
outside
kind
distractions.
of yeah. We've had a little bit with the gambling thing and Jameson Williams, but it's been very limited so far. Now, if that hopefully it won't get any worse, but when that stuff starts getting in the way of the football, it's a problem, and it feels like it's been woven through Lions regime after regime. But okay, we mentioned that there was that third category, need to see more, and you guessed immediately the kicker. We talked about linebackers. We'll get to the other two position groups from that list coming up today at 12:05. Plus phone calls, feedback, champ and chump. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. All right, Carson Anderson out. TJ Lang is in. 248-539-9797. We got a lot to talk about in this Monday, including the Detroit Grand Prix, which, hey, we kind of opened up the suggestion box, if you will, a little bit to discuss the race in downtown Detroit, which was on TV. I gotta be honest, it looked really cool. The racing was exciting. The cars were bumping more than I'm used to in open wheel racing, but a lot of it had to do with they had to slow down so much as they got into some of those turns. It was like a NASCAR Rubbins racing kind of day. Yet there was probably too many yellows at the end, which, you can't really do anything about that, but it speaks to how challenging it is just to get around that, the course. But bottom line, it was good on TV. But TJ and I are both categorized as casual racing fans at best. And so I'm always interested in what the hardcore racing fan thinks of something like this, because they'll see it through a different prism and evaluate it completely differently than we will.
We're the casual guys. We like the tight space, like you said, contact, bumping, and grinding.
Yep.
That's kind of right up our alley.
Yep. And also the people that were there and watched it and, saw it, downtown in person. I was hoping to go, but the schedule didn't allow for it, unfortunately for me. But 248-539-9797 if you want to get your reactions in. Mondays mean champ and chump, who should be singled out for having a great weekend, who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks. My champ was Riley Green's left fibula, because apparently it's not as bad as originally thought. Your champ was Aiden Hill, goalie from Vegas. My chump was Riley Green, his left fibula, for getting hurt in the first place. Your chump was the Tigers, just for overall ineptitude, scoring 3 runs in 3 games in Chicago. Yeah. We'll have an update on the minor leagues coming up later this hour. But we were talking about this list put together by The Athletic and writer Colton Pouncey. He had 3 different groups, categorized the position groups as a team strength, coming along, or need to see more. We went over the team strengths. One of them kind of caught me off guard a little bit, and that was edge rusher. He also went offensive line and running back. The third category, need to see more. You, TJ, said kicker, and you were right. That was on the list. We talked about linebackers. Here are the other 2. Tight end and defensive tackle. The defensive tackle spot, I feel like if the Lions, TJ, land a quality defensive tackle that's released by another team, or, as a cap casualty kind of guy, or becomes available in trade, or one just emerges, like suddenly Levi Onwuzurike lives up to everything they thought he would be a couple years ago when he was taken out of Washington, or Isaiah Buggs, takes a next step. I feel like that is the number one move or development that could really skyrocket the fans' expectation. I think I don't know if it's panic about the defensive tackle, but there's concern there.
Yeah. And man, the good part is last year, this time, we were talking about a whole lot of concerns on this team when it came to position specific guys. But you mentioned it when we talked about the edge rushers. They didn't really add anything. They didn't look at that position and say, D-line as a whole, we have to make this over like we did with the secondary. They didn't take that approach. They're banking on a lot of these players continuing to make big strides and big improvements, right? A couple of them being year 2 guys, Aiden Hutchinson, Houston, right? Josh Pascal, another guy. Isaiah Buggs, John Kaminsky. They're hoping and praying that these guys we've got a solid group. These are our guys, but we need to see them get a little bit better, and they're banking on that. So I'm with you. I don't think there's going to be a D tackle that falls into their lap that we look at and say, we got to get this guy, and he's the final missing piece. But I do think that there's going to be a lot of guys that are on this roster that were here last year that are going to have to continue to take that next step. You have to, right? Because last year we saw glimpses, we saw hope, we saw splash plays here and there, but you still didn't feel like you got enough consistency. And I think they're hoping that the guys that they brought back are the guys that are going to take that next step, and that's what they're banking on.
So a couple things. One, right, Broderick Martin was drafted, and the fact that they traded up to get him makes it feel like they are acting like he was a player they couldn't afford to lose.
Yeah.
So that makes me intrigued. The other thing is how many guys they have listed as just defensive linemen on the roster, not listed as an edge rusher or defensive end.
Or not interior guy.
Not listed
right?
as a defensive tackle. But the first name that comes to mind is John Kaminsky. And I got to go double check this. Their record when Kaminsky was healthy, like I don't want to get too carried away with this, but my God, when he played,
yeah, it was.
I think they were 8-1.
Yeah, it was like 8-1. I want to say 7-1, maybe.
Yeah,
yeah, it was noticeable.
And I'm just gonna try and find it here.
And that was also the period of time where he went out missing, and everybody started to question Hutch a little bit, right? Where are the numbers at? What's he doing? And then when Kaminsky came back, it was all relative, right? Hey, Hutchinson's starting to make more plays, right? Kaminsky's not firing up the stat sheet. You're not going to see 8 quarterback hits, 3 sacks, but the rest of the defense started to play better, and I think that's pretty easily attributed to his health and the impact that he had on that defense.
They were 9-3 when he was on the field, and I don't know how much this matters to you, but we're talking about a 4th-round pick who was released by another organization. How is it possible that a 4th-round pick that got released by another organization can be that much of a difference maker a year later with the Lions? That's not the formula, is pick up a 4th-round pick that got released a couple years into his career.
Yeah, you don't usually see that, especially going into year 4, right? You might get lucky, hey, we got this guy off a practice squad in year 2, year 1, and man, look at him now. I think for John Kaminsky, it's all about fit. It was all about opportunity. I mean, he came here because he knew he was going to have an opportunity to fill in a spot that at this point last year was a very, very weak part of their team when you talk about the defensive line as a whole. And you talk about a guy that just continued to improve and found a spot and found a coaching staff that, brought everything out of him and brought the best out of him and brought consistency out of him. And for a player, that can go a long way. And we've seen it with John Kaminsky. It has gone a long way. And he made it very clear from the end of the season all the way up until free agency that he wanted to be here. And he didn't get paid some gigantic contract, but he earned his money and he earned his spot. And I think that you talk about the guys got stories like that I love. And I know you love.
Right.
Because you're like, we've never heard of this guy. He's been in the league 3 years. Like, for who, right? Where did he play at? Never heard of the guy. He comes here and he's kind of one of those Cinderella stories. But with him, it's the same deal as some of these other guys. He's got to continue to improve. He's got to continue to show that he was worth the investment.
Can
right?
he
that
keep
he's
it up?
100%. And can he stay healthy? Can he stay consistent? But I love stories like that because John Kaminsky, he fits that mold of a guy that just puts his head down, goes to work, and does nothing but produce on game day.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We're going to Brandon on a cell. You're on 97.1. Hi, Brandon.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, thank you.
What's up, Brandon?
So I know, as a Michigan fan, I don't want to praise nothing TCU-wise, but my champ is that Trey Richardson, who had 2 grand slams in the second inning and had 3 home runs and 11 RBIs on the day against Arkansas.
So I love the college baseball tournament. I love that you're giving it some love. And yeah, Trey Richardson, I don't know that you can have a better day than that.
No, and then
was this? I'm sorry to cut you off. Was this the same guy that tore his ACL a couple weeks before?
Yes.
Yeah, incredible. Did you know about that, Doug?
I didn't know he had a torn ACL. I just saw that he hit the grand slams.
Yeah, and then he went on the weekend and just absolutely lit it up.
That's incredible.
And then my chump was still Stoney for giving that Tiger jinx on A-Rod, and now he's on the aisle. So I think he should buy stuff.
We're losing you there. But yes, Stoney is, for people who missed it, he was, he said to, I can't remember what he said to exactly to AJ Hinch, but it was something along the lines of how he's great every time out. You can count on him, and that he wasn't that day, later that same day. But Stoney's got a champ vote here from an unnamed texter. Champ Stoney this morning asked if all sirens go off at 1 a.m. at the first of the month in all counties. They told him yes. Who would have figured? He thought that he thinks that the tests of the sirens are, 1 p.m. 1 p.m. All sirens go off 1 p.m. the first of the month in all counties.
First Saturday of the month.
I thought it was the first Wednesday. But there's a test every.
I thought it was the first Saturday of every month at 1 o'clock. Yeah.
Chump ESPN for not having the Stanley Cup on. I guess the Softball World Series will give them better ratings. Well, I don't know what it's like now, but there was a while there where, yes, college softball was giving them better ratings than the Stanley Cup. But I don't know if that's still the case. But college softball gets decent ratings. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson. TJ's in for Scott, 97.1. Doug Harsh, Gator out today, 248-539-9797. TJ Lang is sitting in, and we've been all over the board. There is something in the NBA that's going to create some waves, and we will get to that in a few minutes. But let's go to Greg in Dearborn. You're on 97.1. Hi, Greg.
Hey, guys. So I'm at a Chap and Chump. But before that, about the dream thing, I always have the late dreams too, Doug. I think it's just about being on a schedule, you know?
Yep.
And it's all about hockey. It's usually I'm late to the game, and then it's an absolute struggle to get my gear on. Like, I never get my gear on. It's really weird.
Those kinds of dreams will drive you crazy. Like, it's just the panic. They induce panic.
Just forgetting something simple.
Yeah.
But you guys both play hockey. Are you guys like the 30-minute arrival, or are you guys the 5 minutes before and throw all your gear on?
I better get there 30 minutes ahead of time.
I was usually the 5-minute guy.
Yeah, I knew it. I knew you were that dude. It's always like the guy that's like the young kid that shows up, and then he's dressed before everybody else somehow, too. It's like a magic trick.
But, I'll be out there after warm-ups.
But, yeah, Chap and Chump, I agree with you. Aiden Hill, being the fifth stringer, he was sticking up for himself, too, throwing that blocker around. But then my close second was going to be Reese Olson for what he did on Friday night.
God, that was great.
And then that leads me to my chump. Gator's not here, so I'll do it. Nick Maton. Why is he here? I think he swung at a pitch that was over top of his head for the third strike. 3 strikes, he's out. I think we had 2 men on. Like, that's all that Reese Olson kid. That's all he needed. And he probably could have, kept it going. I'm sure they would have took him out since he had, was at like 80 pitches or something. But, yeah, I don't get it. Anybody else,
Yeah, I will tell you that the Reese Olson thing on Friday, I'm glad you brought it up because we haven't brought up his name yet, and he would be a strong candidate for Champ of the Weekend. He was awesome. He carried a no-hitter into, the 5th or the 6th inning. His stuff is filthy. It's his major league debut. Now, this was a guy that they got in the who'd they trade to Milwaukee? They traded a pitcher to Daniel Norris. They traded Daniel Norris, who'd kind of been used and abused here. They weren't going to get more out of him. And they get this low-level pitching prospect, Reese Olson, and we hear filthy stuff, long way to go. And then he starts putting up these secondary numbers where he's striking out almost 2 guys an inning. He got up to AAA. At the beginning of the year at AAA, he was not good. But his last 3 starts at Toledo were exceptionally good, high strikeout numbers. And that debut on Friday night against the White Sox, he looked filthy.
Yeah, he didn't look out of place.
No.
And that's what this is like what we've been missing for so long. Like, we've been in this period now where it's, we got to sell. We got to try to load up the farm. We got to try to give away a guy that we know is good right now for a player we think is going to be good in 3 or 4 years. It really hasn't worked out much for the Tigers, has it?
It is not.
If he can work out, man, that'll at least be a step in the right direction.
And look, it's 1 start.
Right.
But good. Right. When you can see the guy, the pitches and how they move and the swings and misses he was getting, God, that was an impressive start.
And he's tiny too, man.
Yeah, he does. And he looks young. He's got those rosy cheeks.
He looks like a 16-year-old. But man, it was impressive. Hopefully they can continue to get the young bucks trending in the right direction.
It was a terrible weekend. But, the bright spots are Torque hit a home run and Reese Olson looked pretty good.
Yeah, the pitching wasn't terrible. If it wasn't for – we know the Tigers didn't score many runs, but you also let up 3, you let up 2, and if it wasn't for the Alex Ling mistake, that was a 2, you're allowed 2 that game as well. Yep. So the pitching was definitely more positive than the hitting, but the hitting's just dreadful. Just atrocious.
Feedback coming in on a variety of topics. My recurring dream is I'm having a heart attack. I'm 31 and very active, but for whatever reason, I continue to die of a heart attack, and then I wake up.
Ooh.
That sucks.
That's frightening.
Yeah. Unnamed texter. I've volunteered for the Detroit Grand Prix for 11 years. Would have loved to stay on Belle Isle, but the city and businesses wanted more exposure. The life brought back to Hart Plaza was awesome. I can confirm the welding of the manhole covers throughout the course, race cars driving over them will suck them right up as a car drives over them. Next one. Here's a helper for you, Doug. Okay, so the reason the recurring dream topic came up is because I kind of lived one this weekend when I was supposed to speak at a wedding reception. I was supposed to introduce a bridal party, and I thought the wedding started at 6, and I realized at 4:05 that the wedding started at 3. So I had to shower, get out the door, grab my script, and get up to this.
Oh, by the way, it was an hour away.
It was an hour away, and I made it. But my recurring, I mentioned, I'm always dreaming that I'm late for work. I'm supposed to be on the air. Typically, it's a Michigan game, and I can't get through traffic, and I have to be there, and they're about to kick off, and I got to call the game. Mitch in Chicago writes in, here's a helper for you, Doug. If you don't like your dreams, start smoking weed. I've had one dream I can remember the past 2 years. So I just start on the pot, huh?
I mean, it's not bad advice if you're really having bad dreams.
Well,
you probably have some more fun dreams at least.
I will say
not
this:
stressful ones.
My dreams aren't that bad. Now, Mitch's advice may work, but I'm not. I don't feel like my dreams are the type of thing where I need to medicate. I think I'll be okay. I'm pretty sure.
They're pretty common dreams, I would say.
What, being late for something?
Yeah, being late, falling. I mean, those are all, not being able to put a golf tee in the ground. I don't think I've ever heard of that one. That was a little bit odd. But the one thing, we had some fun with the dream. I wouldn't recommend doing that.
What, smoking pot?
No. For people like to start analyzing your dreams because there's just a lot of depressing things. It's like if you type in Google and you type in, stuffy nose. It's like, could be a brain tumor, could be cancer, could be kidney failure. It's like you're going to find a lot of stuff that's probably going to freak you out.
Yes.
The dream analyzers, normally they're pretty worrisome when you try to analyze what's going on.
Do you think doctors get more business out of this so they like that we will Google search our symptoms?
Oh, like the WebMD?
Yeah,
or whatever it's called?
Or do they hate it because it's probably filled with unnecessary diagnosis and panic that sets in when somebody has a common cold, but they're convinced that they are about to have a heart attack because they have a runny nose.
I've been through those phases of being a hypochondriac and, oh my God, I've got a fever. Something's wrong with me, right? I got to go to the. I've definitely been through those phases.
Yeah.
Or hey, I think my chest is getting a little tight. I got to panic a little bit. But you'll realize you just worked out, maybe. Yeah, but whatever. But yeah, I would not recommend. Googling it unless you want to be depressed. To be honest with you,
or scared,
a lot of them. Yeah,
if you decide that your life doesn't if you decide your life doesn't have enough worries, go ahead and Google whatever symptoms you're having.
You could type in a dream, of winning the lottery or something great happening to you, and it'll say, "Oh, you're depressed about something. You're hiding your emotions. You're afraid of losing something.
You've buried a lot inside."
Yeah. There's some deep-seated issues there.
Yeah. Regarding the fan who was bored at the race, if you're bored, then you're not doing it right. Same with NASCAR. It's all about the infield. Well, the infield's not a great place. Well, I should stop. My experience with the infield in MIS, not the greatest place to watch the race, great place to party.
That's probably I feel like most of the fans, if you did a poll, how many people actually go to watch the race as opposed to how many actually just go for the good time and the barbecuing and the drinking and the partying?
I would say
it's more people just like going for the atmosphere.
Yeah, I think a sizable amount of people are going for the party.
Maybe the infield's the spot.
All right, I mentioned it earlier. There is a report out there from an NBA insider that people are going to react to. At this hour, could LeBron James be on the move? We will get to that at 12:32. It's Carson Anderson. TJ's in for Anderson, 97.1. All right, so this is going to get some reaction. Shams Charania just tweeted out sources. Kyrie Irving has reached out to Lakers star LeBron James in attempts to see if James would come to Dallas. Irving is a free agent this offseason. So, trying to do the super team thing again with the Mavs, adding LeBron to the mix with Luka and Kyrie. Given where LeBron is in his career, he still is getting it done. But I wonder if a team with Kyrie is ever going to compete. You know, I always talk about the stuff that when players' personalities or off the field stuff gets in the way. I feel like Kyrie's at that point.
You think?
Yeah. And so
what makes you think that?
Yeah. So
how much time you got? I want to see it.
I want to see it too.
It sounds like it would be a complete disaster.
It has potential to be a disaster.
You got
Yes.
3 guys that all need the ball, and 3 guys that, just be honest, don't really play much defense anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, we know that Luka is an incredible offensive talent, but same with LeBron, even at his old age. But that seems like it could have major potential to be a major disaster, and I would love to see it.
I'm trying to think of a time where we saw players all on the same roster. This would be their points per game from a year ago. LeBron James averaged 24.5 a game. Kyrie averaged over 27 a game. And Luka averaged over 32 a game. Correct me if I'm wrong, there have been superstars. That is a lot of points from 3 players. A lot of points from 3 players.
And all 3 guys, I think you would have an incredibly hard time trying to tell 1 or 2 of them, hey, we're going through the other guy. Right? LeBron and Kyrie aren't the type of guys you say, hey, this offense goes through Luka. He's getting the points. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
One of those 3 guys is not going to say, okay, I'll come here and be second or third fiddle. They're all alpha males and need the ball and need their stats and need their shots.
I mean, if you're going to try with somebody, I would try with LeBron. Getting LeBron to be that guy. But I just went back and looked at, for instance, the 2013 Miami Heat. LeBron averaged 26, Dwayne Wade 21, Chris Bosh 16.
That's a big difference.
It's a big difference. And do I want to see this? Well, it would be fascinating theater, if nothing else. Not feeling like we got a horse in the race in terms of our NBA team right here, right now. Seeing this happen in Dallas would be fascinating theater.
And it didn't happen to that extent. Maybe when, they had Luka and Porzingis and Tim Hardaway when he was scoring, but this kind of reminds me of the potential that we saw in Brooklyn, what was it, a couple years ago with Durant and with
right. Kyrie and
with
Harden.
James Harden. And that was obviously a pretty much complete disaster as well.
Yeah.
But like I said, I would love to see that.
I mean, does
It'll be
LeBron
entertaining either way?
What's motivating LeBron at this point? It feels like the undercurrent of every LeBron decision is, how do I get to play with my kid?
Yeah.
And so no, you don't want to sign any contract that keeps you from that possibility, I guess, but you want to maintain some flexibility.
Well, and how far is Bronny from? Still 2 years out, probably?
Yeah, I think he's 2 years.
He's finished high school, so you got to do, 1 year of
Yep.
Yep. That seems to be, like you already said, LeBron's motivation for playing right now is he's just trying to get to that level where he can play at least 1 season with his son, which would be awesome.
It'd be really cool. It'd be really cool. But I mean, there's no guarantee that Bronny's ever going to warrant an NBA opportunity. I mean, but would a team draft him just so they can get LeBron at the end of his career?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. But
it's kind of the same thing we saw with the whole ball situation a few years back. We got to take the kids so we could try to get the brother type deal.
Well, that is intriguing to say the least. 248-539-9797. Again, if you're just joining us, according to Shams Charania, the Dallas he's a free agent, but Kyrie Irving's reached out to LeBron to see if he could get him to Dallas to play Kyrie, Luka, and LeBron James. The other part of that is I don't mind seeing a team that has had way too much success lose a player, and that is the Lakers losing LeBron. I wouldn't shed a tear over that. No, but man, that would change the. You know what it would mean? It would mean that everybody that we would already this isn't even happened, and I'm already sick of hearing about the Dallas Mavericks.
Right? Yes,
because you know that the entire focus of the NBA media will be what's going to happen in Dallas.
Yes, by default, the Dallas Mavericks are now my most hated team.
Right? Yeah, there you go.
Just for this report and thought that it could possibly probably not happen, but even there's a 1% chance. I hate them.
I hear you.
Hope the thing burns.
Speaking of the NBA, last night the Heat hung around and chipped away, and midway through the third quarter, they basically showed they weren't buying into the narrative that they were going to get swept, and really turned this thing on its ear. There was a popular take that this was going to be an ugly finals after game one, but Miami was a better team down the stretch, and they completely turned the storyline on its ear. They are tied at 1, heading back to Miami. It wasn't to me so much that they won the game. I expected them to win a game at some point in this series. It was how much better they were. I mean, it was desperation heaves that even made it close in the end, but they were so much better than Denver down the stretch in that game that I got to give them a ton of credit. I got to give the Heat a ton of credit.
Fourth quarter was incredible. Yep. I mean, were they down at half? Was it 8 points?
Down some 8 points, whatever it was.
Yeah. And they just hung around, man. They just played. I think even Jimmy Butler said, last night after the game that team just has like a, I don't give a crap factor to them. That's just, they're not going to blink, right? They're just going to go out there and continue. And it's not like they got lucky that they were throwing up desperation heaves or that, Denver was getting in a bunch of foul trouble. I mean, who would have thought 8 years ago that Duncan Robinson would be playing a big role for an NBA championship caliber team?
He's a critical
in a couple
player.
Years. So he was critical. He scored the first 10 points for him in the fourth quarter, and they just didn't blink, man. This has been, I think I told you before the show, I'm not a huge basketball guy. I'm not a huge NBA fan. This has been the first year in a long time for me that I've had a good time watching these finals, because there doesn't seem to be any unnecessary superstar drama, a guy that you love to hate like a LeBron, out there flopping and doing silly things. Like you have Nikola Jokic, who is one of the oddest basketball players. I mean, he looks clumsy as hell, throwing up weird shots. They all seem to hit the rim, like you said, and find a way to get in the net, which is incredibly weird. You have Jimmy Butler, who is just like one of the hard-nosed. It reminds me of old school basketball. It just does. And it has been an awesome couple games to watch so far, because I really have a hard time, obviously having no dog in the fight, but I really have a hard time rooting against either one of these teams. It's like you just want to see a good game, and we last night was just the perfect example of it. It was a great basketball game.
Luka continues to amaze me in terms of his inability to make anything look smooth or easy.
He looks clumsy going down. He's driving the rim, and it looks like he's going to trip over himself every time he drives to the rim.
And every shot looks like he missed it, and it touches all the rim, hits the backboard, and still goes in. Even his passes. Like, he had a couple of passes yesterday where I'm like, that looked like he ran out of options and just threw the ball away, and one of his teammates was right there. And I'm like, no, it's Luka. He meant to do it. It's that ugly.
Nikola, right? But I get those two mixed up all the time too.
What I say, Luka? I meant Jokic. My bad.
We were still hating on Dallas, but
yes.
Jokic. I mean, he's fun to watch though, and he's hard to root against. And even when he shoved, Matt Ishbia, that game was like, all right, like this guy's got a little spunk to him. He's got a little a juice to him. But I thought the game was fantastic. And even was it Jokic, third player in NBA history with I think it was 200 points, 150 rebounds, and 50 assists in one postseason. The only third player to ever do that. And obviously they still have at least 3 more games left. But LeBron James did it, I think, 4 times, and Larry Bird did it once in the 80s.
And
it's good company to have.
And Jokic did it looking terrible the whole time.
Yeah.
But it works.
And he does. He looks sloppy, but you know what? Credit to that guy, man.
Yep.
For all the big guys out there in the world, there is hope.
Really?
There is hope. Maybe not to be an NBA superstar, but you can find a
to do
path
something.
somewhere. You can find a path. Yeah, you don't need 6-pack abs. You don't need veins popping out of your biceps.
You don't need something called a vertical.
No, you don't need speed.
All right, we'll get to your phone calls and feedback coming up. Champ and Chump, get those votes in. It's Carson Anderson, TJ and for Anderson, 97.1. Doug Karsch, TJ Lang, and for Gator. Tons of feedback coming in here. From an unnamed texter, LOL, LeBron, nothing but a bum, could never get anything done on his own. Okay.
I mean, I'm a LeBron hater, but
let's talk about then who can get something done on their own.
Oh, right.
Everybody needs teammates. Michael Jordan needed teammates.
Jimmy Butler's getting it done.
I mean,
without another superstar,
I suppose.
Yeah.
I suppose. You know what's funny about that is this run. Anybody had any doubts about Eric Spoelstra or didn't know about what a great coach he is? He's incredible.
Yeah,
with the group of players are doing it, but a
bunch of undrafted guys, and they mesh well together, right?
Because you need other players to help you win does not mean you are a bum.
Correct. And to be fair, I mean, even all those years where he was carrying Cleveland, and we had all those epic battles in the conference finals with them and the Pistons.
Yeah,
this was a little pre-Kyrie, or even the first couple of years, Kyrie wasn't necessarily what he is now.
Mm-hmm.
He was doing it mostly by himself, wasn't he? I mean, I don't think it's solid core group of guys, but it wasn't LeBron and this guy, right? It was LeBron. Yep. I know that was a long time ago, but look, I'm a LeBron hater. To call him a bum,
it's a bit strong.
A little strong. The guy's still an incredible athlete, incredible player.
Next up, Champ Nolan Siegel's Indy NXT car that broke down on the last lap with 100 yards of the finish line on Saturday after he built a 5-second lead. Champ Nolan Siegel bounced back to win the second NXT race on the next day. That's one of the support races.
Oh, we're going deep into racing.
Yeah, if you go to
NXT.
That's somebody who's a big fan. Unnamed texter writes, I'm sorry, no, it's not an unnamed texter. It's Chris on a cell. Family doctor here. WebMD is awful.
Thank you.
99% of my job is providing reassurance from Google searches.
Yeah, you called it.
Yep. Well, I wondered if it's great is it great for business because people panic and think there's major problems, or is it terrible for business because essentially all you're doing is putting out fires started by internet searches?
Probably both. You probably have people that will rush to the doctor, but I would imagine majority of them, you're probably fielding a lot of calls like this guy that says you're fine.
I remember talking
to
an
Advil. Lay down for an hour.
You just need a nap, man.
Be all right.
I remember talking to a contractor about how much of their job, how much of their business is fixing messes made by the guy at home trying to do it, the do-it-yourselfer. That the do-it-yourselfer screws it up so bad that then the contractors are called in and it's worse than it ever. Like you get charged so much more because they got to clean up your mess before you finish the job.
I have been very egoless when it comes to trying to do it myself.
Is that
I have
right?
no ego. I'm calling somebody. I ain't doing it.
You're trying.
Nope. Well, it depends on what it is. But like anything to do with like electrical wires, anything like that.
Plumbing.
Nope. Nope.
So
I have no ego when it comes to trying to prove my manliness about fixing things in my house.
My wife has recently said to me that in our back deck, she kind of wants to replace the spindles with like wires. Have you seen that in a decking where there's like the cable is used and goes horizontally?
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about.
Instead of vertical spindles.
Yeah.
And I was at a buddy's house yesterday for a grab party, and he had the wires. And I said, "Oh, I got some questions about this." And he said, "All right." I said, "Did you do it yourself, or did you have somebody come in and do it?" He said, "Did it myself." And I said, "And?" He goes, "It's one of the hardest jobs I've ever had. Like, yeah, it's terrible." I said, "Okay, so I should get somebody." And he said, "Well, it's super expensive to get somebody." So I'm thinking to myself, I have to reprogram the wife.
Yeah.
We are not getting wires.
The spindles are just fine.
We're sticking with the spindles.
Yeah, the vertical poles are fine.
Yeah. Craig in Highland says, my mom took me to see Jurassic Park in theaters when I was 5. My recurring nightmare is being chased around my grandma's house by velociraptors. I'm about to turn 33. I still have that dream on occasion.
Don't Google it.
No. He's right. Oh, this is to the guy we were talking about dreams. He's right. Weed completely eliminates dreaming. Is that true? I mean, that's the second person that says you smoke pot, you stop having dreams, or you stop remembering your dreams.
I don't know. I mean, don't remember much, I guess, when that happens. Don't remember if you do dream, don't remember if you don't.
I guess.
Sleep pretty good, though.
Probably. Too bad Cy
No,
Young.
not probably. You do. From what I've heard.
I was about to say. You've heard from friends?
Somebody I know. Yeah. Buddy I know. Yeah.
Unnamed texter, too bad Cy Young pitches every game against the Tigers. It's amazing. Yep. Al writes in, my champ is Lewis Hamilton, Formula One Mercedes, for getting back on the horse. Second place finish. Chump IndyCar race. Too many yellow stoppages. Cars get smashed up like pop cans. Implement fines for negligent driving.
I got to be honest. I think I've hit my quota talking about racing for the year.
In today's show?
In today's 3 hours so far. I have spent more time today talking about racing than we have probably in the last 10 years.
It's quite possible.
I've hit the quota.
It's, I mean, we held the event here, so it's relevant, but...
Right, but we're getting champ and chump votes on
on support races.
Series 4 races down in Texas somewhere. We've gone completely sideways with the racing.
248-539-9797. Larry's next here on 97.1. Hi, Larry.
Hey, how you doing, Doug?
Good, Larry.
Good. I hope you're enjoying the day, TJ.
What's up, Larry?
Talk to you. Yeah, I just called in with a champ and a chump and
a
little dream thing that I don't like either, but I champed Reese Olson.
Understandable.
Because he was so good Friday night. I couldn't believe it. Good. And you know what? I chumped the Tigers. I went with TJ.
Yeah.
Just in general.
I have this dream, and I'm sitting in the back seat of a car.
Yeah.
Trying to drive it from the back seat. And I'm going to run into another car. Can't reach the pedals.
Dreams are incredible.
No, it's weird.
Yeah, it's because stuff happens in your dreams that make no sense, but you react to it like it's normal.
It's like TJ says, though. It's like slower motion. I'm trying to get my foot out there to get to the brake pedal. I can't get there, and just before I run into the car, I wake up.
Yep, so, that's about right. That's about right.
Okay.
As far as Reese, I thank you for phone calls. As far as Reese Olson's concerned, Reese Olson in his major league debut had the kind of outing I would expect that a player that was putting up his numbers, what it would look like at the minor league level. Like he was inducing so many swings and misses that when you see dominant minor league pitchers that are putting up strikeout totals like he has put up, I couldn't believe he came to the majors and did the same thing. And so, I mean, he was at Erie last year, 119 innings, 168 strikeouts. And I mean, that's an incredible ratio.
Yeah.
And he comes up to the majors and, 5 innings, 6 strikeouts, but it's his major league debut. And guys couldn't touch him on certain occasions. Then he gave up the 2 hits, got pulled out of the game, got the loss, and was at the 6th inning, I think, is where he gave up the hits, but and ended up giving up. Will Vest came in and couldn't get the job done. But I mean, that was super encouraging. Now it's 1 start. We all know it. But that's the kind of outing I expected that it looked like when he was in Erie a couple years ago.
Yeah. And like you said, it's 1 start. And now the next time he starts, other big league batters are going to have film on him. They're going to have a little bit of tendencies, right? So that's going to be the challenge for him moving forward, obviously, for any athlete is a consistency. But it definitely gave us something to be excited about on what was otherwise a pretty low weekend for our team.
When this entire thing feels like it might be teetering, given the schedule and the injuries that they've got, the fairy tale might be over. 248-539-9797. Tim's in Flint, and he's on 97.1. Hi, Tim.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, sir.
What's up, Tim?
I can tell you from experience, for 25 or 30 years, I've smoked every day, and I do not remember dreams at all. I have had to quit a couple times, throughout whatever life, and I remember all my dreams. And listening to everybody on the radio, it seems like I picked the right choice because all these dreams sound stressful and like a ton of work. And when I go to bed, I just wake up like nothing happened, man, and on to the next day.
Yeah, I mean, in that moment of time where you wake up and realize it was all just a dream, it's a big relief, but dreams can be stressful. Now, I don't have a bad dream every night.
No, but when they recur and just you keep having the same one over and over again. You know what I think might be the scariest thing? And I haven't figured out yet if it's like dreaming or if I'm actually awake, but has this ever happened to you where you wake up and like for me, I kind of see a little bit like of a shadow and I can't move. Like my body is like stuck. Like you're trying to either scream or you're trying to sit out of bed and you can't move. And I don't know if I'm like still sleeping and that's why it's happening or if I'm actually awake and you just free. I've looked it up before. Like I said, looking things up is not what I recommend.
Dangerous game, yeah.
But that happens to me not often, but maybe once, twice a year. And you
think there's somebody in the room?
Like, yeah, and I kind of see a shadow and I go to get up or I go to scream and nothing happens. And it is like the scariest 3 seconds. That's never happened to you?
No.
From what I've heard, it's more common than I think, but that might be that's scarier than having a bad dream. Waking up scared.
If it did happen, I might start smoking weed.
That would finally be what you needed to cross the threshold. But yeah, that is frightening to me.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, TJ's in for Anderson, 97.1. Okay, sometimes the show takes a left turn, and that's just is what it is. I just mentioned the story. One of my reoccurring dreams, the two that I've had as an adult, is I'm trying to get to a Michigan game. I'm on the air, and traffic's terrible, and I'm running late, and I can't get there, and I'm stressed and panicked, and they're going to kick off, and I'm still a mile from the stadium, and nobody's moving, and what am I going to do, and blah, blah, blah. And I'm late. The other one is that I can't hit the golf ball. I'm literally standing on the tee box swinging and swinging and swinging, and I'm always swinging and missing. But this weekend, I kind of lived one of those out in that we were invited to a wedding, went to the wedding, invited to the wedding. I was supposed to speak at the wedding. I was supposed to introduce the bridal party. Congratulations to Thomas and Grace. But when we put it in our phones, we were in Seattle. My daughter was visiting the University of Washington. I put it in as a 3 p.m. wedding. Well, when I got up Saturday morning, I was like, okay, what time does this wedding start again? Oh, okay, 6. It's because we put it in Pacific Coast time. And so when we flew back, it was still in Pacific Coast time. It switched to 6 p.m. And it was 4:05 that I realized I'd made the mistake. And I had to introduce the bridal party at 5. And I had a 58-minute drive, 53-minute drive, whatever it was. And I hadn't showered, hadn't gotten ready, and I had to fly. And I was having that, I'm late. The recurring nightmare, I was having that play itself out in real life. Made it. It all worked out, thankfully. I was a few minutes late. And I had no belt on, and I didn't put deodorant on, and the suit was a little disheveled, and the tie was way too long because I tied it while I was in the car. I mean, it was just a mess. But long story short, people are calling up with these recurring dreams that they have. And TJ told me about a terrible thing. I'm actually kind of mad at you about Google searching what your dreams mean, because it takes you to a very dark place sometimes.
It does. It makes you question yourself, doesn't it?
Yes.
What kind of issues are going on?
Yes. And yet you keep doing it. And you've got this, what is it called, dream paralysis or something?
So this was the one where I was talking about you feel like
somebody's
you're awake
in the room.
and you feel like somebody's in the room and you can't move. And it's almost like a hallucination, but I did what I said I shouldn't do and Googled it. It's called sleep paralysis. So it happens, and it actually seems like it's quite often, but it happens when your body is still like asleep in that REM mode, but some part of your brain wakes up, the rest of your body's still shut down from sleep, and you can't move, you can't speak, you can't do anything.
And your brain's...
And I want to say it feels like in the moment, it feels like it lasts for probably a minute. In reality, it's probably 2 or 3 seconds.
Right.
But it's kind of scary. It is. I had a couple people text me and said, yeah, we've been through the same thing. It's frightening. You feel like you can't move.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Hey, you want to talk Tigers? Rough weekend. Reese Olson was great on Friday, but nothing from the bats, and you have to wonder if they're eyeing Justin Henry Malloy, who homered on Saturday. Kerry Carpenter, who they're hoping could provide some pop, is 4 for 27 since his return in Toledo. Colt Keith had a good weekend, 3 hits in Erie, but it's 3 for 11. It's not like but he's still their most productive offensive player, and you just wonder, you're not going to go out and trade for a great bat, most likely, so can help come from within. You got the report from Shams that Kyrie has reached out to LeBron to try and bring him to Dallas. And if you want to react to the Detroit Grand Prix, were you there? Hardcore racing fans, what did you think? 248-539-9797. Some of the feedback coming in, we'll get to that in a minute. Let's go to Don on a cell. Hi, Don.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Okay.
Hey, TJ. Man, I had the same thing. Mine started about 8 years ago. And at first, I was really waked out by it. I did a little research on it, too. And, yeah, you're right. It's called sleep paralysis. And I don't know what image you see. It's normally 3 different things. It's a dark shadow you might see up in the corner of the room, at the end of the bed, or you feel like it's a pressure on your chest. And you are it's like a hallucination. And the best way that I found out to get out of it is you shake your toes, your feet, you wiggle them, it kind of breaks you loose. But it does feel like it's lasting for several minutes. And for me, I thought I tried to moan or I'll yell. I think I'm trying to yell to get my wife to wake me up or move me, to break me loose. And I feel like I'm screaming loud as I could in the room. But when I start coming to, she's like, no, your eyes were twitching, but you weren't yelling or saying nothing. that you are stuck in. It is the freakiest thing, man.
Yeah. Would you recommend smoking weed before you go to bed? Does that help at all?
Dude, I stopped drinking for a month so it go away, and it never went away.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. No, it is. We appreciate that, Don, and it is frightening. It is frightening. It's right on the border of being conscious and still dreaming, and it is. It's definitely spooky.
TJ, you're not alone. You're not alone. 248-539-9797.
Need a sleep paralysis support group, I think. Talk about our emotional pain.
Let's go to Jeremy. You're next. Hi, Jeremy.
Hey, how are you guys? Hey, TJ.
What's up, Jeremy?
Hey. So the sleep paralysis thing threw me off, but yeah, that is definitely terrifying. It's happened to me once, but don't let me get off my my dreams. So I always have this recurring one to this day. In high school, senior year, last day, cannot remember my comm.
Can't remember your
To
what?
my locker.
Oh, your comm.
My
your
combination. Combination to my locker. Anyways, and the other one is I can't run when I hit a home run. I can't run to first base or around the bases.
I've had ones
Still
where
to this day, have no idea why.
Yeah, you pointed out earlier a common theme in dreams is you can't run.
Yeah,
you're like trying to
slow
get away
mo.
from something. And you're like, why am I running so slow?
Yeah, what is wrong with me? It's a dream. Can't you control it? Run faster.
Yeah, exactly. Feedback coming in here. Ryan in Waterford writes, LeBron to the Mavs is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. First, what does Dallas have to give in a trade? Nothing. Also, hasn't teams and or the league learned the big three model doesn't work? Look at the NBA Finals this year. Luka, LeBron, Kyrie would be an absolute train wreck and would be an incredible testament to underachieving every night they'd be on the floor together. Next one here. After the way Dallas ended last season with no integrity, the last thing they deserve is getting LeBron James. I wish them nothing but a horrible season.
Well, thanks for the honesty.
Yeah.
Kind of in the same boat. I think it would be a disaster, but it would be worth watching.
Kyrie fills up a stat sheet, but he's not a winner. I'd rather see him team with Dylan Brooks, Draymond, and Ben Simmons for my enjoyment.
Talk about an all-hated team right there.
No kidding. Awesome. Kevin in Novi says, the dream I still routinely have is the one where I forgot I have enrolled in a college class until a few days before final exams. That sounds terrible. TJ, it's called sleep paralysis. Your body's still in REM mode, but your brain is awake. It happens to a lot of people, including me. It is terrifying. Does TJ have sleep apnea? Just saying.
I don't think so. I actually did a study a couple years ago, and I thought I had sleep apnea, but that was something that's very common with offensive linemen, just being big guys.
Really?
And I went down to the hospital. I spent the night and had like 80 different sensors attached and woke up the next day, and I was hoping to have some clarity. You know, yes, you have sleep apnea. We'll get this machine, the CPAP, or whatever it's
CPAP,
called. Yeah. And the doctor was like, no, you don't have sleep apnea. You're just a really bad sleeper. And I was like, oh, thanks.
Yeah.
So,
great.
He didn't recommend what the other listeners have been recommending today, but yeah, that was pretty much a waste of time. I did not have sleep apnea, though. I know that's something that you can still, get as time goes on. Yep. Maybe, I don't know, maybe it's time for another test.
Just a bad sleeper. Thanks,
and actually, all the buddies I know, yeah, right. Yeah, they're just bad sleeper. I already knew that.
Great. My champ is Tom Gores for hiring Monty Williams as Piston coach and not taking no for an answer. Big statement. I'm excited for next season. My chump is Jamal Murray. Even though he came through in the end, not showing up most of the game was a big reason why Denver lost game 2. It's from Marlon Wall Lake, and he's right. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. TJ's in for Anderson, 97.1. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. 248-539-9797. Gators out today. TJ Lang is sitting in. A lot of feedback coming in, and, of course, reaction. All kinds of stories going on today, like Kyrie trying to recruit LeBron to Dallas. We got Alex Palou holding off the field at the end and winning the Detroit Grand Prix. He and Will Power kind of trading the lead back and forth for a good portion of the race. But it was exciting. It was really, really exciting. Now, the hardcore racing fan, we had some feedback, didn't love it. Some of the people that were there in person didn't love it. Others absolutely thought it was fantastic. It was a cool setting to see it go through downtown Detroit. And I actually like the layout, getting up to 180 miles per hour on that long straightaway, having to take it down to 30 for the hairpin turn at the end of it. And it was more like a NASCAR race. Rubbin's racing, right? The cars were bumping and sending everybody into the wall. Now, there were their fair share of incidents with the wall and maybe too many yellows at the end. But overall, driving was intense and competitive, and thought it was entertaining. 248-539-9797, Champ and Chump. Just a reminder, you can stream the show on the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Then you can listen to us anywhere in the United States. Listen to the archive back to 24 hours. Also through our website, we stream there as well, 971theticket.com. You can stream the show, including video. Myself and TJ, Greg behind the glass today, at twitch.tv, and then there's streaming on YouTube. Go to YouTube and search up 971 The Ticket. All ways to take in the program. Let's get back to your open line calls. 248-539-9797. Stacy in Commerce, you're on 97.1. Hi, Stacy.
Good afternoon, man. How you doing?
We're doing good, thank you.
All right. My dream, and most of the time you can't move when you think you're moving, but you don't.
Right.
But this happened to me, and I was playing defense, basketball. Charles Barkley was going to put a bounce pass to my right. I sleep on the left side of the bed. Wife sleeps on the right side of the bed.
Oh, no.
Fortunately, she was face down at the time because I swung my arm over to block the pass, and she woke up going, "What the hell? What's going on?" I'm like, honey, swear to God, Charles Barkley was doing a bounce pass, and I just had to block it. And I just swung my right arm over the back of her neck, and fortunately, she was sleeping face down, and it never happened again, but it happened.
That's funny. Jeez. So did you blame Barkley?
No, just went right back to bed and like nothing happened.
That's great. TJ, earlier we were talking about the Tigers' pathetic offense.
Oh, we're going back there again?
Well, the reason is I just saw this tweet from the Erie Seawolves.
Okay.
Congratulations to Colt Keith, who is being named the Eastern League Player of the Month. They have a stats for the month of May. He had 374.
Okay.
With 6 homers, 27 RBIs. He stole 7 bases and a .670 slugging percentage.
Impressive.
It is. Now
the worry with him is what? Defense?
I don't know.
Kind of a utility,
I think he's playing third base for them. I don't know what the worry for him is. He's a couple levels. I mean, look, he's a double A, and a lot of prospects are at double A. I know that's what the worry is with Justin Henry Malloy, but I mean, Colt Keith, you may get that chance sooner rather than later, given the state of this team's offense.
Well, and if you're hitting, I mean, the great part about baseball is you could always fill out that DH slot, right?
Always got the DH slot.
Find a permanent home, but it almost makes too much sense. This team is awful offensively. You have a prospect who's doing phenomenal. I know a lot of the time, look, that doesn't always translate. It almost makes too much sense to say, why not at least give him a couple games and see what happens?
So the 30,000-foot view is I'm sure he's not ready, right? He's not ready defensively, or he can't, there's a hole in the swing that they're working on or something, right? But when you're desperate for offense, there aren't great bats all over the place just readily available.
Yeah, they're not going to fall into your lap.
No. So unfortunately, your choices are pretty much what's in your system. And it's slim pickings. I mean, relative to other organizations, it's slim pickings. And if it's not Justin Henry Malloy or Kerry Carpenter, I don't know that they have Colt Keith make the jump. But hell, Reese Olson came on and looked great on Friday after basically only having 3 good consecutive starts. But they were desperate because of injuries. So
probably still probably a month away before we can realistically get into the whole call up
maybe
conversation. Hey, we're 15 games back now, and
maybe.
I just don't. I mean, I get it, right? You understand. Oh, we don't want to hurt his confidence, right? We don't want to rush him into anything, but sometimes for the best players, that's what they need. Sometimes you get a guy that has one game and plays great, and now the confidence all of a sudden, soars up.
Well, we're hoping it's all temporary too, right? That just guy can come up and maybe keep swinging a hot bat while you're waiting for Riley Green to return.
Yeah.
But if you think about what this rotation is supposed to be this year, it's supposed to include Mize, Manning, Skubal, Turnbull, Rodriguez, and instead, again, they got desperate and had to call up Reese Olson on Friday because of injuries. Now, with Riley Green out and Matt Vierling out, if you got some guys that are hitting the ball, whatever level they're at, you have to be thinking about it. I mean, Colt Keith named Eastern League Player of the Week, now named Eastern League Player of the Month. You have to be thinking about it.
And it could be a way to try to just jolt the rest of the crew too, right? If he comes in, Colt Keith comes in and has let's say it's a 3-game, sort of mini tryout, whatever you want to call it, and he performs. That's probably going to jolt the rest of your lineup a little bit. That's going to put a little bit pressure on those guys that are here right now, not performing, saying, "Uh-oh, there's a young guy coming up that's hitting the hell out of the ball. Better start picking it up a little bit." So there are ways where it doesn't always have to be such a concern about, oh, we don't want to hurt his confidence. Sometimes you just got to say, you know what, we need a jolt. This is the way to do it. Let's go. Give it a run.
So remember Chris, the doctor that said WebMD is terrible, 99%, yeah.
Which we agreed with.
Yeah, he just texted us again. Chris again, it's terrible. I can't get the actual sick patients in.
Oh, man.
Because the internet has people self-diagnosing and making doctor's appointments.
Yeah, that's. I think we understand. Not a surprise.
Tony and Oxford.
Especially in today's world. There's, what we've just dealt with for the last 3 years, right? A lot of people.
That's a good point.
A lot of people starting to, hit the panic mode when it comes to health. And
no, that's a good point.
I'm not saying it's not the right thing to do, but I would imagine being a doctor is still pretty difficult to this day with people calling up and, hey, I got the sniffles. I got a fever. What do I do?
Right.
Right.
No, that's a great point.
Yeah, I'm sure we feel your pain, Chris.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Ken next here on 97.1. Hi, Ken.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
We're good, thank you.
Ken.
Hey, so I had the same thing happen to me years ago that TJ was talking about, and it progressively got worse where I actually started acting out my dreams. So one of the worst cases, I'll do it quickly, is I was dreaming I was walking on the edge of a frozen lake shoreline. It was like half unthawed, and a little kid fell in, and I dove in to save him. I actually dove headfirst into my dresser.
Oh.
And about broke my neck.
Really?
Yeah, so then I thought I was going crazy, so I Googled acting out your dreams, and it says check, REM disease, and I got a hold of a neurologist, had brain MRIs, everything else that come out. I did get diagnosed with REM disease, and they prescribed clozapam, 1 milligram, and I sleep like a baby now.
Wow.
Oh, that's scary.
I have told the story that I do sleepwalk. It's been a while, but my wife and I had just gotten married, and I woke up standing in the basement, at the bottom of the stairs. I'd gone from our bedroom down the hall, made a left, opened up the door, went down the stairs. And I woke up, and my wife was yelling at me, Doug, what are you doing? And I looked up at her, and I woke up, and I looked around, and I said, I'm standing at the bottom of the stairs.
No idea what I'm doing. What are you doing?
The other one was when I walked outside in my apartment and woke up to the door slamming shut behind me, locked.
Oh, no.
It was one of those apartment buildings where you needed a key to get into the building and a key to get in your apartment. I woke up.
That was a fun night, wasn't it?
I was standing outside in the middle of the night in my underwear.
Hopefully it wasn't
It wasn't winter, but I was locked out of the building. Locked out of the building.
That's a tough look. Good luck convincing somebody you were sleepwalking.
I went in through the window. I didn't convince anybody. I ripped the screen out and
I've never, I don't think, acted out dreams or, I think we all have those jolts sometimes where you're just kind of drifting off and You know, you kind of jolt awake real quick. Like
sure.
that's very common. That's
Yep.
But what our last caller said, that kind of sounds dangerous.
That does sound dangerous.
Diving headfirst into a dresser. Glad he took it serious though and got some help.
No good. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls. Feedback, Champ and Chump votes. It's Carson Anderson, TJ and for Anderson here on 97.1. Doug Harsh, Gator out today. TJ Lang sitting in. 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump, get those votes in. Got about a half hour to do so. We posted on our website on Tuesday who the people select as Champ and Chump of the weekend. I'm gonna go ahead and vent about something that is just a Doug pet peeve. I mentioned on Friday, I think it was Friday's show, that I love the college baseball tournament. I like the college softball tournament, the college baseball tournament over the weekend. Here's my question. In this day and age, is it not possible to make a synthetic bat that won't break, that sounds like wood and plays like wood instead of the aluminum ping, ping, ping? I'm not, can't we? I know the bats break and the colleges didn't like, the budget that would come with having a bunch of broken bats, but can we not do that? Can we not do that? You'd think in this day and age, an aluminum bat or a synthetic bat that sounds like wood and plays like wood.
Sounds like a $1 million idea for you.
Well, it sounds like
a retirement plan
that probably Doug only cares about. So we should move on.
Now, what bothers you? The noise when they hit it?
Yeah, the ping. I don't like that.
Oh, you don't like that?
No, and the ball jumps off the bat. Like you get some crazy scores.
Yeah.
But
I think it's entertaining.
Yeah,
it might just be a pet peeve of yours.
It might be just me. Yeah. From an unnamed texter, the Grand Prix should run on I-94 in Detroit, and they have to get off and on the ridiculous exits. I would buy a ticket to see that.
You'd have to fill in a whole lot of potholes, wouldn't you?
Unnamed texter, I did my own study. Weed does not help sleep paralysis.
Self-study.
Yeah. And then both Alan Trammell and Lou Whitaker made the jump from AA to the majors. Well, it might be time for Colt Keith, named Eastern League Player of the Week Player of the Month rather, at 374.
And what's Colt Keith's background? Like he wasn't like a.
I think he's from Mississippi.
Was he a high pick?
Yes, he was. The year that the COVID year where the draft was only 5 rounds, if I recall correctly, he was drafted out of high school, out of Mississippi, and this was one of those. This guy's an unbelievable athlete. If we can turn him into a baseball player, he could be great kind of kids.
So there are high expectations for him in the future.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, I would say that's fair.
So then you can understand the timid nature a little bit more.
Yeah.
If this was a 25-year-old guy that was lighting it up, that was a 7th-round pick, you'd say, yeah, dude, this guy's overachieving. Let's give him a shot here. Oh, great. Okay.
All right, here's another one. TJ, that's not sleep paralysis you're experiencing. That's Aaron Rodgers trying to get you to come out of retirement. Enjoy the Jets.
If you want to see 10 holding calls and about 15 false starts a game, I'm your guy.
Or see Aaron Rodgers get sacked? I mean, at this point, would you be giving up a lot of sacks? Now I've gone too far.
Of course I would. Yeah. No, I wouldn't say. No, I'd be more a penalty guy for sure.
Would you?
I'd probably blow a back out along the way as well. Yeah.
Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Dave on a cell. You're on 97.1. Hi, Dave.
Hi, Dave. How you doing?
Good, thank you.
Hey, I was just in the bat business, still in the sporting goods business, and that sound the kids absolutely love. When you're testing bats with kids, they want that sound.
They want
if they got that tennis ball sound, it's out.
Yeah, well, I got to tell you, Dave, like I said, it might just be me, but that's...
I hear you.
Yeah, the sounds like wood, plays like wood, but doesn't break like wood. You would think we'd be there by now, but we're not.
Yeah, they're there. It's just not something the kids want to hear.
No.
They want that sound. There's only so much exit speed you can have off these aluminum bats these days, and it's the sound is everything to these kids. Otherwise, it just sounds like mush. Even though it's the same, it doesn't matter. It's a mental thing. So,
Dave, thanks for the phone call. We go to Tim on a cell. You're next. Hi, Tim.
Hey, what's happening, fellas?
How you doing, sir?
Good. So, I don't know if either of you watched the end of the Memorial yesterday golf tournament, but these guys had a hard time parring 18.
Okay.
The majority of them, right? In the rough, couldn't get on. So I go to bed, and I'm in a golf tournament, right? And I'm in the 18th hole, and I put mine in, not the rough, but in the fairway bunker. And I proceed to talk my caddy into, trying to hit a 4-wood onto the green, because I believe what I was seeing before, all yesterday afternoon.
Okay.
On television. So I hit my 4-wood, and I wake up. And this happens to me more than a couple handfuls of times. And it's usually a sports deal of some sort, but I just do not know the outcome. And I try to go back to sleep, and I can't do it.
So when from your dream, do you remember hitting the 4-wood and thinking you hit that well?
Yes. Yeah. And then all of a sudden, I do not know what the outcome is. And it's so, and it could be, catching, intercepting a pass and running and not knowing what happened, if I got there or if I didn't get into the end zone.
That's the worst.
It's awful.
Yeah.
But TJ, don't look this up right now and tell me what my problem is.
Oh, you got it. You got it.
All right.
That'll remain a mystery, Tim.
That's funny. But everybody that does the same thing. If you're in the middle of a good dream and you wake up, I got to go back to sleep.
Yeah, you want to see how it's going to finish.
We all know it doesn't work like that.
You got to try to finish a dream. You got to leave me half dream.
Yeah, you're going to go from hitting your forward with a chance to win the Memorial, and you fall back asleep, and the next thing you know, you're at a dentist who's wearing a Batman costume, right? I mean, just crazy stuff. It doesn't work like that.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Memorial. You're not a big golf guy, are you?
I'm not a big golf guy, but I'll pay attention.
I like watching.
Yeah.
I didn't watch much yesterday. I was just looking at the leaderboard, though. How many guys do you think shot under 70?
Yesterday?
Normally, like a mid-60, high 60 round is pretty common, especially on a Sunday.
I mean, I would think, a couple dozen.
One guy
yesterday.
That's. I'm guessing the course was playing.
Did I see it?
Pretty damn tough.
It went to a playoff.
It did. Victor Hovland ended up winning.
Does the Memorial go to a playoff every year?
I think all golf tournaments do. If you're tied, you have to have.
I know, but I'm
winner.
saying, aren't they always tied? Like I feel like every year the Memorial has to play an extra hole or two.
It always seems to be one of the toughest golf courses they play.
Is this Jack's tournament?
No,
it's not. Okay, I thought it was.
I get him and Arnie mixed up. I'm sorry. I know Bay Hill down there is one of them. This is the one in Ohio.
Yeah, I think it is Jack's tournament.
You might be right. Yeah. But I was kind of surprised yesterday because I was looking at, Rory McIlroy had a share of the lead to start the day, and we're not going to spend much time on golf, but he's at a 75. And I was like, oh, no. But then I see everybody else 72, 73, and I was like, oh, that was a rough day out there.
We're not going to spend too much time on golf because we're spending all our time on racing.
We're talking too much racing and dreams today. Golf is for tomorrow.
248-539-9797. We go to Stoney. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Stoney.
Hi there. About 20 years ago, I had a really, really spooky dream. It was the realest dream I've ever had in my life. So I was on vacation with an ex-girlfriend. We were down in Florida, staying in a nice hotel on the beach, and I had a dream that we got stuck in the elevator, like the claustrophobic, the anxiety. Like I woke up almost screaming. It was the realest dream I've ever had in my life. So that day we were going to go down to the pool, down to the beach, and I told my girlfriend, I was like, hey, I had a dream last night that was so spooky. We got stuck in the elevator. We're only on the 3rd floor. Do you mind? Let's just walk down to the pool. It's just like, yeah, that's fine. We're only a couple floors up. So we walked down to the pool. Like 10, 15 minutes later, we have sirens all showing up everywhere, and we asked the waitress, what's happening? The waitress goes, an old couple just got stuck in the elevator 10 minutes ago, and the fire department's here to get them out. And my girlfriend looked at me and goes, you are blanking weird.
That is, yeah, that's scary.
It's a premonition, yeah. That's like, what's that horror movie? Where the dude sees everything before it happens.
Yeah,
and then it starts at Final
Destination.
Stoney.
Yeah, did you?
You're freaking me out, Stoney.
Yeah, don't get on that plane.
Don't follow a truck carrying a bunch of logs on the highway today.
No. God, that's actually a movie reference I get, TJ. I don't get any movie reference.
Yeah, you're not a big movie guy.
No, I'm not.
Yeah. I hear Gator swings and misses with you a couple times.
Yeah,
but you miss obvious ones.
I know. Yeah. I know. Yeah. The 2 Grand Slam, whenever I've had to do that in the morning show, they come up with a movie question. I have the same answer to every movie question.
What's that?
Who played Barbie? Denzel Washington.
You're gonna get it right. They're gonna get it right one of these weeks. They're gonna throw a Denzel question in there.
Who was the boxer in Creed? Denzel Washington. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Last chance to get your champ votes in. Do it now. 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, head into the pool. Get the summer mocktail party underway with the new Strawberry Margarita, Island Punch Margarita, or the fan favorite Watermelon Mojito Smoothie from Tropical Smoothie Cafe. Order online or use the app at tropicalsmoothiecafe.com. The strawberry margarita and island punch smoothies are making a splash at Tropical Smoothie Cafe. Try them before the summer mocktail party is over. The thing about the app, too, is you get rewards points. I use it all the time. In fact, I got a free smoothie last week. Plus, it saves me time, and you can customize your smoothie with the fresh add-ins like almond, spinach, kale, chia seeds, and ginger, or supplements like protein, fat burner, or energizer. It's a great place to get lunch, and it's not too late. Check out Tropical Smoothie Cafe at tropicalsmoothiecafe.com to find a cafe near you. Visit tropicalsmoothiecafe.com. Tropical Smoothie Cafe. You're on Tropic Time now. I got a question for you. TJ, do you have your tickets?
Ooh. 2.
Taylor Swift will be in town Friday and Saturday.
Oh, I did know that.
Yes.
Sadly, I do not.
You do not have tickets?
No, I do not.
The Eras
Nor am I
Tour.
interested.
No, you're not?
No.
Your kids, how old?
Son's 11. My daughter's only 7, so
Okay.
she's not quite at that phase yet.
All right. Do you foresee a future where you are at Taylor Swift with your daughter?
100%.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's going to happen.
Maybe 3 years. Hoping I still have maybe 3 years left.
Okay.
Yeah, I know whether it's with her or whether it's with whatever,
her and her friends.
Yeah, whatever band comes up or singer comes up in the next couple of years, I'm definitely prepared to take on those responsibilities.
We had a text here, something about when we were talking about the Lions earlier. Somebody sent a text saying it won't be long before Taylor Swift isn't the biggest event at Ford Field in a calendar year. And I hope they're right.
Luke Combs was pretty damn good about a month ago. He was great.
Yeah. Did he sell out?
Oh, yeah.
Ford Field?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Great live, too. Some of these people, like when you hear him live, you're like, it's not, it's kind of still rock. He was awesome.
So
great show.
Years ago, Gator and I went on one of those trips to Vegas with the D. And outside the D, they had a concert. And there were all these kind of 90s rock bands. So we saw Goo Goo Dolls.
Okay.
We saw... I can't remember who else. I remember Goo Goo Dolls was one of them. Oh, we saw Collective Soul, I think. But a band that I went and saw in the 90s and remember thinking, this is the most boring show I've ever been at.
Okay.
They're just playing the music, no personality, no interaction with the crowd.
A 90s band.
It was a 90s band, and then they played at the D, and this is probably 7-8 years ago. And I said to Gator, unless something's changed, this is going to be the most boring show you've ever been at. And it was. Nothing had changed.
Big name band?
Big name band.
Okay.
You want to guess? If you want to guess, or I could just tell you.
Boring band.
Yep.
Limp Bizkit.
No.
I don't think that would be boring. That'd probably be a hell of a show, to be honest.
Wasn't it Limp Bizkit that started the
the
riots
Woodstock?
at Woodstock?
They got blamed for it. I don't know if they really started it. But no, we don't have much time for me to guess. Go ahead, just tell me who
Counting
it was.
Crows. So boring.
Counting Crows.
So boring.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, it's Adam, whatever his name is, the lead singer.
Yeah.
He seemed bored.
I guess most of their songs are kind of low energy.
Kind of mellow anyway.
Yeah. It doesn't surprise me.
Let's just say that their demeanor on stage matched the scouting report of their music.
Yeah.
I mean, the music's
that's
fine, but to me, to each their own, I guess. But
yeah,
they were.
That's disappointing.
They were pretty boring. But anyway, so Taylor Swift coming to town Friday and Saturday, and hopefully that isn't the hardest ticket to get at Ford Field in the next calendar year.
I could imagine that is incredibly hard ticket to get.
Taylor Swift?
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, just based off of
Taylor Swift or the Lions hosting a playoff game.
Honestly, right now, probably Taylor Swift.
Probably still tougher.
I think it's the numbers I was hearing were so incredibly ridiculous that
I wonder what the buy-in price is.
I mean, in the thousands of dollars on the secondary market, which I think the Lions would still, but you could still probably get in the door for a couple hundred. Taylor Swift. Who else was it? Like Adele a couple years ago. Tickets were like $2,000 a piece. I mean, I don't love any band or any type of music artist that I love that much that would make me pay that much to go see them live. But yeah, this Taylor Swift stuff, man, it is huge.
I have got the buy-in price on StubHub
for Taylor Swift.
Saturday night at Ford Field. The buy-in price is $1,300.
Okay, yeah, that's a lot.
So the Lions hosting a playoff game. I don't think the buy-in price is going to be $1,300. It'll be
NFC Championship game?
Could be.
Yeah, now we're looking at yeah.
These are problems.
Taylor who?
These are problems I hope we have. But yeah, the buy-in price right now for Taylor Swift, StubHub, $1,300.
Steep.
I mean, what do you think of Lions? If you're a Lions season ticket holder and the possibility of them hosting a playoff game, would you be thinking of selling that ticket? Because you probably sell it, I don't know, 3 times above the face value?
At least, yeah. I think it would all depend. I mean, if you're paying face value, call it $250, and you could sell for $1,000, $1,200, I think there'd be a whole lot of people that would consider that. That would pay for probably most of the tickets, right?
That you spent all year?
Yeah.
Yep, I think you're probably right. Feedback coming in. I don't like the ping off the college bat either. The sound makes me think of Little League. That's from Andrew in Chicago. Stephen Madison Heights. Nothing would please me more than to see TJ go to the Jets. and throw nothing but lookout blocks for Aaron Rodgers. I would make a drinking game out of it.
They probably wouldn't play me if I was doing that.
That's probably true. Afternoon, guys. I drove to the Grand Prix yesterday, Lyon Township, 696 East to 275 South to 96 East to Telegraph South to Michigan Avenue. It's from Dave in South Lyon. All right. When I'm really stressed, I sleep eat. I wake up in the kitchen with a cold burger patty in my mouth or a bag of chips in my bed. No memory of how or why. That's from Tony in Metamora.
Rico said that before, too, I think.
Did you? You do sleep eater?
No.
No?
That's just
You don't wake up with bags of chips next to your pillow?
No, don't.
All right.
I hate you.
Rico, I want your sense for this. The buy-in price for Taylor Swift Saturday night, $1,300. Lions hosting the NFC title game. Would it be more or less than $1,300 buy-in just to get in, secondary market ticket?
NFC Championship game?
NFC Championship game.
It'd be more.
You think it'd be more than that?
Much more than that. Are you kidding me?
I don't have a good sense for it.
I mean, because
Yeah, championship game, yeah.
Here's
First
the
round
thing.
playoff wild card, probably not.
This is going to sound mean. Taylor Swift's going to come back to Detroit.
You go to Chicago and see Taylor Swift too, right?
Yeah, right. You can see Taylor Swift. Just, you know what? It's a little too much this time. Maybe next time.
Right.
They make the NFC title game.
It
could be another 30-some years.
There's a concern, right?
Right. That's called scarcity.
Let's.
I don't know if they taught that at Easter.
Let's hope that.
I don't know either.
Let's hope that it's not. Let's hope this is a problem we have. Let's hope we can do a real life experiment. Taylor Swift or Lions NFC title
You're
game.
talking at least $2,500 to $3,000.
Probably right.
Upper bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to get in. It's buy-in price, right? So we're seat in the house. This seat for Taylor Swift Saturday night looks almost behind the stage. So
You're there.
Yeah, but you're there. Yep.
You can tell everybody I was sitting behind that pole.
Friday's show, the buy-in price is $1,154 each.
You know what? I'm just happy.
That's a standing room only.
It seems like entertainers only come during the week to Detroit. So I'm happy she's at least coming on the weekend.
Gotcha.
Like Janet Jackson, Wednesday, because nothing says party like Wednesday.
Yeah.
Wednesday night at 9.
Right.
Drive an hour downtown, getting home at 2 a.m.
Right.
Yeah. I love it.
We're all a part of Rhythm Nation.
How is did you go?
No.
To Janet? Okay. Then,
it
I don't know.
was a Wednesday.
I had
No,
some
I
friends who went. But what do you got planned coming up next?
Well, we're going to talk a little bit about free agent signings and one of the worst contracts we believe ever. And also, ESPN has, done a ton of sports documentaries. They're going to do the Florida Gators with Urban Meyer and all of those guys, Tim Tebow.
Aaron Hernandez. Yeah,
Hernandez.
okay.
They're going to do a documentary
All the
on
issues.
that team.
Wow.
Would you watch a documentary called SOL on the Lions?
Dude, I've made the comment that if the Lions are so off the radar, I don't think the national media has paid attention to even how bad they are.
Because
and how bad they've been.
The storylines from players paralyzed, dying, not one, but 2 Hall of Famers who just walked into work one day and was like, F this, I'm going home.
It doesn't get enough attention what's happened here.
And it's not like this team has just been bad. They've also been the focal point of controversy, right? Bad calls against them, right? Rule changes because of the Lions.
Assistant coaches naked in a drive-thru.
That happened.
Right.
That happened. Like,
wait, and then your quarterback dressed like him at Halloween.
These things actually happen.
It'll be entertaining.
And people will be like, "Oh, you're making it up now." No,
it's
not.
And I don't think we get our just due for what's gone on here.
The
So I
Nate
hear
Burleson pizza incident. We really don't know what happened.
No, we don't know what happened. But
It would open up the rest of the world to our pain, I think, a little
yeah,
bit.
I
right?
think-
We just thought they sucked. We didn't know all this was going on.
it's going to take a trip to the Super Bowl before the rest of the world wakes up and goes, "Oh my God, what's been going on there?" Well, have a great show, Rico.
Thank you.
Hope you had a good weekend. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
That's nice to see what happens when I'm not around. Jesus.
I cut a clip out of that really quick because the part me and Kenny have been dying laughing all day about. This is going to be a new drop. There's a point in that song where the singer agrees. He singingly agrees with Costa that he's small. Take a listen to this.
Is that what this is? No.
Yeah.
Okay. We need the extended deal there. Wow. Christ. All right.
Well, I saw his clown car. So that's what he was talking about.
We've gotten to the...
Yes.
It is, though. It is. It is.
So he got so angry at us that he had to declare.
Listen, it's not what we're getting into today, but that's a clown car.
It can see four company. Like, so I go out like, no, it can't.
That guy drives around. The clown from Uncle Buck showed up in the same car that he drives.
I was like, this is a 2-seater convertible.
Yeah, right. It seats two comfortably. If you live in Vienna. All right. I want to just jump into this because 3:00 we have something that I think is fun, and I think we have a great idea for the networks on a sports documentary because there's a lot of good ones coming out. We're going to do it. But we got to start with this. Now, I'm not doing the whole Tigers funeral. I mean, whether you admit it or not, know it or not, yes, your whole season's over. Stop. Riley Green is dead. Erod's dead. I think Faedo just went to the IL. Good night. This is something different. So I was driving back from out of town this weekend, and you have time. You're in a car. The conversation of Javi Baez came up, and I go, well, what do you want me to say? The guy blows. He's terrible. So then I said, well, let me pull the numbers up to show you how bad he is to one of my friends. And this guy's 4 for his last 34. And that might be a hot streak for this cat. So I like this weekend in Chicago, again, a nothing burger, but 4 for his last 34. Rico, when you do the deep dive into this, here's the consensus we settled on in my group. We're watching Miguel Cabrera 2.0. We are watching someone that no one in town wants, that this team will have to play out of a morbid financial obligation for 4 more years and $98 million. And I don't want you to think that Javi's bad and I'm being unfair. Javi is arguably the second worst player in Major League Baseball. Only better than, you guessed it, Bag of Balls Cabrera. Javi Baez's OPS in his time with the Tigers. I mean, if you, because I really went down the wormhole. You have time on a road trip. I mean, Javi Baez, Rico, this guy has an OPS like 550. That's almost 200 points below league average. He is arguably the worst player in baseball. He is offering you nothing. And he's not opting out at the end of the year, right? Not with 4 years and $98 million out there for. No. So here's my question to you, to Kenny, to the public at large. Are we watching Cabrera too? That every night we're going to have to continue to play Javi. Oh, by the way, he gets a $4 million raise next year. $5 million raise next year.
Well, he's earned it.
He goes up to $25 million next year, 25 the year after, 24 the year after, and 24 the year after that. And I know what I would do, but until or unless I see, Chris and the management decide they're gonna buy someone out, I can't do it. I'm just making a point, guys. Are we looking at Cabrera? I want to know from you, because here's why I can't take your team seriously. When you were gone, Rico, you were on vacation. Cookies and I talked about it. You're asking AJ Hinch to manage with 25 guys on the roster instead of 26. Mm-hmm. And on nights you play Javi Baez, you get nothing. And the reality is you could basically pluck anyone in baseball and get more. So if we're asking AJ Hinch and the Detroit Tigers in the throes of a rebuild to play a man short over the next 4 years, How can I take you seriously? Now, if you want to tell me it's not that bad, here's the problem you're going to run into. It is that bad. The numbers say it's that bad. So I want to know if you are thinking what we're thinking. 248-539-9797. Now, that's not hyperbole.
No,
Rico, it's that bad.
It's not, and it could be because they're still celebrating Miggy. As a matter of fact, I think it's like some Miggy bobblehead night or something this weekend, or Miggy giveaway. I was looking at the Tiger schedule, so yeah, they have something planned.
I quit.
This is just what we do. Miggy
Rico,
milestone bobblehead.
Can I be up front?
Saturday.
I don't care.
No, I'm just. But yeah, for some reason, this type of thing doesn't really affect them. But yeah, you're right. Miggy shouldn't be on the roster right now. And yeah, at this pace, you're going to be paying Javi, and he's going to be struggling. But at least Miggy, you had something that you could celebrate. You remember when he was good, when he won the Triple Crown, when the Tigers were good and fun to watch. Javi Baez, the only thing that works with Javi is when you tick him off. When he gets yanked out of the game, he got yanked and then he caught fire. And you thought maybe that woke him up, and then it was just a dream because he went back to sleep.
He's played 100 games tonight as a Detroit Tiger. Here are your numbers. Rico, 20 home runs, 192 strikeouts, 36 walks, 234 batting average, and I know we don't care about batting average, but it's 234. An on-base percentage of 276. An OPS of 647. He is one of the worst everyday players in all of baseball. He has gotten worse this year. He's worse this year than last year. So I'm asking, now again, if you wanted to do it, is he the worst athlete to ever sign in this town? Look, I went down that road this year. And I know a lot of people would be like, well, what about Scott Mitchell? All right, I'm never going to sit here and tell you Scott Mitchell was good. But in 55 career starts for your Detroit Lions, he was 27-28, threw for 13,000 yards and 80 touchdowns. Now, clearly alienated teammates. Guy was half an idiot. The point is, that's about a league average quarterback, right?
Right.
Okay. Baez is arguably the worst player in the sport. You want to say Josh Smith. Josh Smith still averaged 14-7, a couple assists a night. Now, that wasn't good. That's far from being the worst player in NBA, right? I want to know how the story ends with Baez. Because if you still have hope for him, I don't know what it's based on. If you're like me and you go, okay, I think this ends with what we're watching right now with Cabrera. Baez can't opt out. His agent will lay down in his driveway behind his car before he lets Javi opt out. 4 years and $98 million beyond this. Is this Cabrera too? Mm-hmm. And in my world, Rico, you cannot ask me to take this franchise seriously if I got to endure 2 more years, 3 more years, 4 more years of morbid obligation.
Because he's not tradable. So you're just going to have to buy him out, or he's got to walk away or something. How about Nazi Muhammad?
Does that count, though? Like, what was he even paid when he came here? 2 years, $9 million?
No, it was a 4-year, $25 million deal. He averaged 5.6 points a game and 4 rebounds.
I mean, it's up there. I mean, even Charlie V wasn't that expensive. He just sucked.
So
I don't know, man. I wanted to ask the people.
It gets to the point where, yeah, you have to make that decision, because the best thing that you could do is the next time he hits a winning streak, hope that somebody wants him and just shop him.
I've said
take him and we'll pay part of the contract.
I will stand and applaud. I mean, it'll be like when you see people give a standing ovation at the Oscars to a film. If you were ever able to pull a Prince Fielder 2.0
I was going to say,
get rid of this guy.
If you could do what they did with Prince Fielder, a guy that you thought, man, there's no way they could wait, they just moved him. Wow.
And they got Ian Kinsler.
Yeah.
It was a master stroke. But I really feel like we're living what this is going to be. Think about it. Look at the at-bats. Look at the production. He's not bringing you some Gold Glove defense. Like, he's going to stay here, collect a check, and this franchise has yet to show me that they're willing to do what it really would take. So, Are we just going to be living with a 25-man roster instead of 26 in continuum? 4 for his last 34. He's worse this year than last year. And in the total sample size, he is 100 points and almost 20% worse than a league average ball player.
That's very depressing the way you put it.
Sorry.
Because,
I'm in a great
because
mood.
I'm thinking
We're having a great time.
No, because I'm like, yeah, right now you're 2 men down on your baseball team. That's not including
this
injuries.
Year, AJ managed with 24.
Right. Not including injuries, which happened. Not Riley Green, that's actually, he got hurt. But this is Miggy. He's taking a roster spot. And Javi, he literally is, he's Javi and Harvey. When all of a sudden he's motivated. When he got benched, I thought maybe that was going to be the spark because he came back and it was like, man, that's the guy that you signed. And now that's all gone away again unless you got to light a fire under him again. Yeah, this is it's depressing. But no, I do believe if the Tigers have shown me anything, kind of how they handle Miggy, they're going to handle this the exact same way and just cross their fingers, hope that he turns things around and it'll all be okay and go ride the Ferris wheel.
Thank you for that bally opinion. 248-539-9797. Kenny Cott, you sat here listening. I don't think I said anything unfair. Now, if you think if I've lost hope too quickly, well, your prerogative. Talk to me. Tell me where I'm off here.
You didn't say anything unfair. You backed it up with numbers. The problem with Javi Baez in this town, too, is he's always going to get some sort of fanfare. I mean, think about it. He's going to make a flashy play in the field.
Oh, you're not kidding.
He's going to hit a spicy home run once, and then everybody's going to be like, see,
standing
old
ovation.
Javi is back.
Yeah.
What are we talking about, guys? Why are you so negative?
No, and that's why I gave you the total sample size. Now, look, if he put 2-3 good months together and was carrying a baseball team, you can begin to put some of it in the rearview mirror. But, fellas, he was bad last year. He's far worse this year. Far worse.
Yeah, he had 2 or 3 good weeks this season.
And that's enough for people to go, hey, whoa, look at that.
Right, and then all
it's
of a sudden,
Javi again.
he hit a double. There we go.
He flipped off the Chicago crowd. There's our Javi Baez.
Yep. Detroit versus everybody. He's one of us now. Now, I'm with you. It amazes me how, the fans are watching Miggy. Miggy will, hit a deep fly ball. It's an out, and people are just standing, clapping like, yeah, it was almost like it didn't count.
Same thing with Torkelson, too. Wow, did you see the exit velo there? Okay, great.
Right. He ran into one, low and inside, yanked it down the line. Congratulations. You know what I need from Torque? 9 homers in a month. Consistent, air under the ball. Like, look. You know what? I'm going to keep it positive.
Nah.
No. I'm going to keep it positive because I was about to lambaste the listeners going, listen, if you want to talk about what your favorite cookie is, guys, I'm not talking about the Grand Prix and how happy you were to sip lemonade. I don't care.
What'd you dream?
I want to know. I'm ignoring that. I want to know if Javi Baez is going to be Miggy 2.0, where we will sit here for years playing a dead person in the field. 248-539-9797. We got a great one because there have been announcements about all the new sports documentaries coming out, the 30 for 30s, Netflix, all the stuff we love. We're going to help the networks because it would be number 1 in America. And it involves one of our teams. We'll do it at 3. We've talked Northville Lumber for a long time. Oldest company in the state. Largest Trex decking outlet in America. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more. It's Northville Lumber. Guys, they move enough product to cover 26 football fields. There is a reason they move that much product because it's all in stock. There's no delays, no lead time, no special orders. You buy it, it's in their warehouse right down the road. All varieties, colors, Trex decking, railing, lighting, and they deliver. Oh, but I don't have someone to build the deck for me. No problem. They'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. All you need to do, stop on in. It's that simple. Call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right. We opened up with a little baseball, a little sports for you. And then look, it's simple. This is a topic that came up with me and my friends. I can't sit here and tell you it's not relevant. Javi's 4 for his last 34. He sucks. We all know he sucks. But this is reaching something different where now the season's over, right? Erod's dead and Faedo's dead and Green is dead. And you turn your attention to storylines. Well, one is Torkelson. Congrats, you finally hit a home run. But the other's going to be, what the hell happens with Baez? And barring something out of David's favorite storybook, known as the Bible, Javi Baez is not opting out. It's 4 more years and $98 million. And it's a player that is Miguel Cabrera useless. So I want to know, as a Tiger fan, if you could take this team seriously, if they just keep playing this guy out of a morbid obligation. And do you have any hope that this guy will turn this around and we won't view this as anything other than the singular worst contract we've ever signed in this town?
No, because I don't think that he's going to opt out. I mean, it's sad, but like maybe if they lost enough games that he'll say, I don't want to be here anymore. But that's about it. Nobody turns down that much money, $100 million. You're stuck with him. Tigers are going to play him. They're going to try to figure out a way to use him. And occasionally he will rise up and he'll have a good series or a good game, and just enough to tantalize the fans and the hope of people out there feeling, yeah, maybe he'll turn this thing around. But I'm with you. It's very close to reaching Miggy, because Miggy just embraced the fact that he's just out there having fun now. He knows I'm milking this team, and there's nothing I can do no wrong. I'm waiting for him to show up one day in slippers and a bunny robe.
Yeah, Kenny, ticket text. I'd love to hear from the people on it. I think it's really one of the only compelling things left. I mean, sure, when Skubal gets back, happy to watch him. Happy to, hope his development goes where it needs to go. But this Baez thing, guys, we're talking about a rebuild where Scotty Harris inherited a 24-man roster on a nightly basis when other teams get 26. You play Baez and Cabrera, you are putting rotten produce on the field. Bernie Lomax, we joke about it. It's true. Kenny, you're laughing. What?
No, it was just about the drop that was from that song. Been giggling about that for 20 minutes now.
Okay.
Sorry.
Good to see the bar as high as we start the week.
Some ticket text for you. Do you guys think Javi Baez will ever lay off the outside off speed? Probably not. Ha, ha, ha. Baez looks like he doesn't care in all these games. I agree with Mike. Miggy 2.0.
Here's the problem. Well, it's not a problem. Do you think, and it sounds insane, but work with me, is there any scenario where it gets so ugly here he has to opt out, money be damned?
And that's what you're hoping for. That he flips off the crowd. He does something
Jack McDowell?
Yeah, he does something stupid where all of a sudden Detroit just turns on him, and now you can't put him back out there anymore.
He was getting booed earlier on in the season when it just started, and he started slumping a little bit at the beginning. He was getting booed, so maybe
when he got pulled from the game for just making mistakes, and I thought that was the lowest point, but he turned that around, got better, and I'm like, well, maybe he's found something. He didn't, but that's what you got to hope for, that at the end of the year, he's done something that he just says, it's not worth it. I'll take my chances on the open market. I'll bet on myself and go someplace else.
He's not Cabrera 2.0 because Cabrera was once great. Javi sucks. Wish this team would just spend some money. That's from Big Willie in Florida.
Wow. Really?
Oh, just move on from that?
Yeah, please do.
My 14-year-old cousin has better play discipline with her eyes closed than Javi Baez. He's a joke, swings at every off-speed outside ball.
Yeah, and again, if you want me to take this, look, I'll give you a great example. I was gone the day that the Pistons hired Monty Williams. I'm thrilled. I'll make fun of the Pistons all I want. They're terrible, but I won't make fun of them for trying. Oh, well, they paid too much. Newsflash, Monty didn't want the deal. Mm-hmm. Monty was ready to sit home with his family, collect a $7 million check, do a little TV, sit by the pool.
Yeah, you had to pay a Detroit tax.
Right. So the point is, I will not make fun of that team nor will I pass it off as not serious. They're
Well, no.
trying.
Here-
When the Tigers put guys like Cabrera and Baez on the field on a nightly basis, they aren't trying. And if I have to look at Baez next year, or God forbid 2025, how do you sell me that we're trying?
Dude, and I know
Not you, I'm saying
no,
them.
but I know batting average doesn't mean as much. But when you have half your lineup yesterday under 200, you basically just said we quit. We don't care about this game. You're not even trying. It's like you're looking at it, it's like 7 of the guys are batting under 240. I think 4 or 5 are under 200. That was your lineup yesterday in a major league
and again,
ball game.
I am giving Scotty Harris time. I'm going to give him patience. This is not on Scott Harris. I'm making the point that if you want me to get to a point where I can take you seriously, the Baez issue is going to have to be addressed. And it can't be addressed today. Him opting out is almost impossible. So if I'm Scott Harris and I get to the winter meetings, how am I going to have a payroll where literally the payroll after Cabrera's gone, Rico, it'll be like 30% of my payroll is Javi Baez.
Mm-hmm.
How? And I got to put that out on the field? If I'm Scotty Harris, I'm going, look, I'm going to work my ass off, but I can't do this.
At that point, you just got to be like, I'm allowed to move him, right? If I find some sucker who says they want to take him, I can move him. No questions asked. Okay, we're good. I'll work with that. And you start working the phone.
If you told me, and you know what, this may be an opinion I regret, but we're live. I don't have time to get an abacus and a matrix out. I swear to God, if somebody would be like, look, whatever the Tigers' best prospect is, just attach it to Harvey, pay 33% of the deal, and we'll take him, I'd probably do it. That might be a terrible opinion. But I just know I'll live with it this year because I have to. I'm looking at the future where if Scotty Harris is who I think he is, and this team will get some hope, and I do think they'll take a college bat in the draft this year, and I'm hopeful we'll start to get a little momentum. Rico, can you imagine watching Baez next year doing this again and knowing he's locked in for 4 more?
Yeah, because here's the reality, too. When you look at Baez, his career, he's a different player when he's on a winning team. It's like he cares. And now all of a sudden he goes out there and he does the things that everybody wants to see here in Detroit. But because you have Scotty Harris rebuilding this team, I don't think they're going to be good for a while. So you're right. You got to find a way. Harris has to be given the leeway. I can move him, and we may have to pay some of this salary, but I'm allowed to move him, and I'm okay with that. Because other than him doing something stupid and just saying, I want out of here, he's here for the next 3-4 years.
And that's where I put the Tigers in a place, just so, again, we're all on the same page. If you want to be taken seriously, you can't do it. You have to begin acting differently. I will give the Pistons or any team in this town credit when they do what needs to be done. I know the Pistons got mocked. I know the Pistons got made fun of. And you know what? Screw those people.
But that was only a few. Because here's the thing.
No, but NBA media, this whole idea, you know what? Screw the NBA media. This team's won less than 23 games 3 years in a row. Monty Williams is a guy who entered the same type of situation in Phoenix. And you know what? You needed credibility.
And the fact that you didn't take no for an answer, you came back, you upped the offer to show that you really were serious. No, I can't fault you for that. Because what was it, Kevin Ollie? No, right. I did not want to see that. So you went from the very bottom to the penthouse. Like, okay, you're paying for it. But guys, as I said before, it's a Detroit tax. Nobody come to Detroit on a sweetheart deal.
And
those Red Wing teams are long gone.
It's a coach who had options, including not working and making $6.5 million. Okay, you did what you needed to do. It's not my money, and I don't care. Pay to freight. No offense, but Tom Gores, he's at least at a minimum quadrupled his initial investment in buying the Pistons. Okay? Yeah. So I don't want to hear it. He can sit in his mansion in Beverly Hills and never show up here again. I don't care. Spend the money. Sit in your Barca lounger and just approve the checks. That's it.
You're right.
97-1. All right, couple of ticket texts and then a wild rumor from Shams Charania. That's just, if you're a sports fan at all, you'll at least care about for 5 minutes. We'll get that in a minute. Kenny, go ahead, buddy.
Javi Baez has definitely been offensively awful, but don't minimize how poor he's been in the field with his awful throwing.
I didn't. I said he's not giving you anything offensively or defensively. He's a nothing burger. He's a milk crate. And I'm telling you, barring something miraculous or Scotty Harris doing something incredible, this is 4 more years and $98 million of a guy who does not look like he wants to be here, does not look like he enjoys playing the game. And if this organization wants to be taken seriously by their customers, you can't keep running him out there, and you can't ask A.J. Hinch to keep managing shorthanded.
You know, it's funny that you say that because he does look like a guy that you constantly have to light a fire under to get him to play. And you don't expect that in the major leagues. You expect that these guys have already been motivated and they want to play, but he either has to be on a winning team or you just have to constantly just keep riding him. And it's like,
well, guess what? That's why you don't let half an idiot run your team, okay? Everyone but Avila knew. Everyone. Everyone could see a mile away this was going to be a landmine. Even an idiot like me saw it. Well, guess who didn't? Oh, it's pronounced Avila. That's pronounced awful. Historically awful.
Add Jonathan Scope to the list with Cabrera and Baez, worst players in the MLB.
No, I won't because Scope isn't expensive. He's just a nothing burger. Another guy I never need to see again. Go ahead, and then we'll get to this rumor.
I think the Miggy Cop is unfair because at least Miggy earned the contract, and he's just limping to the end. Javi never earned that contract. That's from Dan.
All right. You know what? Semantical sumo wrestling, and I'm not interested. They're both terrible, and they both make a hell of a lot of money. Did you see the Shams report?
Yeah.
Yeah, you like this? So this is all of us here in Detroit when we can't win playoff games. We get to watch the world burn from a good, safe distance. Shams Charania reporting that Kyrie Irving has reached out to LeBron James, not about joining the Lakers, about getting LeBron to Dallas to join him and Luka. Now, work with me on this. First of all, has anyone talked to Luka about this? Second of all, why would Dallas re-up Kyrie, considering when they got him, they were the 4 seed, and by the time Kyrie was done injecting his poison, they were out of the playoffs. Mm-hmm. And then we get to the grand finale. You're going to put 3 ball-dominant players together.
Yep.
None of these guys play off the ball. I hope it happens because it is a blimp accident. This is a hot air balloon bird strike. Like, you got to be kidding me. Do you believe this?
I can't. Unless Kyrie thinks LeBron just wants out of L.A. But you're right. That's a recipe for disaster. That's when I can only imagine Luka right now as Mike Myers when Kanye was on the stage saying, I'm sorry, what did you just say? No. That's how I see Luka, like
the glazed look on his face.
Right. I'm sorry, what? No.
I mean,
we're not doing this.
You read the report and you're like, none of it makes sense at any level. No. But here's what I tell myself. It is NBA silly season. So you get a lot of stuff. I have a different word for it, but stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But Rico, I actually wouldn't mind it because I love a good disaster as long as it's not in my town. That's theater.
That's what it would be because I guess I thought that he was going to end up going out to, Kyrie was going to go to LA.
But you know what the pull is?
I guess because they won a title before, LeBron has a sweet spot for him.
He does because Kyrie is Robin to his Batman. But here's the problem. Unless LeBron were willing to move off the ball and play power forward almost exclusively, which is something he has never done, nor do I think a player of his caliber who played as well as he played with an injury that he needs to do at this point. You know what it reeks of? This is where, this drives me nuts. This is Mark Cuban. This is business. This is I can get LeBron in town for a year. My team's no damn good. We're fringy playoff. I'll make a ton of money. I get on TV a ton of times. LeBron increases your franchise's value by upwards of $500 million. you know what? It might just be a money move. And that makes me sad.
No, not might be.
Okay.
That is a money move.
All right.
Because, Dallas would definitely, they'll be the marquee game on Christmas night, but that's not a big three that I think is going to take you anywhere. As a matter of fact, that screams first round and you're out. Yeah, good luck with that.
But I would love
It'd
to
be
watch
fun.
it from
Yeah,
far away. It'd be hilarious.
It'd be fun to watch.
Let's go to Jeff on a cell, 97.1. Jeff, what's going on, bud?
Hi, I'm just calling about Javi Baez, and I've tried to recollect, my years of sports to find a deal that's this. How should I say it? Depressing? Is that an accurate word?
Absolutely.
Because I don't see. I mean, all I could think of was the Ian Kinsler, but I'm like, we got something back. Yes, we paid a lot of freight with Fielder, but we got a player that wasn't horrible. He was at least an okay player back, but I don't see anybody. I mean, I don't see anybody that's that overpaid that we could take back that would put us in any less of a miserable situation. And again, the other names mentioned you got something out of. But this guy, plus there's no incentive. I don't see he's got all the money he's going to need. I don't see him saying, hey, I want to, get better so that I can have another contract or anything. Unless he just wants and hates this place and wants to get out. I don't see any other way other than us being stuck with him and his awful at-bats and,
And look, I don't even think Kinsler was a good ball player here. Now, it wasn't always great, but Kinsler was so much better than Javi, so much better than league average. No, Jeff, I brought it up. Scott Mitchell was better. Josh Smith was better. Hell, Uwe Krupp played 6 games here and was terrible and was better. He played 6 games in 2 years and got hurt in the Iditarod or whatever it was.
What about Cujo? Curtis Joseph?
Much better.
He got benched.
Yeah, but I mean, listen, he was losing playoff games 2-1. I can't help one of the goals was a soft goal. Cujo didn't walk here and give up 7 goals a night with a save percentage of 80%. Rico, I can't come up with a comparative. You came up with Nazi Muhammad. Yeah. That's the depths we're going to when you've reached the Nazi Muhammad phase of the program.
Maybe it was just something about the...
But imagine if you had to play Nazi Muhammad.
Wow.
See, there's the difference. What we're about to embark on a nightly basis with Javi moving forward is Nazi Muhammad playing 38 minutes a night. Every night.
Okay.
That's what we're about to embark on. Jesus.
Oh, man.
This is not a good way to start the week, is it?
No. Well, like I said, at least... I guess he's right in the same category with Correa this year. He's not doing too well. And the Twins are sitting there saying, oh, my God, what are we going to do? So at least you're not stuck for a $200 million deal. There's your positive.
Shades of gray.
There's
all right.
your positive.
There's
you're
Rico
only stuck for $100 million.
Rico to lift us all up. We'll get on the board momentarily, and we're going to do this sports documentary thing top of the hour. When the IRS collection or audit, whether it's civil or criminal, or even the Michigan Department of Treasury, call Abraham and Rose. Maurice and Jerry are ready to fight for you. You need legitimate representation. You need Abraham and Rose. Now, some tax organization's going to put a random person on the phone. They're not brick and mortar. These guys are representing clients in front of the Supreme Court. I mean, come on. What are we doing here? You don't want the IRS calling you. Do not let your tax issues get worse. Get Abraham and Rose today. Let them get to work on a plan that'll save you time, headaches, and hopefully your money. Visit them today. Call 248-539-5040. That's 248-539-5040, and you will never have to personally deal with the IRS again. All right, Kenny, a couple of the ticket texts, and then we will go on the board, and then we got a fun topic for you because there are a number of sports documentaries coming out. I watch them all. I love them. There's an announcement. They're going to do one on the Urban Meyer era Gators, which I can't wait because he was running a madhouse. But there's one that I've never figured out how it hasn't been done. We're going to talk about it. But Kenny, a couple of ticket texts, and we'll go on the board where Kenny promises a winner in tonight's lightly watched Stanley Cup final.
Flag on that. Hindenburg is the name you're looking for with this Kyrie story. I like watching from a nice, safe distance.
Yes.
That's from Pete in Livonia.
That's right.
How about Jordan Zimmerman for bad Detroit contracts? Or Dontrell Willis is another name that's been coming in the text quite frequently.
Jordan Zimmerman's another one I hated from the day it happened. And I think it was the last time we ever had Avila on the show because I got into it with him about it. And I'm like, okay, that didn't go well. The point is, analytically, it made no sense. Not a hard thrower, NL to AL. 6 years after a Tommy John, there's stats that guys end up blowing out again at a higher rate. I'm going, what did we just pay for here? Guy's strikeout rate was nowhere. Like, the hell do we do here? Not great. I don't know. He was expecting like a bouquet of flowers, and that I guess that didn't happen.
I do remember that.
I
was a P1 back then.
Yes, Kenny.
2021 to 23 available free agent shortstops. This ticket texter sends in Corey Seager, Trevor Story, Javi Baez, Carlos Correa, Jose Iglesias, Andrelton Simmons, and Elvis Andrews. Thanks a lot, Al Avila.
I mean, look, it's not like there's been Story's been hurt. Simeon's been great. Simeon's been fabulous. Seager's had injuries to deal with. Correa's been not great. He's been terrible this year. The point is, you didn't need to get involved with Javi Baez. That was my only thing. We were doing shows back then where I'm like, anyone but Baez, ABB.
No, I remember when I brought that up to you. I'm like, what about Baez? And you were like, let me stop you right there.
Immediate no.
No. I'm like, Mike, yeah, no.
No.
Just no.
None of this. All right, let's go on the board. Kenny, I demand a winner. Now, I have something. I just don't think Kenny's going to allow it. So I'm going to let him do his own thing. And Rico, you can make your pick. But I'm going to hearken back to the old days with a selection here. But Rico, you're first.
Mike, only because we are having such an exhilarating conversation about this man.
Oh, Jesus.
I think he's going to go full spite.
Baez 4 for 4.
Baez to hit a double tonight.
What?
Plus 470.
A double.
Just
is
a
plus
double.
470? Not even a home. What's a home run? 1,000? Oh, my God.
You know what? Let me find
I think I saw a home run at plus 600 or something like that.
Javi Baez home run.
I mean, just play them both at this point, right? I mean, if he's
Plus
going to
630.
If he's going to go spite store, Rico.
Plus 630, him to hit a home run.
Because the day we talked about him. Yeah. I mean,
every time we seem like we have these Javi Baez conversations, he goes out and says, hey, guys, middle finger as he rounds third.
It'll be a spite cycle is what he'll hit for the cycle just out of spite.
The spitzel. All right, Kenny. Boy, your league knows how to do it, huh? Your finals on TNT, a network that has no association with hockey, but here we are.
Yeah, and on Saturday, we waited a nice 9 days for the finals to start after the end of the third round, so way to go, Gary. I'm looking at, obviously, Panthers Golden Knights. I think the Panthers even it up, and it's plus 120 money line. I think the rust versus rest thing with the 9-day Florida, I think that's only a game one problem. I've never bought into rest or rust being a long-term problem for teams in playoff series. So at plus 120, you're getting great Jim Costa value, and I don't like the Golden Knights. Exactly.
I want to hearken.
Oh, boy.
If we can hearken for a minute. Kenny made his bones.
Oh, no.
He's like Mo Green. I made my bones. Betting unders. Tonight's over-under is 5.5, but you're getting plus 110 under 5.5 in tonight's game. 28% of the bets make up 70% of the money. Under 5.5. Do we hearken back to your roots, Kenny, with an under in this game?
Well, my roots would have been overs.
As Kenny would have said, you don't want try-hard guy to hit an empty netter.
No, that's for the puck line, but that's also a very important point. You never want to touch the puck line either side. It'll be an empty net problem. But there's two goalies in this series, Adin Hill, Sergei Bobrovsky. They've both been spectacular this playoffs. And if they can both figure it out game 2, I'm not saying I would do it, but I'll bless it if you want to. It's plus odds. And we've made quite a little bit of money and cashed the ticket with these. It will be tonight. Under 5.5. What was it? Plus 105 you got?
Plus 110.
Plus 110? All right, let's do it.
What
is that?
Baez hits a home run.
We just hearkened.
What is that parlayed with the Panthers on the
Wait.
You want to hearken? Let's parlay,
Hold on. What would a Harvey Baez Spitzel? A Baez double, a Panthers win, and the under. I mean, come on.
Plus 10,000. I mean, Jesus.
Do they even have odds for Baez to hit the cycle tonight?
No, I tried to see that. The best you can get is 4 hits.
What's that? That's what he's got in his last 34 at bats.
Javi Baez, 4 hits.
Plus 10,000.
Even that by
Plus
itself, you don't need to parlay.
Plus 7,500.
I mean,
jeez.
Just to prove I'm not useless.
All right, that's on the board. Let's get to sports documentaries next. 97.1. All right, 3 o'clock. Good to have you. So I started thinking about this because there have been a rash of announcements about sports documentaries. And look, I'm making an assumption, which is dangerous, that you guys enjoy the 30 for 30s like we do, like I do. Netflix has gotten into the game now. HBO's gotten into the game now. Look, if it's about sports and it's done right, I'm into it. I mean, hell, the American Gladiators 30 for 30 last week, it was very good. I watched it. I liked it.
Yeah, you and Evan have sold me on that. So.
Yeah, and it's not even a subject I'm passionate about. I mean, I was like 10 years old when that was around. It's interesting. And hell, they did one on Ric Flair. I hate wrestling. It was unbelievable. What? It was unbelievable.
Oh, just giving you a woo from back here.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes. But my point is, there's going to be one about the Mighty Ducks coming out. I'm into it, right? The initial, how it became a Disney movie to a Disney team, a shameless money grab where it eventually worked out. There's going to be one about Urban Meyer and Aaron Hernandez, and I'm sure it's not going to be flattering to the University of Florida, but I'm into it. I want to watch it. And I started thinking, and we were talking about it, the documentary that is the most obvious, that I think it's shameful it hasn't been done, is the Lions. An SOL, Bobby Lane curse, Lions thing. From players dying on the field, players paralyzed on the field, futility, 2 Hall of Famers being driven to the point of madness and quitting, a guy driving through a drive-through nude, then the starting quarterback's Halloween outfit is that guy. Like, one playoff win in 57 years.
Speaking of the 57 years, oh, by the way, the day you announced to the world you bought the team, you're
JFK
the second
assassination.
Right, you're the second biggest story in Detroit.
So my
President
point is
was killed.
a 30 for 30 about the Detroit Lions and what we've been through in this town. It doesn't have to be something slanderous, but it's like right now would be the time to do it because I think the Lions are about to be good, real good. And I think they're about to shatter some of those stereotypes. The timing would be perfect for ESPN to do this now. Look, their network can't stop talking about this team in a good way.
Right.
How about you show America what they've put us all through? Like, would you watch would it be too painful or would you watch that? Like, I'd be in. When they did the Wings Avs documentary, again, it's no secret. We're not the McKenzie twins here. That was great.
No, it was fun to watch.
Theater. They did the Bad Boys. Theater. These sports documentaries are better than the games.
It is.
Basically.
I mean, I told you, I'm watching the 10-year war, that Michigan-Ohio State thing. It was like,
that's an oldie but a goodie. That's been out for a few years.
This was pretty good. No, they did a new one just recently this year where they were just talking about Michigan and Ohio State and the rival, how they respect each other but hate each other. I was like, this was actually pretty good. I got
sports
sucked into
documentaries are better than the actual games. Argue it. I'm telling you right now, on a nightly basis, if you gave me the option of a 30 for 30 or watching any game that's on, I'd take 30 for 30.
Because you know what happened, but you want to hear the story behind what happened.
That's right.
Why? Like, the whole, I would love to find out, like, why Thurman Thomas couldn't find his helmet during the Super Bowl. It's only the Super Bowl. It's only one of the biggest games of the year, and you can't find your helmet, and they turn the ball over because you're not in there. But it's things like that. But yeah, the Lions, there is so much that happened with this team.
It's a two-parter.
That you would sit there and be like, I forgot about it. It may reach the levels of watching the U.
Well, and look at what a hit Hard Knocks was, right?
Yeah.
You could position a Lions documentary, no matter who did it, Netflix, HBO, 30 for 30, whatever it is, and you could finish it with what Dan Campbell's up against and what they're attempting to do. I mean, if I'm HBO, I could easily do this because I already did Hard Knocks. I've already got the footage. But think about what this team has put these people through. It's worse than the Chicago Cubs.
From the fights at the Silverdome.
All of it. You do it all. Wayne Fonz, Marty on the bike.
What do you mean I'm fired?
Taking the wind. What's a guy got to do to get fired around here? Rod Marinelli and all of it.
Oh, my. See, that's just it. Like, you all of a sudden like, oh, well, wait about. You're right. It would have to be at least a two-part series.
I think you could do a two-parter. My point is, That's the one. Now, I could ask you a broad-based question of what is the sports documentary that has not been made that you want to see? I'm fine with that too. But I want to know if am I off base with the Lions thing? Every time you see an announcement from Netflix or 30 for 30 ESPN, I always feel like, how are they whistling by the graveyard of the Detroit Lions and not doing one? It would be unbelievable.
And it's one of those things, I wonder if the Lions have been so irrelevant that people outside of Detroit just don't know.
But that's the story you tell,
right,
isn't it?
Right, that it's going to be one of those people like, right, you had a person die on the field. You've had people paralyzed.
They did one on Marcus Dupree. The guy's been dead for 30 years.
Is it possible this could be therapeutic for Lions fans? We can all commiserate together on a local sense?
Yeah, hell yeah.
I mean, think about it. The rules that happened because the Lions played. Now all of a sudden, you know what, you have to complete the process of the catch. Like all the different things. Not one, but two Hall of Famers show up to work one day and say, I don't want to do this anymore.
Picked up flag. I mean, the list goes on and on. It could be so therapeutic for Lions fans together for one night to watch something that just explains why we are the way we are. And it could explain to the nation that does not understand why we are the way we are.
Yeah. The Barry -1 yard game.
All of it. All of it.
That's the funny thing, though, is you can keep listing off these things. They never end. There's so
Dude,
many
and then
of
you
them.
add in the tragedies. Whether it's, Chuck Hughes, whether it is Mike Utley, whether it's Reggie Brown,
Andelsack.
Eric Andelsack. When you put it all together, I want someone to tell me it would not be the most compelling hour of sports TV. It would be right up there with the best 30 for 30s they've done. Mm-hmm. Tell the story of what this team has done to people.
Yeah.
And then at the end, you can finish it out with how much hope they have for the coming year. I don't think it would take a lot.
We named off all of those things, and we didn't even hit Matt Millen in 0-16.
There was another one that just came in on the text. Don't forget the inability to blow up the Silverdome on the first attempt.
Yes.
They just keep coming.
Yes. I remember that because because Drew Sharp had just recently died, and I'm like, Drew's got to be laughing because he was like, you guys couldn't even do this right. They had to go back months later to redo it.
Just when you think you run out of examples. I mean,
you can't make this up.
That might be the title of the doc. You can't make this up. I mean,
Kenny, it's true. I mean, I'm being serious. You don't have to know anything about this team. It's the NFL, right? Isn't that the biggest qualifier? The NFL's currency. They could do a documentary about any franchise I'd watch. But when you factor in what the promo video would be, it is a story of a team that has punished its fans in ways that are unimaginable for a time frame that is unthinkable. And then the bad breaks that have happened make it seem like you signed a blood oath with Satan. Yeah. And what if I told you the fans are still hopeful? This is like Cubs on steroids. I'm just in shock. Like the Mighty Ducks get one, but we don't. And look, would you? I'd watch it. Of course I would. Yeah. I think it would almost be cathartic, right?
Right. It's just, can you get everything in this documentary that happened? Can you really tell the story of, the 60-some years of it? Just you could just start from the William Clay Ford era, from him buying the team. Oh, by the way, the president shot. Instead of I guess there was no PR department around. Like, guys, we may not want to announce this today. It's going to get overshadowed. Nah, run the story. Okay. And just everything that happened until then.
And for every moment we're bringing up, there's ones that we aren't thinking of that we're forgetting.
Pool like 6 to 8 of them. We'll get the ticket text. I want to get to the people. I want to know, it's two parts. Am I overstating how interesting it would be? But would you be able to bring yourself to watch it? Because it would take you through an emotional journey where it's all bad. You drove Barry Sanders to quitting. He wrote a letter and faxed it to the Wichita Pioneer Press or whatever the hell it was. Okay? Calvin Johnson quit.
Just, you're two Hall of Famers. Just, I can't do this anymore, guys.
Players dying while mowing their lawn. Players dying on the field. Players being paralyzed. Losing at a nauseating rate. Dan Orlovsky running out of the end zone. Never seen it before. I've never seen it since.
Yeah.
Seriously. I think it would be incredible. And look, I'm pumped up. We're getting another round of good. Like this Urban Meyer one's going to be unbelievable. Unbelievable. I think the Mighty Ducks thing is super interesting because the younger crowd doesn't recognize it was a movie and a Disney cash grab that became a team. That's unthinkable in today's world that if the NBA, who's going to expand, by the way, Adam Silver just said that, like if the NBA took a Disney team and like Space Jam and they made it a team.
The Las Vegas Space Jam.
Right. That's what the Mighty Ducks are. So that's going to be coming out. But I would, and look, I'm not a big boxing guy. I've watched all the documentaries. You don't have, I mean, they've done documentaries about a rugby team in New Zealand. It doesn't matter. I watch it. I don't like women's basketball. They did a Pat Summitt one. It was fascinating. The Lions are right there for everybody. And they don't make it. And I can't figure out why. Maybe I'm off base. 248-539-9797. I'll get to the calls. Kenny, line up the ticket text. People have their suggestions. I'm in. We'll do it next. 97.1. Ideal You can help you lose weight fast. You could lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days with real whole foods. John Jansen lost the weight. He has kept it off. It means you can lose 40 pounds before the end of summer. Sign up right now. 200 in free groceries or a $200 Visa gift card. Your choice. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. Different than other programs. It works. It works fast. Again, John lost the weight. He's kept it off. Ideal You works. They'll teach you what to eat, what to do. You're in contact with your coach on a daily basis. And once you've reached your goal, teach you how to keep the weight off. Again, 200 in free groceries or a $200 Visa gift card. It is your choice. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. That's idealu.us. All right, Kenny, we'll get to the calls in a second. There have been a bunch of announcements this weekend. Netflix is doing an Urban Meyer documentary regarding his time at Florida, and everyone knows what went on there. This new Mighty Ducks documentary that's coming out. The American Gladiators one hit on 30 for 30 last week. It was great. And I always wonder, why have they not done one? Any of these companies. Why have they not done one on the Detroit Lions? The greatest running back to ever play the sport played here, and they drove him to insanity, to quit, in the wildest way you'll ever hear. A fax the night before training camp to a Wichita newspaper. They've had players die on the field, off the field. They've had tragedies. They've had futility. They've had controversy. They had rules changes made by games that they lost. Calvin Johnson, the catch rule, the process, the flag in Dallas. One playoff win in 57 years. They have had things. It would be the best sports documentary you could make. And yet it doesn't happen. And I can't figure out why. Kenny, what have I missed, though, where people are giving us a suggestion bin?
This has been a truly depressing exercise, by the way, on the ticket text. Add the Burleson pizza incident to the list. There's one. Seattle illegal bat out of the back of the end zone. There's another one for you.
Hail Mary.
Well, that was on there, too. This one is
the pitch back and forth.
Pass back and forth kind of thing. That's on the list here. This one might be my favorite. It just says, Matt Patricia. That's it. That's the text. Pass back and forth kind of thing, picking up the flag against Dallas, taking the wind in overtime.
Right.
Yeah.
And was so confident. We're going to take the win. What? Refs are like, is that an option? Okay.
I just wonder. That's all. I think it would be amazing. Let's go to people. Richard's on a cell 97.1. Hi, Richard.
Hey, how you guys doing today? Love the show.
Thank you, Richard. What's up?
Yeah, I was listening to you guys talk about the unfortunate for the Detroit Lions. One thing that stands out to me was when our defense was getting talked to be pretty good the upcoming season, and when they made a defensive play and Stephen Tulloch went for the celebration and tore something in his leg and was out the rest of the season.
There it is against the Dolphins. He jumped up and tried to do, was it the discount double check or whatever it was, and he blew his knee out.
And then he instantly went to the ground.
Gone.
Like, oh, come on.
See, this is endless. But Richard, would you be able to watch it, or would it be too painful?
Oh, I would love to watch it because, like you guys said, there's so much to see. There's so much to watch. You could just be alone. To be 0-16, just the Calvin Johnson with the rules, like the other guy said with Matt Patricia, that's just all bad. It's such a tragic story. I would love to watch it.
Richard, I don't know if you're old enough to remember the Monty Clark in the Lions leather jacket praying as the Lions went for the kick. I'm trying to think.
San Francisco.
Yeah.
Eddie Murray.
Eddie Murray, yes.
I mean, honestly, I think they could just do an hour of all the blown drafts that I think our team has done. Picking who we picked and letting go who we let go. I think we could do just an hour on that.
Hell, how about the vaunted 1983 quarterback draft? And you drafted, wait for it, a fullback. James Jones out of Florida. Not Jim Kelly, not Dan Marino, a fullback.
Good. I about had a heart attack when we drafted Ebron. I could not believe it. And
it's all there.
I don't think I've forgiven them to this day.
It's all there. I just... You have so many contacts in television. Make this happen. Can't you make this happen?
You know what? If I made it happen, I'll produce and direct it.
It would just be incredible. Let's go to Audrey, 97.1. Aubrey, how are you?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Good. So let me give you some context. First of all, I'll get to the end. Yeah, I'd love to see it. So yesterday, I'm sitting around just kind of minding my own business, watching either This Week with George Stephanopoulos or Meet the Press, right? Just enjoying my Sunday morning. And here comes Reince Priebus, of all people, talking about one of the presidential candidates. And out of the blue, he says, yeah, he has no more of a chance to win than the Lions to get to the Super Bowl. And I'm like, wait a minute. Where the heck did that come from, right? You talk about a shot. So bottom line, I would love to see it. You know, this team hasn't done anything for us forever, and I made Hard Knocks appointment TV. So I'd be there, show up, and I'd enjoy it.
Yeah. And again, I would take pride, not in that we have a terrible football franchise over the long term, but that the nation would understand our pain. I want people to know what we've been put through.
See, I wonder if the nation would be like, whoa. This all did not happen to this one franchise.
That's what would make it incredible TV. Wait, the guy was mowing his lawn and died? Yep.
It'd be like when you guys talk about draft day. That couldn't have possibly happened.
Wait. You mean the left tackle got his quarterback killed on purpose?
Wait, you mean in the playoff game, one of the best wide receivers in football was left wide open, 20 yards behind the secondary.
Sterling Sharp.
Yes. Yeah, you know what? That Sharp guy, I heard he's pretty good. You may want to cover him on the final play of the game.
Let's go.
At the Silvertoe.
Let's go to Tyson, 97.1. Tyson, what's going on?
Oh, you guys just took my Sterling Sharp.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was gonna say this. It couldn't be a 30 for 30. It's like a mini series, and one day or 1 hour of the mini series is just Packer related. I had three. I had Sterling Sharp. I had us in the playoffs going up there and getting smoked by the backup quarterback. I don't know if he was backup for Favre or backup for Rodgers, but the backup for
Matt Flynn.
Matt
Flynn against Stafford and 1,000 yards of offense.
There you go.
Yep.
Yes.
Hey, and TJ
And,
just texted me this one. Atlanta game, 2017. Score with 10 seconds to go. Just kidding. Replay. Technicality. Runoff. Lose game.
The runoff.
Oh, and don't forget the Aaron. I think it was either 1 second or time expired, something like that. Aaron Rodgers wins the game during the Jim Caldwell era.
Oh, we talked about it. The pass back and forth kind of thing. Oh, yeah, no.
Forgive me, I missed
Now,
that.
Tyson, would you be able to watch this or would you avert your eyes?
It is pain. So what is watching it is this is part of our life, as a Lions fan. So no, I'm all in.
Okay. I would be too. Look, we've all, I've lived it for over 20 years, and some of you double that. But if you took it all and put it into a 30 for 30, tell me this wouldn't work. Rico, whether it's 30 for 30, Netflix, HBO, come on.
No, it will work.
You're the chairman of Waystar Royco. What do you have for me?
We're working on Big Ten TV contracts, okay? We'll put that on the back burner.
Oh, by the way, while I was gone.
I'll run it past fellas.
Nice day. While I was gone, nice to see MSU get screwed over again. That's right. They did a favor for the conference. Now your biggest non-conference game's on the Peacock.
It just means they're marketable, Mike.
I hate you.
You signed the deal.
You in this deal you signed. I didn't sign it.
You cashed a check. You're benefiting from it.
No, I'm not. My football team still blows.
But apparently people want to watch it.
Which gives me a chance to do this.
Means people want to watch it.
Sorry, Kenny, up in your ivory tower.
You know it's bad when just names are coming in the ticket text. This one just says Titus Young.
Dude, there's a lot. There's a lot, man.
Justin Tucker, that's a one that's been coming in pretty frequently, too. The record-breaking doink.
I forgot about that.
There could be an hour on insane ways the team has lost. But if I'm saying you put this all together. Imagine the promotional video showing you the coaches being driven to insanity, players driven to insanity, a player blowing their knee out celebrating. Just all of it.
But Justin, let's kick a field goal. This will be the longest ever.
But doesn't the fact that there's so many people calling in to commiserate right now prove that that could be a successful doc?
I mean, you could have just a segment on field goals from the Eddie Murray missing it to the Saints kicker with half a foot making it against the Lions in the playoffs. Uplifting, but I'd watch it.
You damn right. If we're sitting here watching ESPN 30 for 30 on the American Gladiators, you mean to tell? Come on. Look, no disrespect. They did a 30 for 30 on Ric Flair, and I watched. This is the NFL, man. I watched. Look, think about this. Some of the most popular 30 for 30s have been about subject matter very few people care about. The Pony Express.
Yeah.
1984 SMU football. Kenny doesn't even know what that means. I may as well be speaking Portuguese. Marcus Dupree. What was it? The playground legend who got shot and killed, whatever his name was.
Oh, Benji Carter.
Right. I mean, they're doing them on neighborhood people. They're doing them on my mailman. They can't do one on the Lions. We're in legitimate pain. What?
I'm thinking that
from the day they bought the team, John F. Kennedy assassinated.
To, you know what? We're going to move to Ford Field. Let's blow up the Silverdome. Just kidding. Let's try this again in a few months.
We're getting to Houston's.
You know what? Now's a good time to tell you about Specs at LTU. And you may want to swing by there tonight. They have the Twilight Tech Tour where you get a tour of the campus and you find out whatever it is you need to know. You could ask questions. It's tonight at 5:30. One of the student ambassadors will walk you around and you can find out if Lawrence Tech is the right place for you. And while you're there, you could also check out Specs at LTU. If you're interested in career in radio, TV, or graphics design, you need to be curious. You need to make magic. You need to enroll at Specs at LTU and join the certificate program today. Like I said, you're going to be taught by hands-on with the instructors who work in the actual business. So they're going to make sure you learn everything you need to know. They're not going to waste your time from day one in the labs. You're going to be working on things that you will do in the business. So here's what I need you to do. Go to ltu.edu/specs, ltu.edu/specs. Do that right now.
All right, if you missed anything, Odyssey.com rewind. We opened with, it wasn't uplifting, but I was just being real with you. I think we're witnessing Cabrera 2.0, Javi Baez, and this morbid obligation to play him, and you're going to pay him. 4 years, $98 million. He ain't opting out. 4 for his last 34. He is arguably the worst player in baseball. And I'm wondering if what we're living with Cabrera is simply just going to be continued with Javi. Odyssey.com rewind on that. If you're just joining, we're talking about ESPN 30 for 30 and Netflix. There's just been a ton of announcements about new sports documentaries. The Mighty Ducks are getting one. The American Gladiators won last week, the two-parter 30 for 30. Urban Meyer's time at Florida, that's getting one. Why do they never do one on the Lions? It's the NFL, which means people will watch. If you sat there and watched something about Marcus Dupree, who hasn't played in 40 years, guys, reality is what this team has put all of us through, the insane ways they've lost games, the insane things that have happened to players, the history, all of it. It would be an unbelievable documentary. I want to know if you'd be able to watch it. Or would it just be like, oh, my God, no, I am not going to sit through that. Like for Spartan fans, it's the 2011 Big Ten championship game. You can't watch it. It's not possible. It's not.
On a loop. But, see, I think you can because kind of like Cubs fans, I think Lions fans take pride in the misery. They take pride in saying, I remember this. And it almost becomes a one-up. Oh, yeah? Well, I remember this. I remember that. Oh, well, I was at this game when this happened. So if you could say I experienced more pain and misery than you did, you're a better Lions fan, if that makes sense. They wear it as a badge of honor, similar to what the Cubs did, being the lovable losers. And then they won a World Series, and that all went away.
To the people. We go to Bill, 97.1. Billy, what's going on, buddy?
What's going on, Mike, Rico?
How are you?
What playoff? I'm good. What team in the history has ever played such a good defense in a playoff game, only giving up 5 points, and still lose 5-0?
Oh, the Cowboys. What was that? What was that? 1972 Cowboys?
72.
Oh,
I think, yeah.
A 5-0 playoff loss in a football game. It's not possible. It's just not possible.
And to still touch on Jason Hansen, or not Hansen, Eddie Murray. He was one of the greatest clutch kickers ever. All he had was a little punch to get us into the NFC Championship game. And what does he do? Choke like Joey Chestnut on a hot dog.
It's all that. Bill, now would you watch it?
Oh, yeah, I'm a glutton for it.
It's the truth.
I would watch it.
I see. How has this not been done?
I don't know.
I wonder if they've even been presented the idea. But that's where we lean on you.
You know what?
You're Les Moonves.
I'm going to make a call in the break.
I would like you to. By the way, Kenny, did he tell you what he was up to?
No, what's he up to?
Oh, he's having private audiences with unidentified Big Ten coaches. Not named Mel Tucker.
Just a blackened silhouette of a person?
Yeah, just unidentified.
Oh, Kenny was here. He knows. At Sound Mind, Sound Body Camp.
The way you presented it was not that lackadaisical. Let me tell you what I was doing. Oh, excuse me.
It's right place, right time. Hey, let's take a little walk. Let's take a stroll together.
Oh, okay. Taking strolls with Big Ten coaches.
Wow.
Let's go to Bob and Troy. Bob, what's going on, bud?
Oh, this is so awesome, guys. It could go on for months. Mine would be the 5-minute reenactment they would have on Gary Moeller at the Excalibur. All sloppy drunk with his wife, screaming, "Do you know who I am?" And then they go to the police station with audio.
You know what, Bob? You may have
blow
won.
My mind.
You may have won today.
That would blow my mind.
Yeah, but that's why he was that's when he was at Michigan.
No.
Oh, I thought that was when he was coaching the Lions.
I thought that was when he was here.
No, he was the coach here for a year. They lost the suitcase game. That was the party.
Oh,
that's why he got the job
He
here.
didn't get retained because of the suitcase game when Paul Ettinger beat him. The Excalibur deal is when he was at U of M.
Okay, even better. The Lions hired him after it.
Well, I mean, listen, that's, bleep happened.
Well, I mean, they don't do
I
great
thought
research,
it was,
Matt
I thought
Patricia.
it was when he was like 6-4 with the Lions or whatever, 4-5.
If they win that playoff game, Gary Moeller's retained. Matt Millen never comes here.
Yeah, the Edinger.
Paul Edinger.
The suitcases,
Yeah, I blew
remember?
that one. Sorry, guys, but it
No, you're
sounded
good.
I guess.
No, Bob, it's okay. We get our bad news twisted around here. There's just so much of it.
Oh my God! I mean, just think of a segment of just coaching sound bites. And Bobby Ross. Wah, wah.
No. I don't coach that stuff. Bobby Ross, Marty. The bar is high. Jim Schwartz. Don't say we're scared because we ain't.
My
Jim
shovel
Caldwell. Dungeon of Doom.
Shovel is sharp or whatever.
Rod Marinelli.
Yeah.
My will is strong and my axe is large, or whatever it was. And my will is outstanding. The preview of driving coaches like to straight One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. There's no franchise that compares.
Mariucci came here to have his career die.
Was it Monty Clark? What's a guy got to do to get fired around here?
No, that was
Darryl
Darryl
Rogers.
Rogers.
Excuse me. I mean,
no.
Think about what we just did. Every guy who's coached here has a signature meltdown moment. How about Patricia telling a reporter to sit up in his chair? You got a guy in a muumuu lecturing on posture.
Yeah, right. You had I'm trying to think, who was the little decorum?
Caldwell. Well, he had the Dungeon of Doom when he walks in the room.
Pass back and forth
kind of thing. How about a little bit of decorum? I mean, you could do a 30 for 30 on Caldwellisms.
Wayne Fonts. What do you mean I'm fired?
Even going up to ownership, Martha saying I love Jim Caldwell coming in on the text.
You could do a segment on Martha going Ari Gold through the facility. Remember when the reports were coming out that day?
Oh, yeah.
She's going room to room firing people. It was Ari Gold with the paintball gun.
What about that one guy, Sheldon, what's his name, who came in, he was circling the building or something like that.
Sheldon White.
Sheldon
Yes.
White, yeah, for 5 minutes.
Wait, didn't he say something by mistake?
Yeah, he sure did. About an owner. About a direction that he received.
Yeah, okay, let's keep this moving. Guys, we're on to something.
great.
We're on to something. I got to figure out, have they been presented with the idea? Don't we as a city, as a fan base, don't we deserve this? Don't we deserve for America to be queasy? For America to go, oh my God, these poor bastards. Now, our story should be told.
No, you are right, Mike. I like this, but this
team even kills other players. Remember when Jamal Charles crashed into the cart? I mean, stuff happens with this franchise. Jamal Charles runs into the injury cart, dead.
How about this? Lions gonna take Willis McGahee with the number 2 pick. Oh, wait, his leg snapped in half. In comes Chuck Rogers. A whole nother chapter.
Wait, Charles Rogers on its own accord.
Right.
Is 30 for 30.
But the fact that he wasn't supposed to, it was supposed to be Willis McGahee, and in the national title game, Kenny, he breaks his leg. And it wasn't.
It was a Moisey Salou candy cane leg. I mean, it wasn't like, oh, he's out, he's cracked his leg was snapped like a Marvel movie.
And just like that, yeah.
I'm glad you're giggling. This is good. This is great. 248-539-9797.
I'm still laughing at the Silverdome couldn't blow up.
We're going to Jesus. All right, summer is here. We're all excited. A lot of people like to go up north. Moran Buick GMC can help you with that. They'll get you into a 2023 Acadia. You get the third row of seating, making room for everyone and everything. 2023 Envision, they've got deals on those as well. And again, if you've got something wrong with your current vehicle, take it in for certified service at Moran Buick GMC. Unlike other dealerships, Moran offers a free loaner when you schedule that service appointment. It's fast and it's easy. It's MoranExpress.com. Stop into Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. Breaking news here at 97.1 The Ticket. I am pleased to inform you Rico Beard has the wheels in motion. He is demanding answers from his contacts in the TV world. How have we not been given a 30 for 30 on the Lions? The American freaking Gladiators get one, but we don't. Marcus Dupree? What, are you kidding me?
The problem is, once you come out with this, you better win, or else you will become the new America's lovable losers.
We already are. The difference is America doesn't love us because they don't know our story.
And that's just it. Once you become public like this, this is like everybody knows the family secrets, but outside the family, you don't know.
All right.
Yeah, you're about to expose everything about the family secrets.
All right, listen. Let's get to a blitz. We've got a lot of football to do, a lot of things happening.
Tatum Bell stealing luggage.
Kenny, you better hit that music before moments happen. Go ahead.
We start with the Buffalo Bills. They are breaking ground on their new Highmark Stadium. They are also breaking in new pass rusher Leonard Floyd and extending Ed Oliver 4 years. How long is the windows for this Bill team with fans and the media? They need to win now.
Yeah. No, I'm over it. I think they've already missed their window. Look, just because the Chiefs have been able to keep it going, well, one problem. Josh Allen is not Patrick Mahomes. And that's all done now. Josh Allen has a turnover problem.
Yeah.
That team's allergic to running the ball. And this past year, their defense got exposed for being what it is. So, Kenny, I don't care what they're doing with their stadium. By the time that stadium's built, I don't know if their team's going to be any good.
And I was going to say probably 2 years, which means by the time they finish construction, this thing may be getting blown up. But not the stadium, the team. But yeah, I give it a 2-year window. The Chiefs, you know, how magical are they? The OC is gone. Andy Reid is calling the plays. You really don't have any wide receivers. So was it the receivers? Was it Mahomes? But yeah, I look at Joe Burrow and the Bengals getting ready to take that next spot and usurp the Chiefs, not the Bills anymore.
Last piece of Bills news, rumors coming out of EA Sports. Josh Allen might be the next Madden cover athlete on Madden 24. It will be announced on Wednesday. So, Mike, you have the insider. Do you care to break any news?
No.
And if not Josh Allen, I don't think it should be. Who should it be?
No, because my buddy's making college football. They don't make Madden no more. It's
He's in the building?
Totally different departments. No, I got no idea. I just hope whoever gets on the cover doesn't get hurt, because that was a thing for about 15 years.
It was.
The Madden curse.
That was like the SI jinx, the Madden curse. So, yeah. But I like the transfer portal in your buddy's game. That's great.
You know what? That's if they do it right.
In the middle of that halftime, I'm switching teams.
I need it to be where players quit on you in the middle of your game.
Now it's time to talk privilege. And the privileged top 10 D lineman list topped by Nick Bosa. Did they get it right? That's per Sports Illustrated. And Rico, what's it like with the weather on top of that privileged perch up there?
You know what,
I
McKinney,
like this.
It's a tough team. We're just trying to
Just
struggle.
answer the question.
Just trying to struggle. But I do like Bosa healthy. Yeah, he is the best edge rusher. But privileged, they're not privileged. Kenny, we don't have a quarterback.
I believe they had Parsons behind him and somebody else. Did they get the right player there at number 1 on that list of D linemen?
I think so, because Parsons technically is not a D lineman. He's that new hybrid position that sometimes he's a linebacker, sometimes he's D lineman. Yeah. Like a guy like Chase Young is somebody who I thought could be that guy, but he can't stay healthy. Bosa, even when he's injured, he gets back and he becomes that guy.
So CJ Stroud was on TikTok, asked to name his top 5 quarterbacks in the NFL. His list was Mahomes, Hurts, Burrow, Allen, and Justin Fields. What do you make of his list? And also, why is he on TikTok talking about it?
Why do I care? Second of all, what, his favorite guys just happen to be the top 5 guys? I don't care.
I think you missed out on who number 1 was.
What?
He didn't pick Patrick Mahomes. He picked Jalen Hurts as his number 1 QB.
I'm okay with that.
So
he's exciting. What's the problem? He's one of the 5 best in football.
No, he is one of the 5 best, but I think a lot of people took exception. Wait, what do you mean Patrick Mahomes is not
more importantly,
number 1?
what is Kenny doing on TikTok?
I'm not on TikTok. This was on Twitter, which isn't that much. It's not that much better than TikTok either.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, it's cesspools, both.
Report coming out from Cowboys camp. Cornerback Trayvon Diggs had preliminary talks about their contract extension. Market value for corners around $20 million per year.
Way.
Is this the right timeline and price?
No way. Trayvon Diggs, when he's good, he's great. When he's bad, he's a complete liability. He is a risk taker at the position. That's not like Sauce Gardner shuts you down. You want to have a conversation paying him $20 million when it's time? I get it. This is a guy who's going to guess on routes. Mm-hmm. He gets victimized by double moves.
I was about
by
to say
head
the
fakes.
double move.
Look, I would never in a million years pay that guy elite corner money because he gets beat so often. Rico, I can't.
I guess because he'll have a game where he's playing great, but then in the last 2 minutes, he takes a chance. He goes for the pick six, and it's 6 the other way. You're right. Because he's not going to stop that style because that's who he is. But but the thing is, if you let him go, he's only going to be on the market for a little bit of time before somebody else signs him.
Understand. I'm dealing in what you're asking me. They'll pay him because they're the Cowboys. This is what they do. But I'm saying stylistically, that is not a guy I can pay because on a play-in, play-out basis, I never know what I'm getting. But damn, is he exciting. Just keep him on your team, not mine.
This is per Jeremy Fowler. I was told the Dolphins actually implemented some jiu-jitsu workouts with their quarterback in their pre-practice routines to learn how to fall forward and protect their head. Is this just a prayer at this point, throwing anything against the wall and hoping something works to protect Tua? Because he's one head injury away from...
I think we're sorry for leaving you out there and just getting your head bashed again and again and again. So this looks as if we're trying to do something different because what they did last year, like, how are you a professional team and you're not even trying to protect? Because last year it just showed me they didn't want him there. It was people who just said, nah, leave him out there. He'll be okay. But yeah, this is silly. This is like when you hear Major League Baseball teams teaching you how to slide. At some point, as a professional, you should know how to do this already.
Rico wins.
Per Bleacher Report, they released the list of top 25 off-season moves, making the Bears trade down the best move. Do you think this is the best move? What do you think was the most impactful thing you saw this offseason?
I mean, I think from a franchise level in a draft where nobody really liked the top, and you're in a complete rebuild, yeah. And it turned out that the player everybody thought they were going to take slid down to 10 anyways. Mm-hmm. So I'm fine with it. Now, I mean, Kenny, the best move thing, it depends. Context is everything when you ask a question like this. I could argue that, like Buffalo adding Leonard Floyd, if he's rejuvenated off the edge,
well, then
that could be the best move. Like, it depends on what you're doing.
I think the best move was the move that never happened.
What's that?
It was the Baltimore Ravens saying, here's our offer. Call us when you're serious, Lamar.
Here, look at this.
And then they walked away.
I got one over here.
And then all of a sudden, Lamar was like, hey, is that old deal still there? Yes, it is, Lamar. Are you ready to sign it? All this ridiculous and foolishness out the window. Our original deal, let's go win some games.
And this last one I'd like to direct at Mike first. Per Jeremy Fowler, the Eagles reportedly thrilled with their addition of DeAndre Swift, not only as a runner, but as a pass catcher. Mike, Swift was your guy. How upsetting is it going to be when he inevitably thrives and has this big boom year?
Oh, and crushes the Giants? Yeah. I mean, it'll hurt, but Kenny, when a guy can't stay healthy, you can't start using hope as the only way it changes. They got a guy here who they believe in, who they get runway with in Jahmyr Gibbs. They clearly believe Gibbs is going to be better than DeAndre Swift. Here's the other thing. Kenny, show me a report of a team who just traded for a guy and they go, oh, boy, this guy blows. We made an oopsie.
Oops.
So let's be careful.
We got DeAndre Swift. Oh, we wanted Jordan Smith. We got the wrong guy. Sorry.
And that is In Football Today.
Rico liked my description of where the Bills are putting their stadium. All right, good to know. Here's what we'll do. People have been patient. I want to knock down the last couple of calls. You missed anything? We did start the show. If you don't recognize it, Javi Baez hasn't been just bad. He's arguably the worst player in baseball. 4 for his last 34. Tigers season is over largely. And Baez and what happens over the next few months, barring something biblical, he's not opting out. Which means, hope you've enjoyed Miguel Cabrera, because you're going to have 4 more years of it. Javi Baez is unplayable. Yet, the team, out of morbid financial obligation, has to play him. So we had a real long conversation on it to start the show. You can get that Odyssey.com rewind. If that doesn't excite you, we've been talking about tons of new sports documentaries are coming out. And once again, the Lions aren't a part of it. And we have said it. I mean, the Lions as a franchise and what they've done to you and what's happened to them, a lot of it their fault, some of it not, would make the ultimate 30 for 30. Why hasn't it happened? And would you watch? And Rico, I look, people are calling and we went down a list and we didn't even scratch the surface. Mm-hmm. This would be so easy for ESPN or Netflix or HBO, the 3 primary sports documentary platforms right now.
I mean,
how has one of them not done it?
Do you break it down into categories like coaches and players and off the field stuff, or do you go by eras where you was this era and this era, or regimes? Like, there's so much information. I think the biggest problem is trying to funnel it all in so that it makes sense. Like, and you really get the overall picture of everything bad that has happened to this organization. If you could think it, it can happen here.
Kenny, go ahead, and then I'll get to the people.
Just some text to clean up here. Dagger time for Patricia. That was a debacle.
Oh. Remember the fourth quarter? Oh, God.
Or,
no.
Okay.
No.
I was going to say Schwartz throwing the flag on Thanksgiving Day.
Justin Forsett. All scoring plays are reviewed. Just kidding.
As the referees are basically saying, please don't throw this flag because okay, he threw the flag. Okay.
The coin toss. Jerome Bettis.
I think you may have stole Kenny's thunder.
No, that's not it. It's just another one on the list.
We could just keep this. America needs to hear this.
As Jerome Bettis is looking like, what just happened? Am I being punked? Did you not hear me just say heads? No, you said tails. I really didn't.
Look at the just keep. All right, let's get to the people. Let's go to Shane, 97.1. Hi, Shane.
Hey, guys. So I know a caller brought this up already, but I wanted to mention again that 10-second runoff rule game in 2016 against the Falcons, and just reiterate why and how much it stung. So when Golden Tate initially attempts to make that catch, he bobbles it while crossing into the end zone on his knees and doesn't secure the catch until after crossing, which is notable because the Calvin Johnson rule hadn't been changed yet, so the touchdown should have been upheld, as I believe it was called on the field. Tate shouldn't have been ruled down by contact because he didn't yet have possession of the ball, even if he was on his knees while juggling the pass. It just adds insult to injury and shows how bad NFL officiating can be.
Yeah, and again, it happened to you. Just like the process. Just like the flag in Dallas. Just like the Hail Mary. Just like Justin Tucker. It all happened to you, to us. Like, think about putting this in a 2-part deal. How would this not work? Why have they not done it?
Amazing.
We deserve it.
Amazing.
We want America to feel the
sure.
pain we've felt. That's what I want.
Yeah.
That's what I want. I mean, the Mighty Ducks are getting one. What the hell does anyone care about them? I'll still watch it. But who cares?
I think you still had a generation that grew up who saw the movie.
Kenny, did you ever see the movie? No.
Of course I did. I grew up on Rico said it. I grew up on those movies. All those VHSs.
Kenny, you weren't born.
The knuckle puck.
You weren't.
The knuckle
You
puck.
tried doing that,
He
didn't you?
wasn't even born. How do you grow up on a movie when you weren't born?
That was
when it
early
made?
2000s. I was definitely born for that.
The Mighty Ducks was no way.
Yeah, early 2000s.
Oh no! Go right now.
I don't think that was the first one.
That had to be early 90s.
They made a bunch of them.
Gordon, but there's only one Gordon Bombay.
He actually came back.
The first one was 92. So they were coming out in succession after that.
You weren't born.
2 years before I was born.
I grew up. Citizen Kane. Rico grew up on it.
But I was young enough to see it when it was popular.
Okay. So be it. We're all going to watch it, by the way. Let's go to Don, 97.1. What's up, Don?
Hey, yeah. There was a couple from my youth, which were in 70s. It was the Thanksgiving Day game against the Bears.
Yep. Overtime kickoff.
I don't remember the exact year, but it was all I remember from this game was that it was the quickest overtime loss in NFL history at the time.
Don, I believe that was
remember
I think it was 1981.
81, all right.
That was
Because
that was the
like-
day that the Lions officially pretty much said, "I'm going to break your heart." And I sat there and cried before dinner.
Wait a minute, fellas.
I was at that game, and I don't know if you know the nosebleed section of the Silverdome. You're looking at a postage stamp. And I distinctly remember that time I was like, that's it? What happened? And then the other one, real quick, was it was around where they did the videos where the Bears did the Super Bowl Shuffle.
Yeah.
Anyways, the Lions decided they wanted to do a video.
Oh, my
another one bites the dust.
Yeah, but that was years prior. Billy Sims getting hurt is another example. Yes.
Exactly. Yeah, they were 4-0 at the time when the video came out. Guess how they ended?
I wanna say-
4-12.
Yeah, they didn't win another game.
I'm just, again, guys, we haven't even gotten to, nude drive-through. And then your starting quarterback, who's like a super Bible guy, decides that his Halloween outfit to the team party is going to be said nude drive-through artist. There's endless.
And didn't his wife show up as Wendy?
Potentially. Potential.
You're right. I mean,
think about it.
Who dressed up as Wayne Fonts?
We have already done the production meeting for ESPN. Yeah. It's right there.
Scott Mitchell dressed up as Wayne Fonts at the Halloween party. Like the Halloween party became the thing. Who? But yeah.
Joey Harrington lecturing people on how to pronounce Oregon.
Mm-hmm.
Then coming back to beat them with the Dolphins.
Nate Burleson and what happened?
Okay. Things.
No, the pizza.
I know. I don't know.
Yeah. And Dominican Sue.
Okay. Todd, 97.1. Hi, Todd.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. How you doing today?
What's up?
Here, listen, just a couple things real quick. You did finally mention him, Matt Millen. 8 years of that mess was just unbearable. Losing to Dallas 5-0 with Earl McCullough dropping a touchdown pass from Greg Landry was just excruciating. And being in Tiger Stadium watching Chuck Hughes die on the 20-yard line with Dick Butkus standing over him was just a little over the top for me.
Wow.
I mean, just a little over the top. And watching Dick Butkus at least mentioning over at least to the emergency staff to come over to try to revive him that's a little tough to take.
No, all of it is. I mean, Todd, I mean, when you look at all of it, if we were sitting here and just going down a checklist, how could you not think this is compelling?
No, you couldn't make it up.
No, Eric Andolsack on its own, you can't make it up.
No, I say in 30 for 30, that 1 hour wouldn't be enough.
Well, if American Gladiators can be 2 parts, so can the Lions. Come on.
Oh, no, that's what I said. That's 6 parts.
Okay, take it easy now. This isn't The Last Dance. Come on now.
And I'm trying to think, even when things went well, if I'm correct, when Barry set the record, I believe that was the same game that Reggie Brown went down during the game.
Did he set the record against the Patriots? I thought Reggie Brown got hurt against the Jets.
No, he set the record because he.
Well, that's where Harlan Barnett died.
No, the Patriots that was Harlan Barnett when he put him in the spin mode.
His soul left his body. I really don't think Harlan Barnett is a real person anymore.
But no, I believe it was the final game against the Jets when Barry set the record on the final run.
And Reggie Brown, yeah.
In that same game, Reggie Brown goes.
That was the
down.
Jets.
Yeah.
Yes. Andelsack, Reggie Brown, Chuck Hughes, Mike Utley. One franchise. Then 2 Hall of Famers driven to madness and quit. One by fax to like a community newspaper the night before training camp. Coaching insanity at every level. 1 playoff win in 57 years. The day you open the show, the team gets bought, JFK killed. We've done the production meeting. We could have this thing done in like 2 weeks.
See, I don't think it'll take 2 weeks, Mike, because
no, it would take a year.
Because
realistically, this would take a year.
What's not gonna make the cut? Like, yeah, you got this.
Nothing. Nothing is cut. It's all pain. What if you did the Lions 30 for 30 all in cut scenes? Cue up Another One Bites the Dust video and cut scene. Billy Sims dead. Knee gone. Lions are playing great in Dallas. They're up early, 14-3. Cutscene. Pick up the flag. Get the hell out of our stadium.
Yeah, but I guess you still got the. I still remember the Billy Sims karate kick. I think it was the Houston Oilers.
Yeah, but nobody cares.
I'm trying to give people something positive.
No, that's not what this documentary will be about. This documentary, it's like
it's all about pain.
Clubber Lang, pain.
Rico, you don't understand. It's only pain.
That's
all.
That's it. That's what America deserves. That I want an average idiot in Topeka or in LA or in whatever Hill Jack state they're watching this documentary. I want their night ruined by watching what we have dealt with. I want our story told.
The Lomas Brown guarantee.
How about Lomas getting Scott Mitchell killed?
Allegedly. I'm talking about Lomas. We're going into Philly and we're winning.
Cutscene. 700 points.
As he's walking off the field. Hey, you guys need a tackle next year? Because I'd love to come to Philly.
No way the Lions could lose this game. Cutscene. Pass back and forth kind of thing. Dude, it's all there. You can't tell me I'm wrong. I mean, I'm pumped up about the Urban Meyer documentary. I'm happy you enjoyed the 10-year war. Kenny's going to love the Mighty Ducks. I want our story told. The Detroit Lions are a 30 for 30. And you just call it 1957. I don't know. Something.
Yeah, what if I told you that a fan base has never experienced anything positive? Ever.
What if I told you being a fan of this team caused only pain?
Right.
There's still ones that we haven't even mentioned coming in on the ticket text. This could last multi-part series.
All right, let me tell you about David Femininio. We have told you, when you get injured in Michigan, you get David, you get paid. We also want to tell you, when you get David for your injury case, you get communication, you get the best legal team in the state, and when you get David, you don't pay anything until he wins your case. So if you're injured, or if you know someone injured, get David, get paid. 855-65-CRASH. GetDavidGetPaid.com or call that number one more time, 855-65-CRASH. All right, Kenny, a few of the ticket texts. We will get to the people. People are enjoying it. And again, I honestly think the sports documentaries, they're done so well now, they outdo 90% of the games you watch. I mean, hell, I got more out of watching the American Gladiators than I have the NBA Finals so far. That's mainly because I can't stand the Miami Heat and this bunch of try-hard boners. Can't take anymore. Can these guys just lose, please? And I'm not saying that because Paul Serra's here today. I'm not. I love Paul. Paul's a wonderful man. But I hate that team. What kind of blood oath with Satan did Pat Riley sign? What am I watching? A guy, Gabe Vincent, is now Larry Bird. This team shoots 50% from deep every night. Max Strus? Christ, I watched more college. Rico watched more college basketball than anybody. He didn't know Max Strus played for DePaul.
No. But I did like Duncan Robinson out there flexing.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. That was great. That was just great. Duncan Robinson head fakes into baseline drives. I'm like, what am I watching? Kenny?
Jelani Tavai, second-round pick who ESPN didn't even have a highlight of. That's from John. Another one, Jim Schwartz getting carried off the field. That's another classic SOL moment.
How about Schwartz v. Harbaugh?
Oh, yeah.
This one just says, I'm Charles Rogers.
That was an EA Sports commercial. That doesn't count.
And Rod Marinelli always talking about pad level. That's on here.
Guys, it's all there.
You know what? Art on a cell has one. I'm not going to steal it from him. I'll let him say it. But yeah, that was another SOL moment for the Lions.
Go to Edward, 97.1. What's up, Eddie?
Hey, how you guys doing? Good afternoon.
Hold on, we can give you one.
All right. I got about 4 of them, man.
Oh, my.
The first one, Wayne Fonts, didn't he get caught with cocaine?
Okay. Rico, you want to take
Yes
over?
or no?
I got to go.
Okay. Moving along.
I gotta go.
Tom Dempsey.
Oh, my God, the dude with half a foot.
Right.
Saints.
Yeah.
Oh, my Lord.
That's right.
They lost to a field goal kicker with a
right.
wooden club foot.
That's right. And that same year, like the previous caller said, the Lions lost 5-0 in the playoffs to the Cowboys. And we also had our last Pro Bowl quarterback in that game until
Stafford.
Matt Stafford got his special invite.
Yeah, when 7 guys said they were too bored to go.
Right.
No, but
right.
Edward, here's the key. Would you
Yeah.
watch this, or would it be too painful?
Hell, are you kidding me? Hell yeah, I'm watching that.
Okay, all right.
I got one more for you. One more. The Lions, the sale of the team was finalized on the day that the President of the United States.
Oh, that we led with it. That's how you would open this thing after a montage of coaches losing their minds, players dying and quitting, and then some of the most unbelievable losses, and it would be day one. Your team isn't even the headline. It's below the fold because the president got assassinated.
Think about that.
That's right.
In Detroit,
Hey,
you're not the lead story.
Last one. Rico, this for you. Male fire superstar with his cars turning off on the highway.
Ed's having way too much fun with this.
Can I get a bell?
Yeah,
Hey, bro,
I
can
got
get
you.
a bell
I
for
got.
that?
You're in. You're in. Now hold on. I know somewhere in that system, deep in the recesses of that system, we have a Mel Farr Superstar commercial. Now that is in the catacombs.
He cannot fly either.
Okay.
But here's one.
I got
Male Farr Superstar. So far better deal.
It's somewhere in there.
With this, I think this would count as well.
What?
Speaking of Matthew Stafford, as he leaves the Lions to go win a Super Bowl with the Rams.
I can't say no. Look, the point we're making, every person is called up and they're like, we're in. But don't you think, like all the stories that whether it's Netflix, ESPN, or HBO with sports documentaries, all the stories they've told, how has the story of this fan base and this franchise not been one of them? Why? They did one on Donald Sterling and the Clippers, for Christ's sakes.
Because I think
what?
The Lions haven't been relevant enough. That I don't think that they believe they have a market, because you've been so bad, it's unbelievable bad.
Time out. And here's the trump card. I'm just going to go ahead and play this. It's like your silly, what's that stupid card game everybody out here plays?
Okay.
A euchre. Here, here's the trump card.
Don't say Uno.
No, I mean, between euchre and canasta, all these ass-backwards Midwest games, the point I'm making, it's the NFL. You lose. Anything NFL. Anything NFL, people watch. Anything.
You're right.
I want the rest of the country to feel the pain.
No, you're right, because I watched the documentary on the Buffalo Bills, 4 straight Super Bowls they lost.
Exactly. And no one cares about Buffalo. The United States is embarrassed that Buffalo is one of its cities. Take it. Place to dump. Kenny. What?
Sorry, there's no Melfar superstar in the system. I have diligently checked.
Okay, you know what's funny?
It didn't transfer.
No. Okay, hold on. No. I'm being serious with you. I feel like we've got some corruption going on in this building because a lot of our stuff just goes missing.
Even recent stuff that we put in within the last year goes missing.
I'm just telling you. Something is going on here.
Good thing that...
Now I want you to go get Melfar Superstar.
I'm about to say that I'm sure there's plenty of commercials on a certain website. You, too, can get it.
Wow. That's outstanding. Let me go to Art before, because you wanted him, correct?
Yeah.
All right. Art, you are Rico's personal selection. What do you got for us?
Okay, I got boneheaded draft pick. Lions with either the 19th or the 20th pick take from the University of Tennessee one Terry Fair. The very next pick went to the Vikings, some wide receiver named Randy Moss.
You know the worst part with Terry Fair? To this day, you could pop in highlights. You never saw him in the TV screen when the play started. He was always 10 yards off receiver.
Wait, but then Then they tried to sell Lions fans, well, we took Jermaine Crowell in the second round, so we got you the wide receiver.
Knees sold separately.
Yeah, and he can return punts, too.
Right. But what beats the Terry Fair one is you could do a discussion on the 1983 draft. With Jim Kelly and Dan Marino still on the board, they took James Jones, a fullback out of Florida.
I guess
well, at least he gave them something.
But I guess they thought Gary Danielson was the future. Future of CBS Sports.
Okay. You spend a third of your life sleeping. Stuck in traffic, not a bad guess as well. Now, look, you know you're going to sleep that much. You need quality. How about a brand new eye comfort Eco from Serta, supportive and designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and feeling restored. Or Serta's Perfect Sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature. Serta, made in Michigan. They've been for over 110 years. Go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. All right.
We're going to work.
Listen, I wasn't here when they got Monty Williams, but I'm very happy with it.
No,
I know we're talking about something totally separate, but look, here's your cliff notes on what I would have said if I was here. I will never make fun of a team if they're trying. Like the Pistons, they're horrific. But you know what? They went to big boy school. Monty Williams said, I don't want your job. I do not want to live in the land of winter and potholes. I will make $6 million, sit on the beach, and hang out with my family. They said, well, how about $8 million? No. $9 million? No. 10? No. 11? No. Monty, I'm your financial advisor. You have to take 13 per. And you did what it took to get the best available coach in the NBA and a man who, say what you want about Monty Williams in a Game 7, has developed guards at every step in the NBA, whether it was Chris Paul, whether it's getting Devin Booker to where he's gotten, or whether it is now what he's going to have to do here with Cade and or Jaden. I will never knock a team for trying. Okay. I knock them when they lie to us.
No. Let's go full circle with that. Did the Tigers try with Javi Baez?
No. They allowed half an idiot to go out and spend money. Okay. Al Avila is Matt Millen of the Diamond. Everyone with a brain. I promise you can do. Go ask anonymously off the record. No one thought Javi was a good idea. Not even the people who work on TV. Nobody thought it was a good idea. You didn't want him. Christ. No one. Not a soul. That's allowing Matt Millen to spend money. Machine gun, baby. Literally, hand a baby a hand grenade.
No,
it won't go well. That's letting Al Avila have a budget.
Or Quinn Trisha do their final draft.
That's right.
And then you fire them.
Cover your ass mode. There you go.
Okay.
Good man. But no, I'm very pleased. And I will make fun of Tom Gores, justifiably so, but not about this.
No.
I laugh how the NBA elite. Oh, did you see what Detroit paid? Oh, Frank Vogel makes half the money. First of all, F Vogel. I don't care about Frank Vogel. Second of all, this ain't Phoenix. Sorry, we don't have a place called Paradise Valley down the street. All right? We have Lincoln Park. We have Downriver. So my point is, we did what we had to do. I will give them credit. I can't make fun of it. Lord knows they better get them players. And I still don't want to use the 5th pick. But I'll tell you the one thing no one's talking about that I think Monty Williams protects us from. You agree on this?
I do agree on this.
The fear would have been, with the 5th pick in the 2023 NBA draft, the Detroit Pistons trade for DeAndre Ayton. Well, with Monty here, because Monty hates his guts, that's off the table. Mm-hmm. Now, I still don't want him using the 5th pick.
But you know what? I feel better about them using the 5th pick with Monty here because maybe he sees something that can help restructure the team. That he's not, that you didn't make the pick and then hire Monty, but now he's involved. He has some say-so on what we're going to do. Because normally you do it the opposite way. Hey, we made this pick. We went shopping for you and got you a fish. Well, I'm allergic to seafood. But thanks.
Lord knows the Pistons lately have enjoyed giving multiple people a voice. Not all of them are named Troy.
All right.
Good?
248-539.
But we're talking about something else.
No. We are.
Kenny, take a text, and then we'll get to the calls.
Yes, there should be a 30 for 30 on the lines, and it must be called SOL. I'm in 30 for 30. You are all right. I would watch it. So much to tell. I think there would increase fans that didn't watch football. People would feel horrible about our history.
Kenny, question for you. Am I overstating how interesting Netflix announcement about the Urban Meyer documentary is?
No, not at all.
And I mean, you're a Georgia guy. His time at Florida, that was wild times. And not just Aaron Hernandez. I will be all in on that. I love that stuff, man.
Tim Tebow. Yeah.
All of it. You had this virtuous face of the program while it was literally arrest after arrest after arrest after. It was crazy.
Wait, didn't they even make a statue of the Tebow speech?
Yes. And it was the fakest speech ever. And I can promise you that nobody will ever try harder. Where's my cue card? Than me. It was a worst speech ever. And everybody just went along with it. Thank you, and God bless. Have a good day. Robot. I hate.
Yeah, no,
I hate Tebow.
Really?
Hate. What? You liked him?
He was fun. He was fun to watch.
Okay. Kenny.
I would watch the doc with my kids too. They think I'm making stuff up when I tell them about all that misery.
No.
And see, that's where I think the Lions, that if you sat there and told a story to produce, okay, you know what, timeout. Okay, if you're going to make up stuff, go make draft day 2. Like, sir, this really did happen. An assistant coach really did drive through a fast food chain naked. No way. Google, wow. That really happened. So I think that a lot of people just are in disbelief. You can't have this bad of luck. Yes, you can.
Ken brings up a wonderful point, and he joins us next. Hello, Ken.
How are you doing?
Ken, I love what you're bringing to the table here. Go ahead.
Ready? Here they have the Lions. They have a guy by the name of Matt Millen who goes 0-16. If I had a team, I would clean house with 0-16. But what did they do? They hired his assistant manager, Martin Mayhew, as the GM. How do you do that when you go 0-16 is my statement. And I have one more thing for you. If you don't mind. Okay. When I was 11 years old, my dad took me to the 1957 championship. And he said, son, he says, you're going to see this team for all your entire life. He says, and I really love that. I said, thanks, Dad. 30 years later, the year before he passed away, he said, I don't think I'm going to live long enough to see the Lions win a championship.
He was correct.
And I said to him at that time, I said, Dad, I don't think I am. And I'm 77 right now.
Oh,
You tell
Christ.
me.
Oh, God, I hope they get this done for you. This is the most morbid call ever. Ken.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's just, this is why.
You want to talk about a celebration? I've often said if the Lions did win the Super Bowl, they could start from the ashes of the Silverdome,
yes,
all the way down Woodward to the Joe Louis Fist, and the crowd would be at least 3 deep on both sides.
It'll be a real dream cruise.
It would be actually a bunch of ashes in the street because people would have urns and say, you know what? My dad or my brother or my uncle, my mother was a huge fan and always wanted to see this. And it would be people out there with urns holding them up, spreading ashes out there.
My thought about SOL is that the only time that SOL is ever going to go away is when the Lions win 2 championships in a row, as far as I'm concerned.
Now, can we just start with getting to a Super Bowl? I mean, can we walk before we run, please?
Agreed.
But I mean, think about what Ken just called in with.
Yeah. I mean,
like, this is why ESPN or Netflix or HBO has to do this. How did the Mighty Ducks get one and we don't?
I don't know.
The American Gladiators, the show is on for 10 minutes, but we don't get one.
It's a Saturday staple, Mike.
All right.
I often wondered if the Lions did win the Super Bowl, what horrific event in the world would happen that same day or the next day.
The asteroid. Where it'd be us playing the role of the dinosaurs.
That's the don't look up moment, is that?
it's over.
The
clock goes 3, 2, meteor. We don't even get the Lombardi trophy.
By the way,
meteor destroys planet.
By the way, everybody go home. It's called Pandemic Part 2.
No.
We're going to be shutting everything down for 5 years.
Lions are up 31-3 at the half. Meteor. We don't even get
or is it one of those Atlanta Falcon moments where they're up 31-3?
Lights go out, they don't come back on, they reschedule the game, we get blown out.
Right. And then they end up losing in overtime 34-31.
Goodell's handing the trophy to Sheila, and as her fingertips touch it, meteor.
And we're ground zero.
The meteor hits Detroit.
Oh, either that or snowstorm and all the power goes out in this city during the Super Bowl.
I could say something right now. I'll save it for you during the break. It's too early in the week to get in trouble. All right, listen, summer is here, which means it's Shandy season. Look, here's where this is going. This is out of here. I don't care what the hell I got to say on this thing. I'm telling you about Shandy. That's how it's going to work. It's in limited supply, people, Old Nation Brewing. It will sell out because it's not this mass-produced, boring. This is a high-quality, high-caliber Shandy. It destroys the competition. Ask for it by name. Yes, Old Nation has a full lineup of beers, and I'll tell you about them other times. It is Shandy time right now. Stock up. They will sell out. Go to wherever you buy beer. Ask for it by name. They'll guide you to a normal-looking can. It doesn't have a lot of panache, but it's what's inside the can that counts. Go to oldnationbrewing.com. That's oldnationbrewing.com. It's Old Nation. Please drink responsibly. All right, hang on a second now, fellas. Every now and again, I hijack the show with something. Now we did an in-depth discussion. Javi Baez, Odyssey.com rewind if you want to go to that. We are attempting. We got to get this Lions documentary greenlit. If Urban Meyer and Florida are getting one, and if the Mighty Ducks are getting one, and look, the American Gladiators one on 30 for 30 last week was awesome. How have the Lions not? And we're going to get back to that. But I have just, during the commercial breaks, you try to peruse a little bit. I've just read a headline now. Now, I'm sorry. It's ridiculous. May I for a moment?
Go ahead.
U.S. intelligence official says that the government has recovered intact UFOs of, quote, non-human origin, close quote. Are we really doing this crap again? It doesn't exist. It's ridiculous.
If you say so.
Hold on. Here's what some of it is. Objects retrieved are of an exotic origin, non-human intelligence. Materials include intact and partially intact vehicles. Wait a second here. Biggest story in the UFO world since 2017 New York Times expose. There are whistleblowers claiming the government's illegally covering up possession of intact craft not of this earth. Hold on. Do people honestly believe in UFOs?
Yeah.
What do you guys think? 248-539-97.
Yeah, exactly. No, we're not doing that game. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
I ain't playing that game, Roberto. I'm making a point.
So you really don't?
No.
You are that arrogant to think it's just us?
Yes.
Okay.
Because if the other idiots in the universe saw how stupid this planet is, they would have vaporized us already.
Or I'd like to think maybe we're their science experiment.
You don't believe in this.
I do.
You do?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
No.
Christ, leave it to the comic book guy. Kenny, you don't believe in this stuff, do you?
I believe in it, yeah.
Oh, my
Maybe
Lord.
not to the degree that Rico does, but I'm not
All right,
arrogant enough to say we're the only
So
ones.
according to these reports, do you believe the U.S. government is in possession of E.T. phone home mobile?
It wouldn't surprise me in the slightest.
Oh, my Lord. I'd ask Roberto. Who cares? Roberto believes in the Easter
He
Bunny.
is non-human intelligence.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, hey, Roberto, the U.S. government's recovered your car. Go retrieve it. Paul, you don't believe in this crap. You're a sensible man.
I actually do.
Mike,
It's ridiculous to think we're the only
the
people
question
in the
is,
universe.
Mike, why don't you believe?
Because it's just impossible.
Why is nothing is impossible?
Sure it is. God being one.
Okay.
I don't believe in it.
So just nothing happens. Everything just goes along and stuff.
No, and then eventually an asteroid's going to take us all out. That's the end of the story.
But you believe in asteroids.
Well, those are out there.
Okay.
Listen, you've watched the Avengers one too many times.
Mike, it's not an Avenger.
There is no purple guy with a golden glove on who's going to come and destroy us. It's not going to happen.
Didn't say it was a purple guy with a golden glove, but do you know how vast the universe is to say that only here is the only place where there's life?
If Detroit can be the only place where our teams lose this much, then yes.
Okay.
Then this could possibly be. There's no way.
There's a way.
Oh, then why wouldn't we have been destroyed by now, Mr. Smart Guy?
Once again, maybe they don't want to destroy us.
Oh, what are you? Come on. My
Mike,
team just lost to the Miami Heat. I don't need this kind of lose now.
Mike, you asked the question.
You really believe in this crap?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yes. Just like we are sending things out there into space, I'm sure there's a, and it doesn't even have to be people. It could be other organisms, but they're out there.
Unbelievable. It's unbelievable to me. Okay. I'm the only one on this show that doesn't believe in this crap.
Yes.
This might be a grave miscalculation on my part. Maybe everyone in listener land believes, and I don't.
I mean, you don't have to.
I don't.
See, but you need tangible proof before you believe something.
Like when I say I can't take the Tigers seriously until or unless we find a way to get Javi out of here. I can't continue to ask AJ Hinch to manage shorthanded.
Right.
Correct.
Right.
I refuse to believe in them.
So you need proof. And people like you exist. And
Well, then why don't they just show us the UFO? What's the harm in showing? Show and tell a little bit here.
because I don't think people could handle it. I think that everything that you knew to believe would go out the window, and now you're sitting there saying, I don't even know what's up and what's
then
down.
I'd go along with the program. If you're telling me, ET's out there.
But then it
Then I
follows
would
up
send
on
the
the question.
Tigers scouting department up to space, and maybe some aliens could play ball.
Like, why did you hold on to this information? I mean,
go find me an alien who can throw 110 miles an hour.
I have a Department of Space Scouting.
Dude, the Tigers can't find any players on this planet who can play.
Latin America, Cuba, space.
We don't need a Felix's Dominican Republic Academy. I'm setting one up on Pluto.
And here's the thing. Supposed Roswell incident out in the desert, and years later, technology just became a boom.
What is he talking
Where
about?
all of a sudden, no, I'm saying.
What do you mean Roswell incident? What are you, Riley Martin? What the hell's going on here?
You don't know what Roswell is?
I know Roswell, New Mexico, and it's
Right.
like where people watch for UFOs. What the hell is this incident?
Apparently, that's why they're there, because an incident happened in Roswell, Area 51. They shut it down. You can't, Mike. The next time you're out there, try to drive up through there.
can't.
You can't.
No, it's where secret military things
There's
happen.
armed guards saying you can't come anywhere near this.
Wait a minute, but there are people that work at Area 51. They take a plane from Vegas every day. They fly in.
Right, and they are not allowed to speak about what they do.
Because it's classified. But
Mike,
that doesn't mean they're working on the Avengers.
Mike, it's where supposedly UFOs crash. They enclosed it off, and all of a sudden, technology just we just started inventing all types of stuff shortly thereafter that they think that they reverse engineered from the craft.
Kenny, what is happening?
I don't think he's that far off, man.
Oh, my God.
Ticket Tax coming in space is a very large place. There's obviously other life out there. Maybe Mike is the nut on the show.
That's okay. That's the conclusion I've come to. I have now. This is the circle of life. I'm insane. All of you are normal.
You're the one arguing with Harvard right now.
What, Harvard thinks there's UFOs?
Rico.
No, just because he got in, he didn't go.
Got in. More than us.
I question his intelligence. He went to MSU instead of Harvard. Instead, he's sitting here with me.
Yeah.
You could have been doing your planetarium research or whatever the hell it is you like to do.
When you put it like that, I made some bad choices in life.
Mistakes were made. Cutscene. Mom, I got into Harvard. 30 years later.
But
you're here listening to
See,
this.
See, here's the beauty of it. Then once we finally do the time travel, I can go back and tell myself,
Don't
do
tell. If you believe in that, I'm leaving.
That's
Don't
the
do
ultimate receipt, Rico. Go back and say, I told you so.
If
Back
you
in time.
believe in that, I'm walking out of here right now.
I said, well, when they invent time travel.
It's not possible.
Anything's possible.
No,
Like,
Scott
we just
Bakula
haven't-
and Quantum Leap
We just
showed
haven't.
you this.
We just haven't thought of it yet.
Okay, all right. You know what? I'm done.
I'm
I'm
sure
doing a show with Neil Tyson DeGrassi over here. What
Caveman
are we
probably never
doing?
thought, you could fly in a plane until we did it.
Roberto, when did Riley Martin join the show?
Au quatens in one.
Right. What the hell is going on? Paul has hundreds of people calling, and I don't know what's happening. Paul, fill me in. I know we're not doing calls. What's going on?
Yeah, they're like telling me like conspiracy theory websites to go to and all this stuff.
No, this is why you don't. It's not a topic. This is where I talk, you listen. We are not doing this. What's your favorite being theory? No. Let's get back to business.
Yeah, okay. Make sure you Google the Battle over L.A.
What the hell is that?
I think it happened in 1917. Just Google.
No, it did not.
Okay.
Okay, show me the highlights.
I'll see what I can do.
Okay, well, I'm glad I brought up that news blurb. Back to business next. 97.1. in what has been one of the most alarming and illuminating segments ever. We are here at 5 o'clock. I apparently am the weirdo. Here's where we've been and where we're going. Dealer's choice. If you want the Javi Baez conversation, Odyssey.com rewind. We've had a lot of fun doing the sports documentary thing because, look, everyone's getting one now. American Gladiators got one. Now announcements this weekend of Netflix with Urban Meyer and the University of Florida era, Wild Times. And then the Mighty Ducks. Just saw the preview for that today. How has there not been a documentary about the Lions and what they've done to us and you, the people? And I mean, we went up and down the list. I am still
pained since 1957.
Right. Rico's over here. He's got his tin foil on telling me about Area 51 and stuff. I mean, what?
Heaven forbid I just expose you to something new.
Listen, we're not going there.
We're not.
And
I'm
unless
just
you
saying
can
that
show
it's
me the
not
highlights of this battle for LA.
Once again, you need to see proof. So,
correct.
We'll move on.
We are. But I'm terrified that all of you believe in the UFO thing and I don't. Maybe I'm crazy. So let's get to it. Do you want to do that? You want to do a little reset on Javi, or do you want to continue the Lions thing? I'm good either way.
Let's do the Lions thing.
Okay. If you want the Baez talk, we did about an hour on it. And I basically said it's Cabrera 2.0. I've given you the numbers. The data doesn't lie. And until or unless the Tigers allow A.J. Hinch to manage a full 26-man roster, I will not take them seriously. You can go get it, Odyssey.com rewind. What we have been talking about is there is no franchise in all of sports that has a history. Maybe it goes into the UFO thing. Things that are not of this world
you just can't let it
have
go.
happened to this team.
Yeah.
Things that you would consider alien almost to normal life. And it's been players dying on the field, dying off the field, players morbidly injured, players quitting, no success, losing in almost outer space fashion, the coaches losing their minds. How has there not been a 30 for 30 or a Netflix or an HBO documentary on the Lions?
Right.
So America could experience our pain.
Yeah. And on top of that, you could add that this is the head coach's elephant graveyard. This is where your career comes to die. No one ever becomes an NFL head coach again after you coach the Lions.
So here's my question. 248-539-9797. You can stop calling Paul with your crazy outer space theories. We're not doing this. Call in about the Lions documentary, please. What? What?
No, I'm just poor Paul.
No, and I don't want to see Paul fielding a bunch of these ridiculous.
Because he's so nice, he just won't hang up on him.
Oh, no. I mean, earlier, you know what? Again, it's too early in the week to get in trouble. I heard him screening calls earlier, and I'm going, what the F is going on in there? But I'll leave it alone. Guys, explain to me here. You know what's more inexplicable than UFOs? How the Lions don't have a 30 for 30. And I want to know, would you be able to watch this? I think it would be cathartic for us. And imagine the rest of America watching it and going, there's no way blank is possible.
And I think it would be cathartic because everybody has their favorite disaster moment. And when you see yours, you're going to be like, yes, almost like that celebration touchdown. Like, yep, this is the play. Here's Sterling Sharp running by himself down the field in the playoff game. Why didn't they have him covered? Lions lose. Lomas Brown, I guarantee we're going to go into Philly and win. And you end up losing, what was it, like 38-3. It's just all of those moments. And then it's like you said, just the weird stuff that happened. Jerome Bettis and the Steelers, and maybe it's because Jerome Bettis is from Detroit. They flipped the coin. How innocent is that? How do you screw that up in overtime? Call it in the air, heads. You call tails. No, I didn't. Yes, you did, Jerome. Like, it's all the weird things that have happened, from draft picks to coaches catchphrases to assistant coaches of things that they did. The Halloween party.
I know, all of it. I mean, and that's where people have been calling up going, hey, you forgot this. Think about if you put this together. Every guy who's coached here has lost their mind. Your two best players in franchise history have lost their mind and quit, one by fax to a hillbilly newspaper the night before training camp. You had a guy get hit by a car mowing his lawn. You had a playoff guarantee that resulted in 700 points. You had the Thanksgiving Day disaster in overtime against the Bears, the fastest ending in history. You cut a music video, Billy Sims dies. You lose a playoff game 5-0. You have one playoff win since 57. The Bobby Lane story, the team getting bought, Millen. Just keep going with it.
You now have the...
And now, here's the backdrop. This team's actually good now. And we think they're going to be good. How has there not been a company who wants to tell this story? And before you say, well, nobody would care, Boulder Dash. They have done 30 for 30s on topics I don't care about, and I'm riveted.
No. It's not that people wouldn't care. I just don't think that people would know. Like I said, if this came out, it's going to be the talk of, wait, this really happened? And how come I didn't know this? Why didn't I know this? Because the Lions weren't that relevant to a lot of people. So you didn't. It's just like most people don't know Clipper history or other teams that have gone through disasters. You just kind of see them from afar and chuckle at them. Well, that's here. We know it intimately because we see it each and every
I'm begging
year.
you, stop calling Paul with your UFO stuff. You are tying up the phone lines for human beings.
Rico, this is like the Viking horn all over again.
It is. I simply read a headline as we were up against the break. It is not a discussion. This is not Comic-Con.
You know what the other thing is that is saying?
No, what, the Battle of New Orleans in 1710?
I'm talking about this topic.
Oh, all right.
Calm down.
Poor Paul is stressed.
He's okay. He's a big boy. He's fine. The other thing that is also SOL, which is where some people
ET phone home.
Every time this team is picked to do every time this team is picked to do well, they don't. They disappoint you.
That's not we are winning this division.
Okay.
And we are winning a home playoff game this year. Period.
Okay.
Just believe. Hey, let me tell you something.
I need to see it first, Mike.
Well,
am I the only one, Kenny?
What's more believable, your space people or the Lions winning this division this year? Lions.
Oh.
No.
There's not a secret area in downtown Detroit you can't get into.
I mean, there's plenty you don't want to go into.
Okay, you know what? Fair.
These are the days, aren't they? 248-539-9797. Kenny, the ticket text first. We'll get to the people next. Go ahead.
Yeah, this one referencing caller Ken a few segments ago. He made the best point. Being a Lions fan is an existential question. Will they win before I die?
That's such a horrible way to do it.
No. But Mike, that's real. Because there are a lot of people
I did feel like at a point in my life, would MSU make a Rose Bowl before I died? And now, oddly enough, we've come full circle, and I feel that way again.
But this is a team that you're just like, can they, when every team has made the Super Bowl except for you and expansion teams, like the NFL is set up to be idiot proof that you can fall forward and at some point you can make the Super Bowl. You may not win it, but you're there except for the Lions, Texans, Jags, and the new Cleveland Browns.
And they don't even count because they've been to AFC title games.
Well, I'm saying the old Cleveland Browns became the Ravens, and they've won. But the new Browns, the Texans, the Jags, the Lions. That's it.
Kenny, go ahead. And please stop texting your space theory.
Lions Doc would have to be a mini-series to get all of the stuff that's happened to them. Too many instances.
2 parts. If the American Gladiators, a show that was on for 5 minutes, got 2 parts, how do we not get 2? Think about it. Detroit Lions, an American sports tragedy. An American nightmare.
I'm thinking it could be an 8-part series.
No, this is not The Last Dance, and we're not in a panic.
No. Mike, if you just went by the decade.
No. Now you would lose America at that point.
No, because then it's the build up to all the stuff that happened in the 90s and happened in the 2000s.
You may have a point, because remember when Tiger King was released, and each episode you're like, it can't possibly get any weirder than this. And then lo and behold.
And then Carol Baskins killed her husband. Wait, what?
Now his update. He's in jail now. It's one after another.
That bitch, Carol Baskin.
Right. He served people what on the pizza?
Wow. Once again, not in the system. One of my favorite drops ever, not in the system. 248-539-9797. We get your call. Paul, be honest with me. Kenny, I need to speak with Paul. Can you? There you go. It's only 2023. We don't have two microphones back there. Paul, if I could, level with me. Have you actually been receiving interesting intel on our galaxy?
Not really, no.
Good, thank you. See, this is why people that believe in this stuff are nutbags, including my I honestly, I think I lost a little respect for you today. Or what?
Once again, if it's everybody else is the problem, maybe it's the person that you see in the mirror, Mike.
Because I don't believe in UFOs?
I'm saying nutbag.
All right. Well, you know what?
Maybe you've been tempted to use your phone hotspot for home Wi-Fi instead of using real home
my phone
internet.
doesn't work on the planet Nebular.
I don't know what you're talking about. There's no planet Nebular. But here on Earth, you don't want to use your phone for home internet. Instead, get real home internet from Xfinity. After all, what could go wrong? You're streaming a movie on date night and the picture freezes. You got friends over to watch the playoff game and the game lags in mid-buzzer beater. Then everyone stops booing the ref and starts booing you. Or you can finally get the big virtual interview, and now all you need is an excuse for why your camera just turned off. Look, it's time for real home internet, fast, reliable internet on the Xfinity 10G network, so everyone can be online even during peak hours. Now through June 21st, new customers can get a 75 megabit Xfinity internet and one line of unlimited intro for just $50 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Go to Xfinity.com/10G. Call 1-800-XFINITY today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet service. Reduce mobile speeds after 20 gigabytes of data usage. Data thresholds may vary.
Don't get stuck without power the next time a storm hits, or wait till the first 95-degree day to figure out that your AC stinks. The team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical has got you covered. $78 AC tune-up. You get it working in tip-top shape. Save on that energy bill. It's Mastercraft. Generators in stock as well. Schedule your air conditioner tune-up today. Visit mastercraftheating.com. All right, let's get to the people. I want to understand how ESPN or Netflix has not told the story of the Lions. American Gladiators. Oh, yeah, we'll tell that story. I mean, I've seen Marcus Dupree got a 30 for 30. The Detroit Lions are like nothing else in sports. And because Rico's obsessed, what's more unbelievable? The Lions winning a Super Bowl or UFOs?
You're the one who won't let this go.
I can't. The
We
fact
moved
that
on.
everyone in this room believes based on that report today, and I'm the only one who doesn't, I'm like mortified. I'm like, oh my God, either you people are insane, or I got my head up my ass. Which is well, both things are totally possible. I just don't believe in aliens. I'm sorry.
Or maybe we just got different
And I don't believe in
opinions.
ghosts either. There, you gonna make fun of me
Different
too?
opinions. Mike, you're the one making fun of us. We're not making fun of you. You do realize
Well, you
that,
open
right?
yourself up to it. You like comic books. I mean, that's one step from Kenny with wrestling, for Christ's sake.
Okay. You like watching horses go around in circles.
Excuse me, it's Sport of Kings. How dare you?
Well, I guess we finally got a king crown, so I guess you're.
How dare you? All right. Shall we? Kenny, are you okay? What's?
Yes, I'm great. It's just funny.
You're stressed out.
You're picking and choosing what's believable.
Right. No.
Okay,
no,
wrestling
Kenny
is fake.
Kenny.
Comic books are
Kenny.
fake. Horse racing real.
Kenny, if he likes it, good.
No,
if
no,
he doesn't,
no,
you're an idiot.
You're right about that.
No. True or false, comic books are fiction? True. Yeah. Kenny, sorry, they pre-planned the matches.
Okay, why did you
What?
think? You thought I thought that they were real?
No. Well, you think UFOs are real, so it's one and the same.
Mike, this is a conversation we don't want to do on the air.
I love it. Plus, I got to research this battle for LA you speak of.
Or you could, or ask yourself, how in the world are all the pyramids being built in different continents when the people don't talk to each other? There was no internet, but somehow or whatever, they were able to build the exact same pyramids in different continents.
They had a great supply chain. Okay. Let's go to Ryan, 97.1. Ryan.
You win.
Ryan, how are you, buddy?
Hey, I'm all right, man. How y'all doing, man?
Good.
Hey, Ryan.
Hey, what's going on? Hey, I was thinking about what y'all said about the Lions documentary, and the one that came to my mind, like they could show, is you had the Lions in '91. They have probably their best season in 30 years. You make it all the way to the NFC Championship, and then you lose to the team that wins the Super Bowl. And then your coach the following year says he's going to scrap the offense that y'all ran because you scored too fast. And then you don't make the playoffs. And then the team that you beat in the divisional round to get to the NFC Championship, they go on to win the next two Super Bowls. That's like one of the ones, like only the Lions or whatever, that I was thinking of. And then another one.
Hold on,
that
Ryan,
I
to
thought
add
of,
to
too.
hold on, Ryan, and
Oh,
to
go
add
ahead.
to that, I think, didn't they lose 38-0 to Washington? They didn't score in that game.
I think it was 41-6. I don't think they scored a touchdown. I think they got like two Jason Hansen field goals.
Okay.
Yeah, they got blew out. But even then, at least you lost to the Super Bowl champions, because Washington was blowing out everybody that year. They even blew out the Bills in the Super Bowl. But it's like you end up scrapping your offense or whatever. But that was one. Then while I was on hold for a minute, I was thinking another one is, remember the year after Barry retired, you had fans around here. The Lions started 6-2, and then you had fans going to the games, putting up signs saying "Barry who."
Oh dear!
And then they end up losing going 2-6 the last 8 games, and then end up getting put out in the first round or whatever. That's like one of them embarrassing moments for fans around here. So.
No,
that in the Detroit Lions, Detroit Rams we had.
Oh, that was such a low moment. I mean, that was
not just a low moment, but I sent Rieger a picture. I was at a store, Stafford signed something, and he literally put Detroit Rams underneath it. And I had to send a picture to send it to Rieger. Rieger lost it. So, yeah.
I would have gave that back to him.
But that was the thing. But he goes to L.A. and wins a Super Bowl right after getting traded from here. That's got to be added to the documentary.
Sure. Listen, it's at every step. It is a story where I'm like, America should know about this. It would be, think of this. Is there any comparative? They've done profiles on so many teams.
I think the closest to me was when they did the thing on the Cubs and the guy with the headphones.
Bartman.
Yeah, Bartman. And yeah, it's just so many different things that just kept happening to them. Or the Red Sox before they actually started winning with Bucky Dent and the home run. And
I remember, that Bartman game. I had a close friend in college who was as diehard of a Cubs fan. I'm not talking one of these idiots who only shows up to Wrigleyville when they're good. I mean diehard. Grew up listening to the team on the radio every night. Diehard Cubs fan. He did not have a temper. That night, I saw a man lose his sanity. He cracked. I will just tell you, things in the college apartment were broken. It was an unsettling scene. When you see someone who does not have a temper go full Michael Douglas falling down, it's way scarier than someone you know who's like a bad drunk or just an angry human. That is expected behavior. When you see the quiet guy lose it, you're like, oh dear.
I don't think I've ever seen, was it Moises Alou?
Ever. Never cussed anybody out.
And he
wanted to kill him.
He lost it on the fan. And here's the thing. That's normally career suicide because you never go after a fan because you can't win. Nobody has ever blamed him since because he was every Cubs fan.
Yes.
What were you thinking? Take off the headphones and pay attention to the game.
Maybe Bartman was an alien. All right, let's go. I can't with you. I'm sorry. Nick is up next. 97.1. What's up, Nick?
Yeah, good day. The problem is, guys, it's already been greenlit. When the 30 for 30 started a few years ago, they knew the Lions were bad, and they've just been accumulating information for 20 years. They're waiting for the exact moment when the Lions exactly finally win, and they're going to play it to add to the Detroit versus anybody thing. It'll be the ultimate ratings grab. The pleasure versus pain that the Lions have year after year.
Yeah, but Nick, think what they could do now that the team is good, right, Nick? Think about the interviews they could do. They could find some of the oldest people who are still alive who love this team and what it would mean when they win, if they win. Like, you could do this now. And it's like, I mean, Nick, is there a better story in sports that hasn't been covered? This is unthinkable.
Probably not, but they're waiting for the ultimate Super Bowl win, and then that's the only way that it can be explained. If they're doing gladiators, the Lions should be done.
That's my point. Well, and you know what I know. The minute the clock strikes 0 and the Lions win the Lombardi Trophy, the meteor takes us all out. It's over.
Or Goodell pulls that show, the Mission Impossible, and pulls the mask off, and he's the alien, and that's it. World's over. When the Lions win.
No, what movie? What?
Mission Impossible.
There's like 12 of them.
No, I'm saying when Tom Cruise would always.
Oh,
yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Now I get it. Okay. Yeah. I was confused. Plus,
okay.
Are they still making those?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. What, Kenny? You're upset that I don't chronicle Mission Impossible?
No, I'm with you. I thought they were done making those.
No, but you know what's amazing, too? No movies are just movies anymore. Everything's a sequel. Fast and the Furious 36. We're launching cars off waterfalls.
I think they said that was the final one until the numbers come in. And
right.
Then, yeah.
Avengers, ... part 50. And I get it. They're moneymakers. But whatever happened to, like, movies? No sequels. Movies.
Yeah, but, people always want more. It's amazing. That's why you got John Wick 4.
Yet again. When did Keanu Reeves become a desirable thing? I mean, he's the worst actor in history.
Well, nothing is when they do the sequel 20 years later, like they did for The Matrix. Like, Guys, that was 20 years ago, the last one. But
Neo's in a wheelchair on oxygen. I mean, just awful.
he actually was. Not in a wheelchair, but yeah.
Will you let me get through this read, please? Ideal You helps you lose weight fast. You hear John Jansen every day on this station. John will tell you. John lost the weight. He kept it off. You could lose 40 pounds before the end of summer. Sign up now. Get 200 in free groceries or a $200 Visa gift card. It is your choice. Book the free consultation right now. IdealU.us. It's different than other programs. It works. It can work fast. And again, it worked for John. With Ideal You, there's no gimmick, no shakes, no bars. You will be in touch with your weight loss coach daily. And once you've reached your goal, they'll teach you how to stay right where you're at. Ideal You will help you lose 40 pounds in 40 days. Sign up now. It's very simple. 200 in free groceries or a $200 Visa gift card. Book your free consultation right now at IdealU.us. That's IdealU.us. All right, to the people. We'll get a football today. We'll give you the big finish here as we get to Tiger baseball. And again, if you want the Javi Baez stuff, feel free. Odyssey.com rewind. I just brought it to you. I mean, it was a conversation with my friends this weekend, road trip, driving back. And it's like, not just 4 for 34. This is a guy who, as a Tiger, has arguably been the second worst player in baseball behind, you guessed it, bag of balls Cabrera. And you're asking A.J. Hinch to manage with 24 guys instead of 26. And even worse, 2 of these guys play. So if nothing biblical happens and Javi stays here, which he's going to for 98 million reasons, are we about to live 4 more years of Cabrera? Oh, and by the way, Javi's salary goes up to $25 million next year. They're going to play him out of morbid requirement. Yeah. So if you want that, you can get it. You want to go to our callers?
Yeah, let's do that.
All right. Go to Rob on a cell, 97.1. What's up, Robbie?
Hey, guys. One more thing here. If anybody ever does a documentary on the Lions, I got the closing scene.
Yes.
And that's when they went to blow up the Silverdome. They let the dynamite off, and nothing happened.
Okay, Rico. Rico
that's
told this story earlier, Rob. This sent him out of his chair. Go ahead, please. Explain.
No, it was, when they blew it up. I remember Drew Sharp had just passed away, and when I saw that, all I could hear was Drew's cackle saying, "You guys can't even blow up your own stadium." And then
with all the hype leading up to that, and it was just a dud like that.
Right? It was like when the news crews are out there, and they got the helicopter, they got everything, and whoops, it didn't blow up, didn't implode.
Yeah. See you guys.
I don't know if it's the closing scene, but it should be featured. Let's go over to Marlon, 97.1. Marlon, what's up, buddy?
My favorite dynamic dual, best sports radio show in the country. What's up, fellas?
What's up, Mar? How are you?
Good, thank you. Really quick, Rico, last week you had a caller that insulted you, and I just want to say I'm sorry that you had to hear that from him. He called you a sidekick. You were there for marketing and a racist.
Oh, my God. When did this go down?
No. Yeah, that's far from the truth, Rico. I enjoy listening to you. You bring so much to the show, and don't let that bother you, brother.
No, Marlon, I had forgot about it till you just brought it up, but I appreciate the words.
All right, awesome. Money, Mike Valenti, my brother, good afternoon.
What's up? Here, I'll give you one. I don't care. We're getting loose today. To hell with it. Go ahead. What do you got for me?
And Akil Badu stole.
All right, take it easy.
I wanted to talk about the Pistons. I had a lot to say, but I want to talk about the 30 for 30 if they do the Lions thing, because I got 2 good ones. And I think this is a fantastic topic, and I hope they do it because, man, we want to see it. The world needs to see our misery, like you said. Because the stories don't end. There's just so many. So 2 of them, really quick. One, I know a lot of people talked about the draft bust, but how about Andre Ware?
You know what's funny? They drafted a guy who couldn't read a playbook. Houston didn't have a playbook.
Right.
But wasn't that
to play in the NFL?
But wasn't it because they were running the run and shoot offense and they figured it was a natural transition?
Mike, the guy's NFL career lasted as long as Irish Terry Conklin's boxing career in the Great White Hype.
It's unbelievable. It's when you think about I brought it up earlier, 1983 draft, all these Hall of Fame quarterbacks. You took James Jones, fullback out of Florida, with Jim Kelly and Dan Marino on the board.
So story goes on. And the second one I got always stings me to this day was Rodney Peete, former Lion. Goes to Philadelphia, 1995. The Lions play them in the game. I think the score was like 58-35. He throws 300 yards, 3 touchdowns. His replacement that we went after, Scott Mitchell, throws 4 interceptions, gets benched for Don Majkowski. I'm just like, are you this guy looked like Joe Montana,
the Magic Man?
Well, and Marlon, how about when Joey Harrington came back on Thanksgiving Day
with Miami, and when he won the Turkey Bowl, he was the player of the game.
Mm-hmm.
So, the list goes on and on. It's just that Rodney Peete one, man, he looked like Joe Montana that day, and he just embarrassed the Lions. And our replacement guy that we thought was going to be the answer, not me. I never liked that signing. comes out and throws 4 interceptions. Like, way to go, Lions.
You know the funny part? We were talking Baez earlier. You say whatever you want about Scott Mitchell. Obviously, teammates hated his guts. It didn't work out. 55 career starts here, 27 and 28. He threw for 13,000 yards. Remember, it's not today's football. Right. And he threw for 80 touchdowns. Now, I'm not telling you, this isn't revisionist. That's far from being the worst QB in football. Javi Baez, you could make an argument, is the worst player in all of baseball, not named Cabrera.
Yeah, but Mitchell was polarizing.
I know.
He was everything that was wrong. So I wonder, Kenny, you think that this year Jamal Williams will be the latest former Lion to come back to bite this team?
I don't know. I think he was kind of
disrespected.
He was set up here for success. Yeah, and then he went and made more money or made less money.
He's disrespected. I mean, you can see a 3-4 touchdown game.
Oh, but did you see his kitty cat visor at training camp? I'm so glad he's gone. Oh, my God. And I liked him. I liked the signing when they brought him here. I said, guys, you're going to like him. He's hard-nosed. He'll be a good number 2. Oh, my God. Only in this town could that guy become a celebrity. But then when he was wearing the parakeet on his head and talking about how he got disrespected, get the hell out of here.
I knew he was going to be once he cried for Detroit, that's it. You in. You got your card. And then he left, and he was disrespected.
Please.
So I wonder if he'll be the latest to that we'll be adding the Jamal Williams chapter to the documentary.
No. Banned from filming. Banned.
With that.
Banned. Go to Chris, 97.1. What's up, Chris? How are you?
I'm doing great, guys. Mike, I think that the answer's right in front of your face, man. You want original movies? It's not a 30 for 30. It's like a Bad News Bears movie, but in that, that around that hour mark where the heroes hit rock bottom right before the redemption, it never happens. And everybody leaves the theater going, what the hell was that?
I like it, yes. And it's like the ending of The Sopranos. You're like, wait, that's it? Screen just goes black.
I'm pushing 50. I've been with this team, Billy Sims. I remember when I was a kid and my dad yelling, Eddie Murray missing the field goal in San Fran, all the way up to the Calvin Johnson catch that wasn't a catch and everything in between.
Just think about the special teams portion of this documentary. Between the 81 overtime game against the Bears, the fastest ending ever. I mean, you got the taking the wind. You've got the Eddie Murray deal. You got Justin Tucker. It's all there.
About 15, 20 years ago, my buddies and I are at work talking, to the young guys because they don't get it. And one of my buddies says, I'm going to write a book. I don't believe it. My history as a Lions fan. Yeah. And he's like, let's come up with a bottom 10 list. 2 hours later, we had a bottom 30 list.
It's endless. Chris, look at in the time we're on the phone together. Special teams? How about losing to a guy with a wooden peg foot? Tom Dempsey.
It's while we're trying to write, come up with this list, I think we show up on a Monday and the coach had just taken the wind in overtime, and we're like, well, we just got something new.
Yeah, I mean, does the Hail Mary, the pass back and forth thing count for special teams?
Well, no, that would be in the coaching section where every coach has something. Marty, the bar is high. Maybe a montage where he's driving into the sunset on the bike.
It was Marty, yes. We were trying to figure out
what's
which
a guy got to do to get fired around here. Wayne Fonts with Lions leather.
Has the seat that he ripped out after Sterling Sharp caught the pass wide open in the end zone. People were ripping out seats, so he took one. We used to go sledding on it in high school.
Oh, my God.
I'm trying to think, did Mooch have a catchphrase? I don't think he had one.
He probably just laughed like the Hamburglar for all the money you paid him when he was awful.
True.
Good God. All right. Hungry Howie's 50th anniversary. For 50 years, they've been serving the best pizza around. Fresh dough made in-house daily. 100% real cheese, not the Rico Beard outer space UFO Wisconsin white cheese. Real mozzarella.
Can't imagine how much I hate you right now.
8 different flavors of the flavored crust that they invented. And special menu items, including the 73 Classic, right now for a limited time. 73 spicy peps, $9.99. It has been certified and verified by Kenny Cott. You will get north of 73 pepperonis. It's all there. Try the 73 Classic now for a limited time only. Special menu items going. It's Hungry Howie's. Restrictions may apply. thinking about this because there have been a rash of announcements about sports documentaries. And look, I'm making an assumption, which is dangerous, that you guys enjoy the 30 for 30s like we do, like I do. Netflix has gotten into the game now. HBO's gotten into the game now. Look, if it's about sports and it's done right, I'm into it. I mean, hell, the American Gladiators 30 for 30 last week, it was very good. I watched it. I liked it.
Yeah, you and Evan have sold me on that. So.
Yeah, and it's not even a subject I'm passionate about. I mean, I was like 10 years old when that was around. It's interesting. And hell, they did one on Ric Flair. I hate wrestling. It was unbelievable. What? It was unbelievable.
Oh, just giving you a woo from back here.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes. But my point is, there's going to be one about the Mighty Ducks coming out. I'm into it, right? The initial, how it became a Disney movie to a Disney team, a shameless money grab where it eventually worked out. There's going to be one about Urban Meyer and Aaron Hernandez, and I'm sure it's not going to be flattering to the University of Florida, but I'm into it. I want to watch it. And I started thinking, and we were talking about it, the documentary that is the most obvious, that I think it's shameful it hasn't been done, is the Lions. An SOL, Bobby Lane curse, Lions thing. From players dying on the field, players paralyzed on the field, futility, 2 Hall of Famers being driven to the point of madness and quitting, a guy driving through a drive-through nude, then the starting quarterback's Halloween outfit is that guy. Like, one playoff win in 57 years.
Speaking of the 57 years, oh, by the way, the day you announced to the world you bought the team, you're
JFK
the second
assassination.
Right, you're the second biggest story in Detroit.
So my
President
point is
was killed.
a 30 for 30 about the Detroit Lions and what we've been through in this town. It doesn't have to be something slanderous, but it's like right now would be the time to do it because I think the Lions are about to be good, real good. And I think they're about to shatter some of those stereotypes. The timing would be perfect for ESPN to do this now. Look, their network can't stop talking about this team in a good way.
Right.
How about you show America what they've put us all through? Like, would you watch would it be too painful or would you watch that? Like, I'd be in. When they did the Wings Avs documentary, again, it's no secret. We're not the McKenzie twins here. That was great.
No, it was fun to watch.
Theater. They did the Bad Boys. Theater. These sports documentaries are better than the games.
It is.
Basically.
I mean, I told you, I'm watching the 10-year war, that Michigan-Ohio State thing. It was like,
that's an oldie but a goodie. That's been out for a few years.
This was pretty good. No, they did a new one just recently this year where they were just talking about Michigan and Ohio State and the rival, how they respect each other but hate each other. I was like, this was actually pretty good. I got
sports
sucked into it.
Documentaries are better than the actual games. Argue it. I'm telling you right now, on a nightly basis, if you gave me the option of a 30 for 30 or watching any game that's on, I'd take 30 for 30.
Because you know what happened, but you want to hear the story behind what happened.
That's right.
Why? Like, the whole, I would love to find out, like, why Thurman Thomas couldn't find his helmet during the Super Bowl. It's only the Super Bowl. It's only one of the biggest games of the year, and you can't find your helmet, and they turn the ball over because you're not in there. But it's things like that. But yeah, the Lions, there is so much that happened with this team.
It's a two-parter.
That you would sit there and be like, I forgot about it. It may reach the levels of watching the U.
Well, and look at what a hit Hard Knocks was, right?
Yeah.
You could position a Lions documentary, no matter who did it, Netflix, HBO, 30 for 30, whatever it is, and you could finish it with what Dan Campbell's up against and what they're attempting to do. I mean, if I'm HBO, I could easily do this because I already did Hard Knocks. I've already got the footage. But think about what this team has put these people through. It's worse than the Chicago Cubs.
From the fights at the Silverdome.
All of it. You do it all. Wayne Fonts, Marty on the bike.
What do you mean I'm fired?
Taking the wind. What's a guy got to do to get fired around here? Rod Marinelli and all of it.
Oh, my. See, that's just it. Like, you all of a sudden like, oh, well, wait about. You're right. It would have to be at least a two-part series.
I think you could do a two-parter. My point is, That's the one. Now, I could ask you a broad-based question of what is the sports documentary that has not been made that you want to see? I'm fine with that too. But I want to know if am I off base with the Lions thing? Every time you see an announcement from Netflix or 30 for 30 ESPN, I always feel like, how are they whistling by the graveyard of the Detroit Lions and not doing one? It would be unbelievable.
And it's one of those things, I wonder if the Lions have been so irrelevant that people outside of Detroit just don't know.
But that's the story you tell,
right,
isn't it?
Right, that it's going to be one of those people like, right, you had a person die on the field. You've had people paralyzed.
They did one on Marcus Dupree. The guy's been dead for 30 years.
Is it possible this could be therapeutic for Lions fans? We can all commiserate together on a local sense?
Yeah, hell yeah.
I mean, think about it. The rules that happened because the Lions played. Now all of a sudden, you know what, you have to complete the process of the catch. Like all the different things. Not one, but two Hall of Famers show up to work one day and say, I don't want to do this anymore.
Picked up flag. I mean, the list goes on and on. It could be so therapeutic for Lions fans together for one night to watch something that just explains why we are the way we are. And it could explain to the nation that does not understand why we are the way we are.
Yeah. The Barry -1 yard game.
All of it. All of it.
That's the funny thing, though, is you can keep listing off these things. They never end. There's so
Dude,
many
and then
of
you
them.
add in the tragedies. Whether it's, Chuck Hughes, whether it is Mike Utley, whether it's Reggie Brown,
Andelsack.
Eric Andelsack. When you put it all together, I want someone to tell me it would not be the most compelling hour of sports TV. It would be right up there with the best 30 for 30s they've done. Mm-hmm. Tell the story of what this team has done to people.
Yeah.
And then at the end, you can finish it out with how much hope they have.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area
For the
that's been
coming
leading
year.
the way.
I
Hamilton
don't think
Chevrolet.
it would take a lot.
Warren, guys, you've
We
heard me
named
talk
off all
about
of
it.
those things.
All
and we didn't even
the
hit
month
Matt
of
Millen
June,
and
Hamilton is
16.
participating.
There's another one
in
that
the
just came in on
Pickups
the
for
text. Don't
Paws
forget the
campaign
inability to blow
for
up the
every
Silverdome
pet
on
that
the
is
first
loved and
attempt.
cared for. There are so many that are just not that lucky. So stop into Hamilton and drop off pet-friendly supplies into the bed of the Silverado inside the showroom. There's a long list of donation ideas at HamiltonChevy.com. Your donation will make a difference. And while you're there, you can talk to Andrew and his sales staff because they want to be your Chevy dealer too, not just for the animals, but also for you. They'll guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, including the June Rico deal, a new 2023 Chevy Crew Cab Silverado 4x4, $389 a month for 24 months. It includes 10,000 miles per year. You just walk in with $995 down and you drive away in the Rico deal. That's why I say the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Make sure you drop off the pet-friendly supplies for our friends, our four-legged friends out there. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Oh, it's been a busy show today. I've enjoyed it though. I as we round this out, let me say this: the Javi Baez thing being that we're leading into Tiger baseball. I want you guys to understand something. If you missed it earlier, you can rewind, do whatever you like. It is not hyperbole when I tell you Javi Baez has been, in his time as a Detroit Tiger, one of the singular worst players in all of baseball, regardless of position, regardless of salary. And the numbers, it's data, guys. Like, it's not even an opinion. I mean, if you look at things like OPS and you value it, he's one of the worst, literally. If it wasn't for his own teammate, Miguel Cabrera, you could make a case he's the worst player in all of baseball. Now, he might go full Spite store tonight. We made the joke. You've heard of the cycle? Well, he's about to hit for the Spitzel.
Right.
He'll go 4 for 4 tonight with 3 bombs.
Plus 750. No,
7,500 for him.
Plus 7,500.
He's 4 for his last 34. For him to have a 4-hit night tonight is plus 7,500 on FanDuel. I'm not rooting against the guy. You have to understand there is no good outcome to him being this bad. He is going to opt in. He's going to get a $5 million raise next year to $25 million. It'll be 25, 25, 24, 24. 4 years, $98 million. So if you're growing frustrated with Miguel Cabrera's presence here, and look, we talked about it. A.J. Hinch can only do so much, even when Riley Green's healthy, even when Erod's healthy. You're asking him to manage shorthanded because Miggy takes up a roster spot. Well, what are you asking him to do when it's not only Cabrera, but it's Baez? Or better yet, next year, every other team has 26 guys. You have 25 because you're starting the worst player in all of baseball because you have a morbid requirement.
Which means you have 24 guys now.
Right. So, guys, it's not piling on. It's not. The guy's 4 for his last 34. And if you want a comparison, I mean, Francisco Lindor has had a rough go of it with the Mets. All right? But he's not the worst player in baseball. Now, Lindor has been bad with runners in scoring position over, let's say, the last 10 games. It's all the rage in New York right now. 10 days. This guy's been here a year and a half. He is so much worse this year than last year. And he was bad last year.
Yeah.
So please don't think it's piling on or hyperbole. No, but the data backs it up.
But what happens is everybody's going to remember what happened when he got benched.
And he had 7 good games, Rico.
Yeah.
7.
Right, but that's what people will see. He could do it again. That's where a lot of Tiger fans are going to believe in that hope. Well, it's there, but if he's not on a winning team or you're not basically chasing after him with a stick, this is what you get.
I just have a heart. Like, look, I try to just be honest. Like, the Pistons are a bad franchise, but I'm not going to rip them when they try something. The Monty Williams thing is trying something.
Mm-hmm.
I can't take the Tigers seriously if this Javi Baez thing continues like this, and they keep trotting him out there like this, and this is the next 2 years, 3 years, 4 years of my life. How do you take that serious?
Well, this is where I guess Scott Harris is going to earn his money because it happened. It didn't happen on your watch.
Correct.
But now you
got
it is
your problem. It's not your fault, but it is your problem.
Right. But now you got to build around him. So you got to figure out other ways to do things. And maybe it just boils down to the fact you pay him the money, but you don't play him.
But see, the issue is the roster spot. You could ask him to go away like Bobby Bonilla, but the Tigers have shown no willingness to do such things because we're looking at Miguel Cabrera on a nightly basis.
I wonder if you do start benching him, then maybe he just opts out and says, I don't want to be here.
And I'll tell you what's going to happen. Oh, you're not happy? Oh, you're sad. Okay, 98 million reasons. If Javi Baez opted out, let me ask you this question. Realistically, let's say Baez took crazy pills and his financial advisor and agent took crazy pills. We're all crazy. And he opted out. What contract is waiting for him on the open market?
I wasn't paying him that.
How about so literally?
But you know what?
You know what I could see Baez signing for
Mike,
his current rate? 2 years and $8 million. He would be a nothing. Who would touch this?
But see, there's baseball owners out there who aren't the smartest people. So all you need is one person to say, you know what?
Okay, but how much now? Don't finish a show like.
No, I honestly, it would probably be a 2-year deal, probably like 2-year, 30, 40 million.
What? No.
Somebody would take a small chance on it.
No one.
Not a 6-year chance.
I could not disagree more. I'm not going to get into a fight to end the show. I just couldn't disagree more. He's radioactive. When you look at his at-bat, Rico, it's not even just one thing. He's not even good defensively.
I'm agreeing with you, but I'm saying baseball owners are not the smartest people.
I'd be shocked if anyone gave him anything above a couple of $1 million as a pity price.
Were you shocked that somebody
like
gave
his
him a
meal
6-year deal?
No.
It took one. It took one.
I know, but there's no Al Avila. There's only one.
There's always going to be another one. Like DJ Khaled.
Never. No,
another one.
There's never been another Matt Millen. There will never be another Al Avila.
There was another team that went 0-16.
No, it'll never be another Millen. Wouldn't be there as long. Al was here for a decade almost. Yes, Kenny, you were saying, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I was just thinking that the next time Javi Baez hits a home run or makes one of those incredible plays in the field, all of Tiger Nation is going to be like, see, this is the guy.
Yeah, but then
he's there.
That's why
you know
tonight,
what?
Kenny, 4 for 4.
Right, but Kenny, my point to you is when I present data that is hundreds of at-bats, hundreds of games, I don't want to hear from those people because they're already showing they're half an idiot. He's going to hit home runs. He's going to make plays sporadically. The long-haul data, he's one of the worst players in this entire sport. And we're about to trigger a 4-year extension for $100 million, which is roughly $80 million more than he would ever get in the open market in any circumstance. Even if Rico had some comic book power to get some other owner to pay this cat. I don't know what it would be. Like mind control things. You're the guy with the jewel
Professor
in his
X.
forehead.
No, that's Professor X.
All right, we're out of here. I've had enough. The Tigers are about to play. Enjoy. Go get them.
Say goodnight, Gracie.
We'll talk to you tomorrow at 2.